Hi, welcome to a brand new SimplyMaya tutorial. Now, if you've been following along with the previous volumes, you'll have already modeled your house, you'll have done your environment, you've animated your environment, and you've textured your environment. So in this volume, I want to look at Mari and painting this house within Mari. We'll be using a variety of different techniques. We'll be painting through photographs, we'll be doing some hand painting, and we're going to take this house from how it is now in this kind of just grey to fully textured. Now, before we jump into Mari, and before we start the export process from Maya, I just want to run through how I've done the lighting for this file. Because even though we'll be working pretty much exclusively in Mari, we'll be jumping back into Maya to do the test renders. So it's better if we have the same lighting conditions, or at least you guys are aware of what lighting I'm using. So first things first, I'm going to drop in a IBL, an image base light. So if we go over to create lights, and now in Maya 2016 you've got our mental ray options here. We could go environment light IBL, and I'm just going to go and grab my IBL file. I'll leave it in the tutorial folder for you. So I've opened up that HDR. It's in the source images directory. It's called HDR blurred, which is where you'll find it, and this has given me a HDR in here. Now my viewport seems to be giving me a few slow down issues, so I'm going to go ahead and just turn off that ambient occlusion. I think it's liking that at the moment. That's better. Right, and how we lit the house for the tutorial, this is entirely up to you, but I want to match the test render lighting conditions with the lighting conditions that we'll set up in Mari. So this is a front lit house, sort of from the front and to the side. So I'm going to rotate the IBL so the light is striking the house. Whoops. Want to rotate it around one axis, so the light is striking the house from here, and then I want to create a physical light as well. So let's go in and create I don't want to light the whole scene with just the IBL, I want an actual light. So let's go lights, and let's do a physical sun. And this is, if you've ever used the physical sun and sky before, well, this is just the physical sun that's attached to that. You could also use a directional light. It really doesn't make much of a difference at this stage, but I tend to use the physical sun in combination with an IBL to good effect. So this would be far too front lit. As you can see, all the light would be coming from here. So I want to match this up to the sunlight here. So I'm just going to rotate that round, and I want a very kind of big angle, so we would be almost sunset but not quite sort of dusk. And that's about what I'm going to do with my lights. So it's very simple really. IBL pointing the same way as the sunlight. There we go. Now with these lights, as you may be aware if you've used physical sun and sky before, this property is not going to make any difference. If you want to adjust the intensity of one of these, you have to go under the physical sun node, and here you can pull down the multiplier to adjust the intensity. But for test renders this will probably be fine. I'm then going to go in, I'm going to make sure I am under the quality tab and show advanced options is on. I'm going to use an overall quality of probably around 0.3. This will do, amongst other things, the anti-aliasing. I'm going to leave the environment lighting quality on 0.2. I'm going to go down to legacy options. I'm going to turn on final gather. In fact, I already have it here open. By default it will be off, so you will need to come in and turn it on with an accuracy of 50, a point density of 0.2, point interpolation of 20, and secondary diffuse bounces of 2. I have also got 2 reflections, 2 refractions, and a max trace depth of 4 with the final gather mode in automatic. So these are the settings I'm using to test this. By default this will be on 200 and this will be at 1, so do make sure you come in and change it. Even though you'll get a more accurate GI solution with that, it'll take ages to render, so something to watch out for there. Alright, so that is just a quick run through of the basic environment light, and because we'll be using both this environment light and we'll be setting up a light that goes in this direction in Nuke. So we need to know our lighting conditions in Maya. Well, we don't need to know them, but it's handy, just so we can double check the render view of our textures, and we're working in Nuke without the light coming from behind or some weirdness. So now, before we go into Nuke, if you followed along in volume 1 where we modeled this house, you may have your own house, and and your model might be laid out slightly differently than mine. Or even if you haven't followed that and you've already modeled your own house and you want to paint that, maybe some different house, I just want to explain my thought process here. So if we go into the house itself, you'll see I've got one main house walls, which actually contains everything. So if I pull this out, you can see that's everything except the windows. Now I'm not bringing the windows into Mari because I'm not going to paint them, they're just going to be reflective surfaces. So this is actually all the little pieces of the house we designed with a mesh combine thrown on it. I will take this into Mari, so I'll export this whole thing as an OBJ. Basically this will go as one OBJ, and then I will paint that all in one job lot. Now to facilitate having enough texture space, as we laid out some UVs in volume 2, I've gone ahead and just UV'd this whole thing. It's actually not a difficult piece to UV because it's all flat and square, but it is quite tedious, so I've kind of skipped it through that part as we dealt with some UVs in volume 2 anyway. And if I go up to the UV editor, you'll notice that my UVs here are laid out in 6 patches. So this is where they'd normally be in the 0 or 1 space. So this UV, if you flick on shell, would be the main walls of the house. They have their own patch. You'll see not all of them. There is one that's not lit. The second patch is, and if we have a look, it's this, these stairs, these side walls, and these inner walls. The third patch is really just the window frames. So in Mari, each one of these will be, in our case, 4K. So that means I've got, this patch here is the door frames themselves, so we get some nice texture resolution. This patch is the beams. And how I did this was the same as we did it in volume 2. I just did that very simple UV procedure and then moved everything into a different space. And in order to do that, you can actually lay everything out, let's say in square 1. Once you've got it all laid out nice, so you're kind of maximizing your texture space, you can come up here, change this to 1, and then just move it one patch across, one patch, one patch. So you can just keep laying everything out in here and then bump it across when you're ready. And you can, for Mari, I think if you're using Mari Indie, you're limited to 6 patches, but that's 6 patches at 4K, so you really can join some geometry together here. And I'm going to export the roof as one object. So realistically, your roof is both of these chimney stacks, the chimney pots, and all the main parts of the roof. And if we look at the UV for this, you'll see I've laid that one out into 4 patches. So it's this 2 roof parts. These hundreds of little bits are the actual physical tiles around the outside of the roof that we left because we generated a displacement for most of it and then left these edging tiles in. And all I did to UV those was to group them all together and then just do an auto UV from Maya. It's just a really quick way, but as you can see, if we look at that UV again, painting this out in something like Photoshop would be a nightmare. You'd have to come in and you just couldn't get all the matching up to work right. So, if you were doing this in a traditional 2D paint application, you'd have to come in and properly UV all these. Because I'm painting across it in Mari, I can get away with a quick auto UV. I really don't like to use that functionality, the auto UV. It creates sloppy, but for some tiny edging tiles, sometimes the amount of work you'd have to put in to do it by hand isn't going to be that much of a benefit. So that was it really. That was just the 2 pieces we will be taking into Mari. This part of the house, the main walls, windows and beams, and the roof. So I will see you in the next part when we'll start to discuss how to get that in Mari, how to set the lights up in Mari, and all of that. So I thank you very much for watching, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we took a look around our house and the UVs and our basic lighting conditions, really to get everything ready to go into Mari. Now in order to get this into Mari it needs to be an OBJ, so we're going to export the main body of the house, which is the one that had the 7 UV patches. So I'll just bring this window over here and you can see we've got the main body of the house, the windows, the frames, and some other odds and sods. I believe this is the the main windows around here. You can always tell, as I said in the previous part, by just going up to UV shell and selecting a bunch of shells, and you can see what's in what patch. So here we can see that is indeed this big window frame here. Anyway, so we're going to export this now as an OBJ. So you might need to go into your settings, just go back to object mode here. You might need to go into preferences and make sure OBJ export is ticked. So OBJ export, make sure that's loaded. So file, when you've selected the main body of the house, and we're going to paint the roof, as I mentioned, and the house separately. So it just keeps the scene in Mari a bit neater, and it means I can work around the house and paint some of the inside if necessary without having to get that roof in the way. So export selection. And there we go. Went a bit blind there for a moment. And OBJ export. Okay, now I'm going to put this in the data directory because it's not directly a Maya scene file, and I'm going to call this main house body. Now with that done, we can flit over to Mari. So I'm going to open up Mari here, and this is the projects window. This is, I believe, what it opens with on default. If not, you might need to tick the projects tab, and we're just going to hit new project. We'll give it a name, house tutorial, and we need to give it a geometry path. So this will be the path to that OBJ. So if you click this button here, that will open up the file selection box, and you'll need to navigate to where your Maya project is. For me, it's house volume 4. So under the data directory, we've got here the main OBJ. So mapping scheme, UV if available. Well, we know it is. We don't need to create any groups, but I'll leave that at default. And merge geometry, well, we've only got one piece, so merge into one is fine. We then need to create the color maps we want. So we've got color, dirt, displacement, rough. I'm just going to create a color at this point. Now this is 4K, the texture, so we'll have 7 textures created at 4K because we have 7 UV patches that will create 7 textures for us. So we'll have, you know, a massive amount of texture space to work with. So this will be fine for right now. Now the root path, I am going to set this the same as my project directory, and that's basically where it will save textures out. So I'm going to set this to my project directory source images. So again, I can just click here and go in and choose my source images directory. Now this will just mean any textures I generate out will end up in the source images of the project directory, which is exactly where I want the textures. So I'm going to click OK, and that will open this up in Mari if you give it a few seconds. Okay, so you can see this has now been opened up in Mari. I've got my object here. I could just come along and start painting on it. But for those of you that have never used Mari before, I just want to do a quick rundown of its core concepts. So basically Mari is a projection-based painting system. So I can take this piece of geometry and I can paint right on it. Now you'll notice that my painting doesn't stay where I put it. Now this is because of the way the projection is handled. So if we go to the projection menu, you'll see that my projection bake behavior is on clear only. Now by default I think it's on auto bake and clear. So if I press Control and C, Control Shift and C to clear the paint buffer, what happens now is I paint on here, and as soon as I move the camera you'll see it go to baking, and that stays where we left it. So if I paint here for instance and now move the camera, that will stay where I leave it. If I paint here and decide I'm done, I can press B to manually bake that out before I move the camera. Now Mari will also paint across UV seams. So if we take a look in the UV here, you can see where I've been painting so far on the walls, and again you can paint in the UV view. If I for instance just come in, and if you want to change the brush size, just hold R and drag with the mouse with the left button held. So I can come in and paint one wall here, remembering to hit B to bake that, and go back to the orthographic view, and you'll see that there is the wall I painted in the UV view. So you can paint in UV or you can paint in the 3D view. The nice thing about Mari is if I take a brush and start here on this wall, but then paint straight over this window and hit B to bake, and we go back to the UV, you'll see here it's painted on the window, it's painted on the bits of the window we caught, it's painted here. So paint completely seamlessly across UV sets, that's okay. And also it doesn't pay any attention to UV seams. So if we had a seam here, which I think we do, I can paint straight across it. It's not affecting me whatsoever. Hit B to bake and UV, and you can see where the painting went right across the seam. In fact, I think it went from here to here. So UV seams, not a problem. Now, the reason why my bake behavior was set to clear only was because I actually don't like this, what happens when you put a thing down, and we'll set that to auto bake, and I move the camera and I'm just stuck with it. So I prefer to be able to draw and then move it around so I can do a fine adjustment like so. Say I've painted on something on this edge here and it's too much that way, I can now move it with the camera and hit B to bake when I'm ready. So I leave mine on clear only, and what that means is that the paint buffer will automatically clear after you have baked it. So if I press Ctrl Shift and C, that will clear the paint buffer. So if I have this on completely manual, I can paint here, hit bake, and I'll still have the thing that I painted, which is in certain circumstances quite useful. The majority of the time I'm on clear only. Okay, so you can see I've got something in the paint buffer there because I left it on completely manual, so Ctrl Shift C, clear the paint buffer. Now we can flood fill these panels, so now we've made a bit of a mess, we can go up to UV and just flood fill these, and the way we do this is by holding S, and your little selection cursor will come up and we'll click on a patch and it will select the whole thing, and then hold S and Shift to do a shift select across all your patches. Just get that one and this one, and sorry, I mentioned we had 7 patches, we have 6 of course, my mistake. So come in here, now we've got all the patches selected, and go to patches, fill, let's fill them all with a mid-grey, hit B to bake that down, S and click away so you have nothing selected, go back to the orthographic view, and we've cut everything out. Now the other thing with Mari that's one of its core concepts is basically the projection. So projection at the moment is on the front, which means if I draw here, B to bake, there's nothing around the back, it's just gone on the front faces. If I select projection to through, that will paint right through. So B to bake, and you'll see I've gone right through the back, right through to the back of the house. So most of the time you'll want the projection to be on front. Now another concept in Mari when it comes to painting here is if I, let's say, paint through like so, and I'm coming here and I'm painting, but I'm also painting on this edge, and if I just wanted to paint the front, so if I get this at a really oblique angle and I come in here and I'm trying to paint the front of the house and I go a bit over, if we look what happens, whoops, if we look what happens when I bake that down, because that was at an oblique angle, we've got this massive stretch out here. Now this is not optimal, especially when you're painting through a file texture, because the file texture will then be scrunched out all the way over here, which is not what we want at all. So you can start to use masking. Now Mari has edge masking, channel masking, ambient occlusion masking. A lot of this we'll probably get into later on, but just as a basic concept in Mari, let's say I wanted to paint this front bit, and let's just clear that. I wanted to paint this front bit, but without, that happening, then I can turn on the edge mask. Okay, and you'll notice now that because we have mask preview enabled, that the whole side, I can't actually paint on it anymore. So now I could come in and paint down this edge, hit bake, turn the preview off, and it hasn't gone over to the second edge. Now obviously there's lots of fallout curves you can adjust to get the amount of masking that you need. So if I come here and paint now, you'll notice that I'm still painting a little bit there. but not a pure black, more of a grey. So depending on what you need to mask, you can do it with an edge mask. And we'll be using these throughout the tutorial, so I don't want to go too much into it. But when Mari's projection painting, a couple of things you really do need to take in mind, and that's the projection, if it's set to front or through. The behavior, if it's set to default, it will bake itself down every single time you move the camera. Most annoying. So my advice, or the way I usually do this, is clear only. So that's really the basic concepts of Mari. You can paint directly on the geometry, or you can paint on the UV. So we'll spend a bit of tutorial doing both. I find within Mari, because I come from a background of painting in Photoshop on UV maps, I guess most of us did. So I still have a tendency to paint the UVs, and you can set the view to both UV and ortho. So when I start painting out here, I can see what an effect that's having on my main model. Quite handy. So I have a tendency to paint on the UV, but Mari is fantastic for getting things like detailing in. So if I'm painting on the UV, it's difficult to say and let's just change colors here. It's difficult to say get a small detail here if I'm painting that on the UV, but here in Mari I can come in and I can kind of block out from a look dev perspective, okay, I want my small detail there, bake it down, and then I can see on the UV map where that is. So if I wanted to, I can now paint out much more accurately across my UV. So a combination of styles and workflows also is very possible and desirable within Mari. Now the other thing is, within Mari, you'll notice now I've got this little bracketing, so if I try and paint, it'll stop. I'm kind of bracketed in, and that's because I have some bake operation that hasn't been done. So if you see that bracketing, you can hit B to bake out whatever was in the color channel, and that will get rid of it. Now I can kind of paint straight across everything, and I don't have those little brackets there telling me that there is something in the buffer that has not been baked. Right, so the other thing with Mari is, besides being able to paint on this, we can also control its shader. Now by default, you don't really have a shader, so let's make one. Let's make a blin. Okay, and the diffuse color is set to color channel. Now you can come in and set a bump map, a specular map, and all this, which we will get into. But really, you've got some controls on the specular, some controls on the specular itself, and then some controls on the specular highlights, the amount of ambient occlusion, and this won't do anything because we don't have any ambient occlusion at the moment. If you want ambient occlusion within Mari, you have to go to Objects, Ambient Occlusion, and you'll see it calculate down here. It can take a while. Now we probably won't get a good ambient occlusion map on this particular model, but we'll definitely get enough so I can show you what it's doing. And there it goes. So you'll see it's given me some occluded areas here on these beams and whatnot. You can now use the shader to control the amount of ambient occlusion you're getting. Okay, you can also mask this ambient occlusion the same as you can with an edge mask, which comes in very handy for painting dirt maps and whatnot, but more about that later. So basically we could add displacement to this shader now and bump. So really your core concept in Mari is that you're going to need, as well as a shader, you're going to need some lights. Now by default Mari has two lights, but if we flip back to our Maya scene, you can see we have basically one directional light, which is acting as our sun, and one IBL, which is acting as kind of our overall lighting. So we can replicate this in Mari, so we get a closer look at what we're actually painting, so we don't have to keep flitting backwards and forwards generating textures all the time. So let's come in, and if you just click up here, if you right click up here, you'll see all the different things you can load in, and one of those will be lights. So let's come and turn all the lights off but number one. Okay, now we'll need to move this number one light over to kind of the same direction that we have in, whoops, helps if you move in the right light, in Maya. So we've got our lights that are coming from the side of the house and from the front with a long shadowing. So we're kind of like here in Maya, probably more like so. So you don't have to get the match perfect. We're not trying to exactly match, but you can see here the long shadows coming off this window, which means our light is coming from the front and striking down sideways. Now you can always change the intensity of the light. Okay, so let's just get a good match on this. And now we need some sort of environment to replicate the one we have in Maya. So I'm going to click up here to environment, and when I click this, it'll allow me to open my own IBL. Okay, so I've left one in the source images directory, and it's just that blurred HDR. So we're using the same in Mari as we use in Maya. So this will take a second for Mari to calculate. As you can see, I can't actually move the viewport or anything right now. Just give it 30 seconds, a minute maybe. Okay, so that took about 30 seconds to read that in. And now, of course, I want my sunlight where it was in Maya, so over here. So I can use the rotation tool here to just rotate that sunlight into place. Now we can see directly what this IBL is doing for us if we turn off the main light here. Okay, so let's turn that off and go up to the environment and crank up the intensity. So you can see how that's lighting our house there. Okay, so I'm going to get an intensity around here, and I'm going to turn my main light back on, and that gives me this, which is going to pretty much match the lighting conditions we're going to have within Maya. Okay, so realistically now you can turn these shadows off if you want, and Mari has a full lighting mode, a basic lighting mode, and a flat shade. Now the flat shade is extremely useful because the flat shade shows us just what we have painted in the texture. So at the moment it's just grey and black. So you want to flick back to that flat shade from time to time to check your textures, but we'll be going through all of this as we go along. I prefer to demonstrate by actually doing, as opposed to just wandering through and telling you what each of these does. So that'll do for now. We've got our basic scene set in Mari, and let's get it back to a 50% grey. So just S and Shift and S just to select all these patches, because we're going to want to start off with a S, Shift and S, there we go. We're going to want to start off with a kind of blank canvas really. And let's just hit B, Control, Shift and C to clear that red line I accidentally painted on there. And this one, and patches, fill, grey. Okay, so now B to bake that down, ortho, we're back in the ortho with a grey house with the background in. So I'll be back in a moment when we'll go through the collection of textures we're going to be using to paint this thing, because most of the work we'll be doing here will be painting through images, so we'll be using real world textures. I've just gone out, literally I've taken a walk around the town centre and photographed some walls and brickwork and some damage to walls and things like that. So we've got plenty of textures to work with, and we'll be having a look at those, importing them into Mari and using some of the tools to paint through them in the next part. So I hope you've found something interesting in here, and I shall see you in a moment. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. So we left off here, and there's a few tweaks before we go any further that I just want to make to our lighting. So we left off with a lighting match as we would have in Maya, and let's have a look at our lights here. Okay, so we've got this number 1, and I've got shadows turned off at the moment, which is why you can't see, and this number 1 light that's casting the kind of direct sunlight from over here, and we have of course got our IBL in the background. Now the problem with that is that I don't like working with this thing showing in the background, so I'm going to select the environment and I'm going to come up to background and hit hide. Now it's still actually there, you can still see the light contribution from it. If I turn that off, you can see what that's doing for us. It's giving us that blue from the sky and lighting everything up a bit. So we're still getting that, we're just not seeing it in the viewport, which it does tend to get a bit annoying when you're zooming around a big blurry image back there. Now I'm also going to select light number 3 because it's coming from the front, and I'm going to turn that one on as well, and that will brighten up the whole scene a bit too much. So I'm going to select an intensity of 0.3. So that's just going to give me an overall lightening, so it'll help me view the texture a bit. Now it's not strictly true to what we'll see in Maya, but it is handy for texture painting. Let's close down the lighting panel. So now we've got our basic setup. We've got our shader here. We're using a simple blin, and we'll be setting more things up in this shader later on when we have some need for bump and whatnot. Now, before we start painting a base texture on this, I want to bring up my Lightroom, and I've gone out and specifically taken some photographs for this tutorial. So I've got 7 photographs of this wall here, and this is basically the kind of texture that I want to use. Sort of old render plaster style. Now, I went out and took these pictures on an overcast day to try and minimize the shadowing, and that's quite important when you're taking pictures for stuff like this. You don't want a big tree shadow on the wall. You want to get it as diffuse as possible. So, if you can, try and wait for a cloudy day to minimize the amount of spec, the amount of shadows and highlights on your subject. You can, of course, correct the pictures a bit in afterwards, which we're going to do. So really, I've taken a bunch of pictures, some wall damage, some plain wall, and these are what we're going to use. Now, I'm going to correct these images before we bring them into Mari. So I'm going to run you through the process I use for this within Lightroom. The same process will work within Photoshop. It's just basically a quick spot removal with a clone stamp, and then we're going to do a quick crop. And the reason I use Lightroom for this is it's all non-destructive, which means that I can remove it afterwards. So I'll be able to export the edits and keep the original photo, which is quite nice because then I can come back and use the original photo for something else. So if we take this as a texture, it's got quite a nice kind of range of color, and I really like these swirls and all the detail. The first thing I want to do is a non-destructive crop. So we're going to crop here and crop here. Now this picture is pretty straight in terms of where we're cropping, so we don't have to correct that. I'll just come up and double click, and that will do the crop for me. Now under the develop settings, I'm going to take this white balance selector, and I'm going to select one of the brightest points on this image, and that will adjust the white balance for me. So you want to make sure you get something that's as white as possible in the picture. So around there, and there we have a white balance adjustment. Now another thing, we've got this scuff mark here, which is not particularly attractive, and if we repeat this texture, this is going to become very visible. So I'm going to take the spot removal tool, and I'm just going to draw across that. There we go, and see what it does. So we've got this here. That's not a very good location for it. Let's move it until we get. So you can see here, I've now got rid of that spot. So that's nice and easy. So that's one image corrected. So you really don't need to do a lot of work here. Now, I'm going to just go back to the standard selection tool here. I accidentally hit crop, but that doesn't matter. So I've got rid of that kind of bright blue mark on the wall. Now I want to zoom in and see we've got quite a bit of noise on this. I think I was using an ISO on the camera that was probably a bit too high. So I'm going to do some noise removal. So if we go down to noise reduction, I'm just going to crank that up until we get rid of some of that noise. We don't need to get rid of all of it. Okay, a little bit of noise is fine, and it's going to help us later on when we generate a bump. We just don't want that much of it. So maybe 40. Maybe 50, and again this is an eyeball thing, so that looks about right to me. So now I've got one texture ready. Let's take a look at some of the other things that we've got in here. So I've got this one, which will just be a general wall segment, and then what I really want to do is keep this bottom bit so I can use that as the bottom of my house. However, this is not very straight. If you look here, this is on a slope, so we can try a lens correction and just hit level and see if that levels the photograph out for us. It does. So again, you want a non-destructive crop. We want to come down. We don't want that shadowing under the eaves there, and the bottom is fine. Just double click this, and then we've just got a bit of spot removal to do. So let's remove this, and that's fine. It will try and pick the best place for you. And it's pretty good normally. If you don't like its pick, you can always grab this and change where it's doing the spot removal from. So let's just click that spot removal tool and see what we've got. Now that's got rid of most of the spots. What you don't want is very obvious features. but I'm really liking the sort of color of this. So let's come up and get a white balance. And we're going to get the whitest point on this wall. And the reason we're doing this is to help us match our photos more closely together. So if I select this one that I've corrected and this one, and then do a comparison, an XY compare view, and I'll just zoom in here, you can see that the colors on both should match quite well. Let's just wait for this one to load in. So our color balance is not bad, but you can see this one, we didn't do any denoising, so let's do that now. So that will be this one, and let's do a bit of denoise develop. Okay, and noise reduction, I'm probably just going to go with 50 again. Let's zoom in and see what that does for us. Okay, that's a bit better. That'll be smoother when we paint it. Okay, so we've got a couple of textures now that we can use for painting our wall. I'm going to use a third one, which will be this one, because I really like this sort of pattern that's running across it. So let's go to develop. And first things first, this is pretty straight, I think. Let's check that out with a crop. And let's come in here and let's just crop from here. Yeah, that was pretty straight across to here and crop. And I like this swirly pattern in the middle here. So again, develop, and let's pick a white point. There we go. And we could try some spot removal up here, but it's a bit of a big spot, but let's give it a go and see what Lightroom will do with this. Nasty. Okay, somewhere around there, I think. Let's click that again. And that's got rid of it to a certain extent, but probably what I'll end up doing is kind of cutting that out in Mari because it's a bit big as a spot. So, you know, let's come in and do a noise removal on this. Okay, that's a bit better. And we'll put the noise back in. You know, the noise is part of the render, but we'll put that back in with a bump map. So we'll get a more realistic texture if we take some of the noise out here and then put some 3D noise in the form of a bump map back on later on. Now I want to do an XY comparison on this one and this one, just to check the exposure. I think I might have been a bit more in shadow when I took this picture. Let's do a zoom in, and you can see actually they're not bad together. Really, we'll be able to blend these together without too much of an issue. So that will do. Right, so you know, when you're starting a project like this, painting the house, or you know, any project you might do, having your own textures is a huge benefit. You know, you can do the color correction on them, you've got high resolution, you get exactly what you want. You know, getting textures from texture packs and whatnot is fine for a quick job, but if you can, take your own. Now I'm going to get this one as well, so let's go over to develop. And again, the procedure should be fairly obvious by now what we're going to do, and I'm just going to do this one. I'm going to bring many textures into Lightroom, and I'm not going to do this with you guys for every single texture because I think you get the idea. I just wanted to show you these first few and how I developed the textures basically before we brought them in. And some noise removal. Okay, and this gives us some of these smudges down here which I quite like, and let's do a crop off this part. Done. And of course I can change all the saturations and tonal levels here. So let's take our main little guy that I'll use for the bottom of the wall with, not that one, let's see, I've got one here that I've cropped, there we go. And this I quite like, but it could probably do with some contrast, so develop, and we can use the tone control for this. I can just bring the blacks down a bit. As you'll see, those will get darker like so. And then I'm going to push the whites up a bit. Okay, so that just makes this more pronounced. I want to see that as the bottom lip around the house, so I quite like it that it's a bit darker. But anyway, you can do all sorts of tonal and color adjustments within Lightroom, as you may possibly already know. So I'm going to take these 4 images that I've just color corrected a little bit and denoised. And did I actually denoise this one? Sorry, I'm having a senior moment. I've forgotten whether I took the noise out or not. Let's just double check. So where are we? Noise, noise, noise. No, I didn't. So I'm just going to take a bit of noise out of that. There we go. Okay, better. Ooh, with the noise taken out, I'm really not liking that. Let's put the noise back in, and I think I've taken too much noise out of this one, so let's try 25. Always better to zoom out and have a little check. Alright, so that one should be fine. Let me just go back here. So, got this one, this one, this one, and this one. Aha! I thought that looked a bit handicapped. That's not the one we were after. We were after this one, of course. Sorry, as I said, definitely having a moment there. And I have taken the noise out of this. Right, okay. So this one I don't want. I thought it looked a bit weird. And in fact, I'm just going to remove that from this collection altogether, as I didn't really like it as a texture. Okay, so let's take the 4 we've corrected and export. And export, let's go for a TIFF16, and this is just in fact I'll run through the whole export procedure just in case you've never done it. Export, so we're going to go to my folder. Now this is the wrong folder, so I'm going to hit choose and choose the right one. So I've chosen my project folder in Maya, source images, and I've just created a raw textures directory, so I can select the folder on that. Now file names I'll leave as is. But you might want to rename these if you're dealing with a whole bunch of textures. I'm going to use a TIFF format, zip compression, color space RGB, and a bit depth of 8. Let's not resize these images, and don't need any more than that, so export. Now I've got my 4 textures exported out, or I will do in a second when this export finishes. Okay, so that finished exporting. Let's go to Mari. Now in Mari we've got our basic scene set up. Now we need to paint through those images onto our actual geometry, or indeed onto our UV space. So image manager here, under where we had the shaders, and I'm going to open up some images. So this has gone to my source images textures raw, and I'm going to grab these 4 images and open, and they'll appear here in this image manager. Now to get these out, you just left click and drag, and that will open them up here in the viewport. Now it's shift and left mouse button to move them around, it's control to rotate them, and it's shift and control to size them. So let's get the one that's acting as our base texture, this one, and you can see I'm going to use this as a base because it's got this nice kind of dirt bit down the bottom. Now Mari works very similarly to Photoshop with its layers. Basically one goes on top of another, they all have different blending modes, very similar to Photoshop. So before we start painting on this house, let's introduce a new layer and call it base texture. Now it is important to name your layers on this because we're going to end up with a few of them, and then we're going to group them together, and we're going to use selective parts of the layers to build a bump map, a specular map, and things like this. So an unorganized workflow here is just going to make your life more difficult later on. Now we can, in this case, paint on the house, and you'll notice one thing that happens. If I was to paint the texture like so I'm just going to paint this along the bottom of the house. Lovely bit of texture on the wall there. When I zoom out, or in fact let's bake that down, so you can see because we are on not auto bake, I can then, if I've painted it here slightly off the floor, I can then just zoom out the camera a little bit, get it in the right position, hit B to bake, and there we go. The problem is that I've got my image here, and then I zoom out, and my image isn't in scale. So if I come here and I'm painting away in, detail, paint, and you can press R to change the brush radius, and K brings up the brush menu, so we can say let's get a hard brush, and painting away. And then I think zoom out just to paint this bit under here, so I Alt and let's bake this down, and Alt and right mouse button. You'll see the image size has radically changed. So if I start painting now, I'm going to get something that looks completely different, which is not good for us. So to clear the paint buffer, Control and Shift, clear the paint buffer. Control Shift and C will clear the paint buffer. Okay, so we need to lock this to a certain scale. So if I get that to a size I'm happy with, so say just over 1 story, and then I come up here, little arrow here, I can do a scale lock. So lock the scale of this image. I can still scale it by pressing Control and Shift. So I am not locked to scale. What that does is lock the scale to the zoom. Okay, very handy when you want to zoom about, paint a bit, zoom out. Well, you'd have to bake your painting, of course, to be zoom out, and that image remains a consistent size. Okay, so now it's easier sometimes to paint on the UV map, and this is definitely one of those times. So I'm going to get rid of this base texture layer. Easiest way is to just delete it. So right click on it and hit delete. Where are we? Cut. There we go, and just create a new one. Just to get rid of all that stuff that I've painted on there. Now go to the UV, and now we need to start painting on the walls. And because of the way our UV is laid out, we've got all these other patches, which becomes a bit of a problem when we look in the ortho view. And let me just hit P for paintbrush, so that image goes away. When I'm in the orthographic view, I can kind of see all these beams, and if I wanted to paint in here, well, everything kind of on top of everything else and getting in the way. So we go to the UV view, hit S to select the patches we want. Now if you've got some patches selected, just hit S and click anywhere that's not a patch. And then we want to select the walls of the house. So let's go here, select and Shift S and select again. And then we'll go up to visibility and hide unselected. Now if we go back to the ortho view, you can see we just have the walls, which makes the base painting much easier. Okay, UV. Now let's grab our texture, and I'm going to shrink this, so Control Shift, and it came in ginormous, excuse me, and just continue to shrink it down till it's the right size. There we go. And I want to paint this in, I want to keep as much detail as possible, and this is a 4K texture. So if we look at this, this is going to be about 1K, this wall in texture space, maybe about 700. Actually, where is the patch? Okay, so that will be 2K. So from there, this corner to this corner will be 2K. So I've got a lot of texture space to work in. Now let's move this, straighten it up, Control. You just want to match that onto the UV there. Okay, and I want that a bit smaller. I want to preserve decal, and a bit smaller again. Okay, and now I'm just going to paint this through. And you'll notice when we get to the top here, we can't paint anymore because we've run out of texture, but I'll show you how to fix that in a second. Okay, so that's painted the whole texture in, but what if we wanted to keep painting here? Well, if you press the semicolon, that will then repeat the texture through. So let's come in and let's make sure we've got this texture locked before we start moving the camera about. So scale lock we have indeed. B to bake out what we've painted, and let's just keep on going and make sure this lines up here nicely. There we go. Okay, and you'll see we've got some seams in here. We're going to deal with that in a second. First, we'll just get a base texture on this one wall, and then we'll go to the ortho view and have a look at what it looks like. Okay, let's bake that out. Alright, so that gives us a texture on one wall, but we're going to have a horrible repeat here. So let's go to the ortho view, and you can see here we've got our one texture on with a hideous repeat across the top. So let's sort that out. Let's go to the UV view, and I've got my texture here, so I can flip it the other way around, get this so it's like so, and then I can just paint through that thing there. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Bake that, keep going. Okay, bake this one. Now I've got that problem where I've still got some seams. I'm going to hit the paintbrush so that doesn't keep getting in the way. So now we need to paint out the seams, and we can do this with the clone stamp tool. Very, very similar to Photoshop. So I'm going to come up, I'm going to hit Control to pick a source. There we go, and then I'm going to paint out here. But for this I want to use a very soft brush. So I'm going to use this default soft brush, and I'm just going to paint out here. Now you can take a bit more time with this and do a better job of this matte painting, but you can see here we've got some repetition, so just come in, do a few dots, remembering to push B as you go along, and let's just come in and gently feather out this kind of horrible seams we've got. Okay, whoops. Going to clear the paint buffer there because I moved the camera, and I'm going to select a different control point. So I'm going to select one that's a bit further away from the point that we're actually using, and for this seam this way I'm going to need to select a different control point, so maybe around here. Let's come in and just paint this out a bit. And a different control point. Okay, so bake that down, and let's go seam hunting. Now I've got a bit here that I don't like. And with this sort of texture here, you don't have to be too careful, because the whole point of it is that it looks a bit random. Whoops, now I've gone and done something I really don't like there. Let's just select a different control point and paint up. Now you can spend a lot longer on this than I am, obviously, but I'm just kind of getting rid of the worst of it right now. This will be our very base texture, and let's come here. I really don't like this, so let's select that, come in and paint that out and bake it, and I'm going to select a point a bit further away, so here, and come in and get rid of these seams here. And I'm baking every time I move the camera. Okay, I don't like that seam there, so let's just get rid of it a bit. And that there isn't a seam, it's actually an artifact of the wall. So here, that looks decidedly dodgy. I think that was actually part of the original texture, but I don't like it, so I'm going to randomize it up a bit. There we go. Okay, bake that out, and that does one wall for us. Let's go to the ortho view, and there we can see our wall texture. Lovely kind of darkening around here, and quite happy with that. Now obviously new Mari has the same color correction toolkit that Photoshop has, or a very similar one, so I can change the levels, color balance, saturation and whatnot. But first things first, let's get a whole base texture on here. So back to the UV view, and we're going to use this same one. Now whoops, I've got the clone stamp tool on, which is why what we need is the paint through, which is here. And I'm gonna, yeah, and that's saved the image for me from the last one. So here we go. Let's just continue to paint out some of our house. Okay, bake that out. And I'm holding shift to move the actual image. There we go. And I'm going to press semicolon so the image doesn't repeat. That will make sure that I can't go over onto this thing here. Okay, let's bake that out. And we've got another one here. Now the thing is, I'm not too sure where this is in relation to the ortho view. So if I take a nice red brush, and one of the nice things about Mari is I can just go like so, bake it out, have a look in the ortho view, and that's that wall here. So now I know that if I come back to the UV, that is the bottom of the wall where we have these two marks. So if I just colour in there on this view, bottom of the wall, hit bake, go back to the UV, now I know this is the bottom of the wall. So if I go back to my paint through tool, now I know that I need to rotate this way and line that up with the bottom of the wall there. And now I can just paint through it. Okay, so although we spend some time painting on UV maps, which could be done in Photoshop, it's a great aid to the whole visual process, Mari, to be able to see where you're painting at least. So now we've got that wall, and the bottom is indeed there on the bottom. Nice. So let's keep going. So we've got this, and this, a few small bits and pieces here. Get that like so, and this time I'm going to repeat the texture, but I'm not going to paint upwards. We'll do it a different way this time, just because we can. And you'll notice we've got a seam there, but we can fix that. Now in order to do this a different way, let's hit rotate, bake down what we've already done with B, rotate, just flip this upside down like so, come here, move this up here, and then let's get a solid color on this. There we go, and that will make our seaming easier to fix as well. So bake, and let's see. So we've got a seam here. This is actually pretty seamless. There's a split in the model there, so that should be okay. I've noticed I've missed a bit here. Let's just come in and fill that in. There we go. Bake that down. Okay, let's just quickly get rid of this seam here. So clone stamp and pick a control point somewhere down here, and let's just go and paint that out so it's not quite so obvious. Now I've got a very hard brush, so I'm probably going to want to select the default soft brush for this. There we go, just so we get soft edges. Let's marry that up and sort of blend it in there. Connect up those two white bits. There we go. That'll do for the basic base layer. So let's just continue and finish off the rest of these walls. Now for this, again, I'm not quite sure where this is in the UV space. I think it's the bay window, and I think this is the bottom. So let's put this back to red. I don't know why it wasn't, and hit P for paintbrush. So I think this is the bottom. So let's bake that and have a look. Yep, there we go. There's our little big arrow pointing downwards, so now we know what's what. UV, we can come back up to our image, paint through. Okay, so what has happened here to our image? There we go. Just a little viewport glitch there. So let's come in, and this is bent, so we'll need to, and I'm going to switch back to a hard brush. Now we're just clipping up there the edge of the repeat on the map, but I'm going to have a look, and I think that should be fine, because I remember this wall is not visible along the very top edge, I seem to recall. So, if it ain't broke, we shouldn't need to fix it. Okay, let's have a look. And no, I was wrong. You can see under there. So there's an easy-ish fix for this. Let's go to the UV, and let's just make our image a bit bigger. So paint through, and why does my image keep disappearing like that? There it is. I've obviously got some sort of viewport glitch going on here, but you know, not to worry. And I can just make this a little larger, just so we don't get that repeat on the top edge. Okay, and I'm just going to repaint this back in again. And that'll get rid of that black bit up there. Does make our texture ever so slightly larger than we've had it, but you know, it's a tiny amount, so it's not really going to be noticeable. And bake that out. Okay, now we've got a few bits left. We've got this bit here that we need to do, so let's get that lined up. And then we're going to hunt seams on the main image. Now this is not particularly what I want to do, so with this repeat up here, but it doesn't matter for now. Let's just get the bottom bit filled in, bake it, rotate the image 180, go like so. Come with a nice soft brush to do the initial brush out here, just to get rid of that big seam there. You can always use the clone stamp tool if you need to later on. And let's just come along and finish painting that off. Now we've got a seam, so B to bake this down. Let's zoom in here, we can see that quite nasty, quite visible. Clone stamp and control again to select a control point, and let's just come in. And I've got a hard brush, so I'm going to control shift and C to clear that and go back to a soft brush. And there we go, just get that so it's not quite so noticeable, just a bit of randomness. And Mari is probably, you know, easier to use if you have a tablet plugged in, which I normally would do. Just makes the whole painting experience nicer because it fully supports the use of pressure for opacity and things like that. So it is quite nice to use with a tablet if you're lucky enough to own one. Right, so let's have a look in the orthographic view and see where we're getting with our base texture. Now we've got a seam here, I can see, which we can use the clone stamp tool to paint out even in the 3D view. And we're actually missing a bit of texture, but this is fine. We're just getting a base in at the moment. So let's finish. So we've got a few bits and bobs to do here. So paint through. And I'll start with just painting through the top of the wall first. Okay, and then I'll rotate this. And I'm going to want to use a soft brush to get the division between. Okay, and now I need to paint out the seams with the clone stamp tool, but we'll look at that when we come back. I just want to finish off these last few bits. So these bits are actually here. So let's just paint those out. They don't really need a darkening at the top or the bottom. So this is the steps, by the way, these bits here. B. And this smaller UV patches in the middle is actually the inside of the house. So I'm going to put a new layer inside. Now we won't be seeing this, but I'm going to just paint it out a similar creamy white color to this thing. So I'm just going to select the color here and then hit the paintbrush, make sure I'm on the base texture inside layer and just paint this out so it's not grey. And I can use a bigger brush. Whoops, there we go. And probably a hard brush too. Done. R to get the brush bigger, by the way. Or again, if you're using a tablet, that can be controlled by the pen pressure. Okay, B to bake that lot out. Okay, and that should just about give us a base texture on all our walls. And an inside of a house as well. Okay, so we've got the steps to do, but just as a base texturing exercise, this is not looking too bad. We've got some things to fix here, some seamage going on, but not too much of it really, considering. So when we come back, we'll continue to fix those seam errors, but we'll also look at using some of the other textures we've got, because this is all kind of samey. And if we look at this guy here, you know, we've got some different variation in these textures that we picked. So we'll look at merging different layers and textures together to create something that's perhaps a little more interesting than just this base layer. But for a base texture, you know, if you rendered that out now, that'll look pretty good for old render on this house. So I thank you for watching this part, and I hope you've picked something up from this, and I will see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So we'll continue here with the painting of our house. Now, if at any point you want to take a better look at the texture you're actually painting, because right now this has all Mari's lighting on it. We have the shadows here, and we also have the blue coming through from our IBL and other light sources. So I can turn all that off, I can turn the shadows off here, and I can go to flat shaded. Now you'll see this looks a lot more yellow when it's got no lighting contribution on it. So it is worth checking into the flat shade, and the flat shade will also show up things like seams a lot better. You can see we've got a very nasty seam here. Now we fixed some of this before with the clone stamp tool. So making sure I'm on flat shade, I'm just going to check around the model to see any seams and then attempt to fix them. So again with the clone stamp, and I'm going to make sure I'm on a soft brush, and I'm going to make it about that size, and then control to select a point. There we go. And now I'm just going to paint in here. Okay, I'm not actually selected a layer that I'm painting on, so you're not going to see any painting happening. Right now, let's just come up here and kind of brush this out a little bit. Now, we're not looking for perfection here. The nature of the texture, and let me just cancel that because I've got my my selection point a bit close to my main brush. So let's just control and select over here. We're not looking for perfection here. The nature of this texture means that it's going to be a bit messy, so you just want to take away obvious lines. So let's control here, as we've done before really. Now we're just doing it in the 3D view. Okay, just tighten that up so there's no very obvious line. Now we've got a bit of an issue down here as well, where these two come together. So let's just kind of tidy that up a bit. And I need to select a different control point. There we go. Okay, so just tidying up a bit really, and you also have to remember that our camera for this particular model is always going to be about this far away. So, you know, you don't want to spend 4 hours delicately painting something out that's going to be a few pixels wide at the end of the day. Let's just put our lighting back so we can get a better look at how that will go in Maya. Very obvious seam off the corner there. And that's about enough. I tend to do a quick clean up on the base texture, and then when I've got all the other elements on, the grunge, the dirt and whatnot, then I can come back and look at doing a proper clean up. But for right now, I'm just going to hit P for paintbrush, and I'm going to add a little character to this front wall here. Now if I look at the textures we brought in, we brought this one in, which has this nice kind of swell pattern through the middle. So I'm going to use that one now. I'm going to drag that out there, drop it, Control Shift to scale it down, and I'm going to get this in a sort of place that I like. Okay, so just Shift to move that about, and I'm going to come in and I'll probably paint this on a different layer. So I'll hit up a different layer here and call this Base Overlay Main. Oops, I have caps lock on. Alright, well, probably better to do that without the caps lock, but for now it'll be fine. So I'm just going to paint in that interesting swirl pattern here. Okay, just to give myself a bit more of a different texture on the front of the wall. Then I'm going to bake that down, and now I need to blend this, and I'm going to do this a different way. Just
so we can see that. Now let's find out where that was. Okay, so you can see here, let me put that back to the paintbrush to get rid of the picture, where I've painted in that other pattern, and I've got a line all the way around. Now I could use the clone stamp for this. I could change its blending mode to say overlay, and that will help it to kind of blend in a bit more. I could try a different overlay, for instance multiply, which will make the whole thing really dark. I can try a color burn. You can pick out the correct mode for you. Overlay tends to work quite well with things like this, as can let's see, color dodge sometimes. No, it's far too light. So pick out a blending mode that's right for you. For most of these things I tend to go with overlay or normal. So I'm going to use a blend mode of overlay, and that kind of gets me in a ballpark here, but I've still got some bits that need painting out. Now I could do this with the clone stamp, of course, or I could do it a different way, which I said, one mask. So this will mask out parts of this image. So for instance, if I take the paintbrush here, and just to get a better view of this, I'm going to change its blending mode to multiply. That will just make it really dark and horrible so we can see where it is. If I take a black brush now and make sure I'm on this layer mode, paint through, you'll see it disappear. So black will, like any layer mask, make that disappear. White will have no effect on it whatsoever. There we go, none. And half grey will dim it by 50%. So you can use one of these layer masks to kind of mask out this color. Now we can also get this done all in one fell swoop. If we use, say, a gradient, now this will bring up a gradient texture box, and it's the same control shift, the same way we control the normal image. Just come out here, don't hold anything, make that a bit smaller, whoops, and I've painted on it, there we go. And just kind of get that so it's the size and shape of your overlaid piece. Now we're not going again for perfection, we're going to get roughly there. But I want to fade this out in a circular pattern, so I can come up and change my type to radial, and there we go. And remember, everything that's black will disappear. So if I give this a different in point of, say, 0.5, you'll see I can make the circle bigger or smaller as I please. Now I'm going to give this an in point of 1, and I'm going to give this an out point of 0.2, actually 0.8 the other way around for this one. Okay, and using this I can sort of grow or shrink this texture as I like it. But now this should be fine, so let's just paint. And as you can see, I'm just painting over there. Okay, let's move this, shift, see what we got. And as you can see, that's completely blended in with the background, and we've just got that one dark overlay spot. Now that's a bit too much blending for me, so I'll clear this paint buffer. But just as an example, now to get less blending, I'm going to make this box a little bigger that way, a little bigger this way, and the same here. There we go. There, now I'm going to paint over it. Remember to have the mask selected in the layer. Okay, that should do us. There we go. You can see it's a nice blending. It's on multiply, so it doesn't look too good yet, but if we put that on to overlay, we get a much better blending, as you can see when I turn that on and off. So it lets me create large areas of interest with a pretty good blend into the background. Now let's go back to the paintbrush, making sure we're still selected on the mask, and then we can zoom in. Whoops. I've still got some sort of thing active there, so let's clear that from the paint buffer. And that indeed was my overlay, so I'm going to have to repaint that. My apologies. That's what happens when you forget to bake it out. And let's make it a bit bigger, make sure we're in the right position, and once again, there we go. And this time remember to hit B to bake out. So turn that off just to see what it looks like. There you go, and that let us blend rather easily a nice big swath of different color and slightly different wall texture. Now you can repeat this process with other scuff marks. So let's take this image here, Just drop that down there, and there's a rather nice kind of scuff mark here. So let's put that on one side of this door. So let's bring that down there. And I can use the same base overlay texture for this. And let's just paint that on there, but not on the image mask. Make sure we're back on the color layer. So let's kind of come in and paint this here. Quite a nice kind of scuff mark. Now I can bake that down, and this is such a good color match between the textures, we don't even need to come in and kind of use the clone stamp or gradiate that out. So we've got that. Now let's see, any other little marks on this wall? Yeah, a couple there that are quite nice. Let's go to zoom in and throw a few of these in here. And it's just a case of layering these textures together. There we go, bake that down. And let's see. Let's get a couple of bits here. Just coming in to create more of a dirt pattern. There we go. Bake it down. Alright, so because the blending on that works so well, one of the reasons is because we're on overlay. If we were on normal and I go to paint box, you see that's kind of a horrible blending, but on overlay that blending works much better for us. So let's have a look at our ortho view. Okay, and we're starting to get, look, little kind of splashes, little defects here. If we come up here, you can see that kind of different colored pattern that we've got there. Let's put, because I've got a feeling that these splashes that we've painted here are going to be hidden when we put our door frame in. So let's put a more prominent place for those. Maybe, let's see, let's get some here. So what I'm going to do is just mark out the points that would be good to have some sort of distressing. So I'm going to put a red dot there, bake that on, because I'm going to want to come in and distress that later on. So if we go to the UV now, we can see where that red dot is. Now I don't need it, so I can actually Control Z for this one. And there we go, red dot's gone. You don't need to, you can paint straight over the top of it. It's just, I prefer sometimes just to use the Control Z to get rid of it. And let's come in, let's make this bigger, and let's get a nice kind of double splotch there. Actually, I've gone down a bit too far on this one. Let's just come here, there we go. Okay, so this puts us in some distressing. Let's have a look, and we should see that there where we previously painted the red dot. So using Mari is quite handy to just suss out exactly where you're going to put your bits and pieces. Now, this is kind of enough for the base. We're going to need some more distressing, however, so I'm going to hit P for paintbrush. And one of the things I'd like to do is show some bricks through this wall as if the render had kind of crumbled a little bit. So let's dive into Lightroom. And I've actually got some grunge textures here. Now this one is not mine, this one I downloaded from the internet, and I'll make a link in a readme file for the tutorial from where you can get it. It's a free texture site that offers textures for commercial and non-commercial work alike. Very nice guy runs the site, so I advise you to check that out. I wasn't able to get my own picture of this kind of brickwork and plaster, so I'm using, in this case, somebody else's. So let's just export this the same as we did before, and let's see, export, no, I'm going to do just a standard export. Okay, and that's going in my textures raw folder, and everything else should be as I left it, so we can do this. We can also look for some more grungy decals while we're here. So I like these kind of holes at the bottom of walls, so I'm going to grab this one. Yeah, that one actually looks quite good, and let me grab this, and this is a nice grungy texture, probably this and this. Okay, so let's export all that lot. I like to have a few choices, even if I don't use absolutely everything that I take with me. Now let's see, we've got some fittings here somewhere that I took the other week. So we've got some of these kind of entry pipes, and I'll probably just straighten this one up. So into develop, and I'll probably crop it too. And I kind of like this runoff, so I'll leave that. And let's see if this can do a half decent job of leveling this off. No, not really. Enable profile correction. There we go. Okay, let's see if we can do this manually, just to level this out a bit. And not too much, otherwise we'll end up completely distorted. Let's straighten a bit. There we go. There, done. So it's much more square now. When I go to put it on the image, I'll have an easier time painting it. So let's just crop it a bit, because we've got that bit at the bottom now. Done. And let's export this one too. Okay, so I've gone and got some more kind of grunge pictures and whatnot. And I'm going to make these available on the site with a download, and I'll probably make a texture pack of them too at some point, so you'll be able to come in and grab these. But anyway, for now, let's just load our new images into Mari. So let's just sort that by date modified, and I'll get the ones I've just put in. Okay, so we've got a whole bunch of grunge textures we can start to play with now. Now I would like some dripping down this window. Let's take this one. And this one I might have to play with the blend mode a bit on, so I'm going to actually give it its own layer. So I'll give it a layer, and yeah, come on you. There we go. I'll call this window drips. And the reason, as I said, I'm naming these, it's just for later on when I start to create the bump mode and bump maps and things. Okay, so let's actually do this in the UV view. It will be easier to kind of get it lined up. Okay, and we want some dripping under this window here. So, or maybe under this small one up here would be actually nicer. So let's get that there straight. And let's just paint through that until we get that nice collection of drips from the window. Okay, I'm not too worried about getting the kind of perfect blend in at the moment, because I'll play with the blending modes in a minute and maybe even have to use the clone stamp. But this brings us to one thing. If I put the paintbrush back now, this is kind of no good. It's too big for the window. So I can use now the transform paint buffer tool. Because this hasn't been placed down yet, it's not fixed, which means I can still transform the paint buffer. And if we look under the tool settings, we can hit the transform, the right tool, and we can scale it by shift and control the same way we would scale any image. So I can scale that down, bring it more in line with the window, then I can pull it out this way, pull it out this way, and just get that so it's kind of in the center. I might have to zoom out a bit for this. Of course, that's going to drag the paint buffer with me, and this can be a bit of a pain to use, but we're kind of almost there. And then finally just pull this one, kind of drag that, get the position and size that you require. Now I want just a little bit bigger than the window, so maybe like so, and just underneath with that sort of grunge layer there. And now I can hit B to bake. So until you bake, there's a lot of things you can do with the actual transform. Now let's go for a blending mode, and again, with these kind of colors being so similar, we should get away with just a overlay. And no, that's not going to work in this case, is it? So let's just put that back to normal, and we're going to need to blend this in. So again, I can use one of these, a gradient, just make that a bit bigger there. And this time I'm going to use just a linear gradient and rotate that up that way and make it smaller. There we go. And I'm going to need a mask, so let's put one of those in, and then I can come here, press P for the paintbrush. Whoops, sorry, it should be on the paintbrush, but just a bit big. A bit more like that there, and let's just paint that through to the mask. Now if I move this, you should see that I've got a bit of a blend in there. So let's do the same thing here. Get a bit of a blend in here. And once again we've got that kind of blended in, and then I can come here like so. First paint out this, and I'm just using this gradient to kind of get a more accurate blend in. Okay, so that's a bit better. I have to go back up here and get a bit more blending up here. Okay, so that's sort of blended that in. Let's bake that down, and then we can go to work with the clone stamp tool. Although really not liking how this is looking. Let me just try a blending mode here. So screen is definitely the wrong one. Overlay, let's have a look. This is a bit better. Let me see what that looks like in the ortho view. Okay, so this is not looking good. You know, this is not blending well at all, but that doesn't mean we have to chuck it in the bin. Let's go back to the UV, and we could tidy this up a bit. We could come in with a kind of mid-grey brush here and P for paintbrush and start painting on this map, maybe a bit darker. Okay, just to paint some of the rougher edges away. Okay, and a bit darker still. There we go. And I'm just masking out some of the rougher edges, just so we see no obvious corners, really is the most important thing. Alright, and now we've got this, we're set to overlay, but blending kind of sucks between the two. No one's going to believe this is, you know, the same plaster as we've got up here, so, you know, I can come in and try and hand paint these kind of things out, but that's going to take a long time. And whoops, I kind of cleared my old blending there. Silly me. You know, to hand paint this out is going to take an unreasonable amount of time, in my opinion. So we can just come in and give us a few knocks up, a few notches in the bottom there. There we go. Okay, just help ourselves out a little bit, bake that down. Now we can add an adjustment layer. So adjustment layers work a little bit like in Photoshop. If I put an adjustment layer in, it'll appear over everything. I can put an adjustment stack in also, which will be a little stack box that appears here, which will allow me to put many adjustments on just the one layer. So first of all, let's try a grade node. So I'm going to open this up, and when I click the adjustment stack, you'll see that I get this little window. Pin it here, otherwise it will close down when you move your mouse away from it. And let's check out the grade node. Now with a grade node, I've got a black point and a white point, so I can try adjusting one down. See, I'm getting a much better blend now, and when I adjust the white point here, I should be able to come in and get a pretty close match between the two with just these two nodes. Now I can try to multiply. Basically, I'd normally do this on the black and white point. So, you know, you can normally get a pretty good blend with just these two things. And that's looking pretty good. So as you can see, without the need to come in and kind of self-paint out and whatnot, we've already got something that's pretty good. Now, if we pop open the layer stack again, you'll see I've got this grade node in it. Aha, sorry about that, folks. I've just ripped off my whole layer stack here. Okay, so there we go. I just had one box sitting on top of the other, which was a little confusing for a moment. But here's the layers. that we have. So we are of course on this window drips layer, and here's the adjustment stack for the layer. So when you click that, you click this, and you see I've got one adjustment in there. Now I can add another adjustment. So add adjustment layer to the stack, which will only affect the window drips, and this time we can add a hue, saturation and value. So I can now hue shift the whole lot of this to get a different color on those should I want to, but any oversaturation that I've gotten from the black point and white point shift, I can now kind of amp up or amp down. So I'm just going to go with a little less saturation. Okay, I'm going to close the adjustment stack, and then I'm going to make the layer a bit less opaque, just to make it a bit subtle. So 0.85 maybe, somewhere around there, and I get this. So now I've got a fairly seamless blending there, you know, between the two bits, and didn't have to do much hand painting at all. Now let's look at the ortho and see what that looks like with its drips. And just go straight to ortho, not ortho UV, and that's looking pretty decent. Okay, so before we go any further, there's only one major bit of distressing I want to bring in, and between the parts I'm going to go around the house and add a few little knickknacks and doodads and whatnot, just to get, you know, some extra character into this. But one last bit of major distressing I want to just walk through was these bricks, and let's see, where did they get to? There we are. So I'm going to bring this in, I'm going to turn it round, and I just want to do these. This, I really like this this kind of bricks showing through, and we need a size for it. So they've got one small window and it's almost as big as one of those. So to get a reference size for me, I'm going to make this thing about this big. Okay, and I want mine to go across a corner, but the easiest way to achieve this is to first paint it on a flat bit. Let's just come in and paint this in. Okay, so somewhere around here is nice. Let's just make sure we get that nice edging to it. And down here. Okay, that'll about do. I don't want too much. Now before I bake it, I'm going to just shift it around the corner, because I want to get this as a sort of corner piece. So the distressing goes right across the corner. But because we've got a seam there, this would be difficult to do in the UV view. But in this view, it's no problem. So I'm just going to hit B to bake that down, and I'm going to Control Z that, because I haven't created a layer for this distressing. So it's going into these window drips, and I don't want that. So I'm going to call this brickwork distress. Now I can bake it down onto its own layer. And there we go. So the blending on this is not bad at all, really, just to start with. Let's have a look at the UV. And you can see here that it started here and then it's gone all the way across to here. So it's baked straight across that large seam with no issues at all, really. Now I kind of want to saturate this a bit, so again I'm going to add one of those adjustment stacks. So add adjustment stack, and let's get some hue saturation in here. Click here, and the saturation, see, if you don't pin these, when you move your mouse they kind of disappear. They're sort of annoying, really. Let's just make that a bit bigger. And saturation, just saturate this a little bit more, just to get some more red in those bricks. So I can turn these on and off like in Photoshop, off, on, and I might do with this one a levels as well. So let's add a levels. And I'm just going to move the black point and white point a little bit. So let's see, let's move the black and the white. Okay, no, not on the output, on the input. There we go, that kicks it up a bit, and the black. Okay, let's just see what that's like. Done, so it pops it out a bit more. There we go. Now I'm just going to paint some of this out because some of it, this bit here specifically, we've caught the edge of the window frame here from the other picture, I don't want. So I'm going to use a layer mask for this. I'm going to come in with a black to start off with. I'm going to press K, make sure I'm on a nice soft brush, and I'm just going to mask these bits that I don't want out. So I'll come up and pretty much mask all of this out there. Now I can leave a little bit of this here. Just get rid of most of this. There we go. Now again, this is going to be much easier if you're using a tablet, because you can come in then and control the pressure sensitivity with the opacity of this mask. So for me, I'll have to go to now a dark grey to start masking out a little bit more subtly, and then a lighter grey and a lighter grey and whatnot until I get what I'm looking for. With a pen and a tablet, this would be a bit quicker. So let's have a look, maybe a darker grey, and as you can see, this is just a bit tedious this way, but you can do it with a mouse. I mean, it doesn't take that long, because this will just about do it for me. This is going to be bricks just coming through the render there, and you know, I might spend a little bit of time in between the parts just drawing on this mask, but it's not the most interesting process to watch, to be honest. Let's go to the ortho. Okay, so we're actually looking okay. I've got some masking to do around here. I seem to have something stuck in the paint buffer, so just clear that out. So I've got some more work to do on this masking, but I'll do that in between the parts and then show you the mask when I come back. Now you can see we've made this brick a lot redder. At any point you can actually disable your masks and disable your adjustments or adjustment stacks by just pressing Shift and clicking on them. So that will disable the mask where we masked out that bottom piece, and if I press Shift here, that will disable the saturation we made to the brickwork and also the levels. So let's Shift and click that again and it will come back. Okay, so we're about done for this part. I'm going to go ahead, and we've added in, you know, some little areas of interest around here, here. We've made these strips under the window, we've made this part, and we've made this kind of hole in the brickwork here. Now I'm going to come back in the next part when we're going to start painting out some of the other elements of the house. But before we do that, because I want a nice organized workflow here, all of this has to do with the main texture of the house. So I want to group this lot. So I'm going to click here, add an empty group, then I'm going to take all this stuff apart from the very base and I'm going to drag it into the group. So that's now organized under the group, and I can call this main wall color. So I'm nice and organized for the next time I come back, and if I turn that all off, you can see the grey base underneath. Okay, so we've made a fairly decent start right now. We've got a very nice texture on here, I think, and you know, we can bring back the flat lighting just to check it out. So that's what we've actually got without any lighting, and it's a fairly distressed kind of texture we've got on there, which is nice. Alright, so I will see you in the next part. I hope you found something in here useful, and when we come back we'll paint out the window frames, the beams, and we'll see what to do with these little steps here if we want a concrete or a brick texture maybe. And then we need to paint the roof of the house and put this all together in a texture with a bump and everything else. So I hope you found this interesting, as I said, and I'll be back in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So I've cleaned up my mask a little bit, and I've added a few more bits and bobs of distressed textures around the place. Now we might come back a bit later and add some more, we probably will, but for right now I want to get the base textures on some other parts of the house. So if we just go to the visibility and show all, that brings back the rest of our house. When we press S and just click away, we'll unselect any patches. So now I can see kind of the distressing under the window works nicer now, and you know, I could get the placement of this distressing. But right now I want to talk about painting the wooden beams for the house. So if we go over to the UV, these are the house beams, and if you're not sure where things are on the UV because you're using somebody else's or using mine, you can always just hold S and click on the beams, then go into the UV view and you'll see the relevant patch highlighted. I can now go visibility, hide unselected, and that will just show me the beams for this house. Now we're going to need some sort of wood texture for this, and for this it doesn't really matter what the color is, because we'll overlay the actual texture, so you know, the grain of the wood onto a base color, so we'll have more control this way of the actual finished color of the final beam. Now in Lightroom here I have a wooden beam. This one is from cgtextures.com. Didn't actually have chance to go out and shoot one of these, but this will be good enough for our purposes. The problem is it's not seamless, and we really want a seamless beam. So I'm going to show you how to take a texture like this and make it seamless. Now for this, we're just going to make this seamless on the vertical. So it's actually a quite easy process, but the same principle, same technique can be used to make a completely seamless texture. So I'm going to pop open Photoshop, and we're going to open this in Photoshop. Okay, so I'm just going to open that in Photoshop, and I've saved it out to the textures raw, wood rough, and because this is not going to lend itself well to being repeated multiple times, I'm just going to come in and I'm going to grab this so it's like so, and I'm going to crop it. Okay, now I'm going to check its image size because this will be important to making it seamless, and I'm going to make this 1400, and I'll make this 550. Just so you know what the size is, because now we're going to have to offset this to make it seamless. So filter, other, offset, and we want to in fact, what was the size of this? Now I told you to remember and I've forgotten. 1400, so we want to offset by 700. Okay, that will shift the texture into the middle, and as soon as I make this part seamless, this end and this end now match. So we don't want any on the vertical because we're not trying to make this part and this part match. Okay, because of the nature of wood and the grain is going this way, if there's a little bit of difference between the top and the bottom, it'll just get written off as wood grain anyway, so we don't need to bother with it. Now, I do need to brush out this line here, so I'm going to go to the clone stamp tool. Similar to what we've been doing in Mari, I'm going to get a decent-ish brush size. I'm going to use a soft brush, and then I'm going to come in, I'm going to select an area. Now it's Alt in Photoshop, whereas it's Control in Mari, but you know, and then I can just start brushing out here. Going to just brush out this seam, and you don't have to be super neat. It is wood, so it's not going to be too visible. And my brush has kind of disappeared off, so I'm going to have to pick a new control point. There we go. Just brush out the last of it. Here a little bit. You know, and that'll do. It's just got rid of that very visible, very obvious line. So let's go back to just the selection tool. And now I've got a seamless texture. When I apply this end to this end, all the cracks and everything else will match up quite nicely. However, I would like to grade this a little bit, so let's add a Photoshop adjustment layer this time, and let's go with curves. Now let's pull the black point up and the white point down. Now we can pull this down and you'll see the black point gets a lot stronger, and pull this up and the whites get brighter. This is a contrast S curve, so if I adjust the middle now, this will be the gamma. So black point, white point, gamma in the middle, basically. Okay, so that gives me something a bit more interesting. Now this is a bit blurry for me, so I'm going to use an unsharp mask. Okay, that looks a bit better. But let's turn the amount down. We don't want that much. Okay, let's tick off the preview. Okay, that just brings it into focus a little bit more. Okay, so we've got now seamless texture. So I'm going to save this out as a TIFF, and I'll call it Wood Seamless. And yes, so now I've got a seamless texture I can take into Mari. So let's pop open Mari and load in our seamless texture here. So I've got my wood seamless. I'm just going to bring that in, and you should see it in the image viewer here. So we can pull that out now and get started with the texturing. So before we do that, however, I'm going to go P back to the paintbrush. Now if we look at the UV map for, let's say, these beams that we want to paint. Now to get just these beams, I'm going to use S and select, and then I'm going to hide everything else. So visibility, hide unselected, and that gives me just the beams to work with. Now if we look at the UV map, you can see that most of my beams here, the wood grain is fairly obvious, so I want the wood grain going down in this case, like it's been cut from a long log, and because of the way these UVs have been laid out, the longer edge is normally the way you want the wood grain to go. However, that's not always the case, especially when we look at some of these shorter beams here. In the UV, I've no idea which way round they're going. I UV'd this a while ago now, so I can't honestly remember. But one of the nice things about Mari is we have a sort of shortcut for this. Because we have the vision on the screen here, or the visuals on the screen, I can hit up a new layer, call this marking junk, so I know to get rid of it. And let's see here. There we go, and now I can paint a directional arrow on these, so I know when I look at the UV which way around I'm supposed to be painting them. So I'm just going to press R to get a smaller brush, and I'll just go with black so it's easy to see, and I'll come in and just draw a line down the horizontal in the direction of the wood grain. Now B to bake that out. Now I'm pretty sure on most of the longer bits it'll be obvious, but some of these shorter bits maybe not so much. So I'm coming in and I'm just giving myself some visual indication here of which way the wood grain should go. So I can draw sort of a long horizontal on these ones, B to bake that out before we start moving around. And this just lets me mark up where I want things to go. So I think we should just be about fine now. I just want to get some of these shorter ones because they're not going to be obvious. And let me mark this one so it is obvious. And let's look in the UV. Now we can see now we've got a line indicating which way the wood grain goes. So this way, this way, this way, this way. Now on most of this it's going to be across the horizontal, but on some of it, as you can see with those shorter pieces, the wood grain should actually be going that way. So it is nice to have Mari here, so we get this nice visual indicator, and especially when you come to do things like the smaller windows of the house. So let's go to show all. You know, there's a lot of bits on these, and if we look at the UV for the smaller windows, as you can see, there's a lot of bits here. Now again, most of it's self-explanatory. The longer edge is going to be where the wood grain is going to go down, but on some of these smaller bits, you can use the technique that I just demonstrated of drawing in kind of marking points just to let yourself know which way the wood grain goes. So wood grain this way, wood grain this way, wood grain this way. If you need to, depending of course on how you have laid out your UV map, that may or may not be necessary. Now I've got my marks, so I'm going to get started with the texturing. So I'm going to need a new layer, and I'm going to call this one beams texture. Okay, so that's given me a new layer to work with, and let's go back to visibility, hide unselected, so we don't have all the other stuff to deal with. Back to the UV, and we can start UV in this now, painting this now. So let's bring in our wood seamless. Now one thing to note, if I come down here and I'm going to size this up so it's just a bit smaller than one of the beams, and if I paint this on like so, you can see we've got a very nice high detailed texture here. If I press semicolon to repeat the image, I'll just be able to keep painting. So we've got a nice high res texture that's going on here. Very nice indeed, and you might want to have a bit of a bigger brush there, and also a hard brush. Okay, just makes that a bit easier to paint out with some accuracy, and there we go, lovely jubbly. So V to bake that down, and I've got a very nice high-res texture. So you might think at this point that you can just kind of size this whole thing up, scale this image down till it's the correct size, and then paint this all in one go. Easy peasy. There we go, bake that out, and zoom in, and you've got a really low-res bitsy texture. Now when we're working with Mari, we're going to have to come in and do this at the scale we want. So if I want this image to be this high res, then it's going to have to be like so. So now I can come in and paint these one at a time. So it's more awkward, but we will get a higher resolution texture this way. So just keep painting up until we've painted all these beams. and bake out before we move on. Now if you need a, let's lock the scale of this as well so we don't get, so there we go, and once again this menu is most annoying. There we go. So now I've locked the scale, so if I accidentally zoom out a bit the wood will stay at the same scale, the image here. Now if I want to see those visual indicators, I can make this layer less opaque so I can see behind it the visual indicator of which way the wood grain is going. But I think I'll be fine for now. So I'm just going to come up and let me just make sure that this image, I kind of rescaled that at some point. There we go. So I'm just going to go through now and paint out all of these boards. And it is a bit time consuming. I'd say we'd be about 5 minutes to paint this lot, but you know. We will end up with a very nice texture. Now I'm also going to just take the HUD away, the visual display here with all the tooltips on it, because I don't need it at the moment. So I'm going to go view display properties and turn the HUD off. It's just getting in the way a little bit as I'm painting out here. So bake that down and keep going. Now you might notice that the wood at the moment is a fairly drab colour. I actually quite like it. There's some houses like this where I used to live in England, and the tradition would always been to paint these beams a really black colour. But lately people have been kind of restoring them back to the original wood. So you could actually get away with leaving them this colour, I think. But I'm going to show you realistically how to use this texture, and then we'll come in and put a layer behind it and we'll be able to make this whatever color we want. So what we're painting out at the moment is really just the fibers for the wood grain for the wood, and then we'll be able to deal with the color later on. That said, I am actually quite a fan of this kind of raw naked blonde color. And because we're seamless, of course, we can just keep painting. We don't have to worry about the seams, which is one of the benefits of taking one of the textures into Photoshop like we did before and making that seamless. So there's actually quite a few of these beams. And let's get this one while we're here. And we're at the top, so and there we go, bake that, and let's go on to the next row. Just make sure you get it all. And you know, during this process, the fact that you're up close and kind of personal with these beams gives you an opportunity to really make sure that you get the grain exactly where you want it, as opposed to just stamping the image over the top or doing a mass paint. I get a little bit more precise control over what's going where, which I quite like, regardless of the amount of extra time it takes. Now we've got some beams here in the middle, I remember, that are going different ways. So now's the time to turn the opacity down on my layer here and look in, right, this one I can see from the little line that's been drawn on it. It goes this way. And there's a few here. I should rotate this so the grain's in the opposite direction and then move it. There's a few here that need to be this way with the grain. And there's also one here that's that way round. And I think there was only 3 of these. Let's have a look around the image. Yeah, these are all the right way up. Okay, so those shorter beams have been put the wrong way up, so we just rotate our wood grain to make sure it's all flowing in the right direction. Now I can turn the opacity of this back up and get back on with filling in these textures. Now the small UVs you can see in the center there, they would be beams that are not going to be visible in the render, so when I UV'd those I just made them really tiny, so you can pretty much practically ignore those ones. I'll probably end up painting them out the same color that the wood is at the end, just for the sake of neatness, but really you're not going to see them in the render, which is why they're so small and tiny. There would be probably things like the inside holes on the beams that we made in the second part of in the second volume of this tutorial. So because these are short beams, I'm just going to check they don't have any downward. No, they don't. I can see it going across, so absolutely fine. And we should be just about done with this in a second. It is, as I said, a fairly time-consuming process. Although, as you'll be, if you've been following along from Volume 2, and especially if you're new to 3D, it shouldn't surprise you that everything in 3D is a bit time-consuming if you want it done well. And this is but a couple of minutes, so it's honestly not that bad. We can get loads of these done here all in one fell swoop. Let's bake that out. Just a few more left now. Okay, and these ones are vertical, so let's rotate this. And it is important that we take the trouble to actually get this grain in the right direction, otherwise things could start to look a bit weird. And this one horizontal, I think. This is obviously some weird off-cut piece. And let's have a look. How are we doing? I think we just finished. Just going to have a quick double check. Everything looking really nice and textured at the right scale. Missed a bit. Again, another one of those weird off-cut bits. Still worth doing correctly, however. Okay, and all this bit in the middle, I'm just going to make it a solid, really dark brown colour, which will eventually match the beams. I've got a brown here, so let's go dark brown. And let's just change the width of my paintbrush. Hit P for the paintbrush tool. Scale that one up a bit. Whoops. There we go. And let me make sure I'm using a hard brush. I am. There we go. Easier to do this and not kind of spill over the edges of any other UVs with a hard brush. Okay, let's bake that out. Now let's have a look at this in the ortho view. And there we have gorgeous textured beams. I really like the look of these in this blonde texture that we've got. Really nice. And you know, we've got more than enough resolution on those for our camera distance. I'm never going to get closer than this, as in render that would be closer to the house than this, and at this distance they look fantastic. Now let's talk about changing the color. So we can do this fairly easily. We've got this masking junk here. We can get rid of that, and I call all the layers I'll eventually get rid of junk, just, you know, as a reminder. But anyway, so I've got this. Now I want to color it in. So let's take another layer and let's go and paint this the color that we want. So UV, okay, making sure you're not painting over what you've just painstakingly done. And I'm going to take this dark brown with maybe a hint more red in it. There we go. And I'm just going to take the paintbrush and I'm going to paint over the whole lot. There we go. You could always use patches filled foreground as well. That would do the same job, but really not that difficult to just paint. And there we go. And back to the ortho, and you'll see solid brown beams. Now drag that layer underneath and we'll call this beams base color. Now I need to set this layer to overlay, so that one is overlaid over the top of the base color. And you can see here I keep my texture and completely change the color of the beam. So I said that would be rather simple, and we've still got that gorgeous texture on there, and of course we'll make the bump map for it, which will kind of reinforce it in the render view. And you can then come in and change the color of this base to pretty much anything you want. We could try a lighter, more reddish color. So this one is entirely dependent on you and what look you're going for. So now we've got a much lighter colored beam. So I'll leave you to decide what final color you want for your beams, and to be honest with you, we'll probably have to come back in and tweak some of these colors after we've done some test renders, because the Mari viewport is good at showing us an approximation of what we're going to get in Maya, but obviously it's not perfect. So you know, there is no real substitute for doing your test renders and getting that just right. So I'm going to go with the darker one for now, and in the next part I'm going to paint the windows, but I'm going to do that between parts because the process is exactly the same. So the way we've done these beams is the same way on this house that the windows are going to be done. So if I bring those up, show all of these window frames. So if I just select the window frames and hide everything else, okay, I've got all these window frames to do, and if I look at the UV, I've got the same thing going on. I'm going to use the same texture. In the original picture of the house that I've managed to find on Google Earth, I think it was, or Google Maps should I say, I had a look at the house and the windows were indeed wood. So you know, this is an old house, and in fact let's undo that because I've gone and painted that on the beams color. So let's just window frame texture, and I'll just paint a couple of these in so we can see what's what. But I'm using the same technique, wood grain in the right direction, and then come in and paint all this lot out, and then I can color it afterwards by making this layer an overlay and changing the color underneath it. So if we look in the UV now, in the ortho, sorry, you should see something here that I've painted. There we go. So that was these pieces here. Now as you can see, this has got a few more bits than the main beams and a few more smaller bits, so use your marking technique to indicate direction of wood grain if you like. And I am going to actually get this done in between the parts because it's the same process and it's not a particularly interesting one to watch for a second time, I think. So when we come back, I'll have painted out all these window frames. Now I would say that the inner window frames, which you can't see here, let's just bring those back. So show all. So these inner window frames, let's select them. Whoops, there we go, and there. So I've got those all on another UV patch. These are going to be a white kind of gloss paint color. So for that I just come in and do a kind of off-white, there we go, like old gloss work. But we'll look more at that later. For now, let's just get that in the requisite color. Okay, so just paint work basically. Now we could come in later on and paint some distressing on this if we wanted to, but for right now, let's just paint them out as kind of a glossy white color. Okay, so in between the parts, I'm going to go in and take care of the window frames. Again, the same technique as we used on the beams, and I will see you in the next part when we'll be ready to start, probably with the bump mapping. So thanks for watching. I hope you've picked something up that was useful to you, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. So as you can see, I finished painting out the wood around these window frames, and I've also painted out the wood around the bay window exactly the same way. I've left the bottom of the bay windows here in a sort of gloss colour to give some contrast. Now, regarding this gloss colour, it's very plain, and you know, we could put a wood grain on here to break up the specular highlight that's going to be on it later on because it's gloss. We could paint some distressing on there, but what I don't want to do is take all the time and trouble of getting this kind of high-res wood pattern on these windows. So I'm going to use a Mari procedural texture. But before I do that, what we've done here, or what I've done rather, and if I click up to just view the current paint layer, that will show me just what's currently selected. So if I was to click the bay window texture, for instance, I'd just see that. And if I click the beams texture, I'll just see that. So you can view these one layer at a time without any of the underneath layers. But if I look at the window frame texture, you can see that both the white gloss paint and the beam work is on the same layer, which I don't want. So I'm going to go into the UV, I'm going to hit S to select this beam work, and I'm just going to undo that by going up to Patches, Fill, Transparent. I'm then going to create a new layer, which I'll place on, yeah, I think I'll just leave it there, and I'll call this one Inner Window Color. Okay, so now I've got that, I get my white paint again and go to Patches, Fill, Foreground, and that separates the layers. So if I look under the ortho now, you can just see I've just got that white gloss work on one layer. Okay, so now, as I said, it would be nice to get some texture on this gloss work. So if we go to the UV and zoom in, we can have a look. Now, for me, you know, I'm not going to go to the trouble of painting a wood texture out of here. I'm going to use a Mari procedural layer. So first I'm going to click on the Layers Adjustment stack and add a hue, saturation and value, always handy to have. Then I'm going to pop open the stack, I'm going to pin it, I'm going to make it a little bigger so we can see what we're doing, and I'm going to add to this a procedural layer. So you've got all sorts of noise and procedural layers in Mari. In fact, there's a great website which I'll leave the address for in the readme file for the tutorial, but it's got a list of all the Mari procedurals and what they look like. So if you're looking for a noise, you can refer to this. So that does have one that builds kind of a basic wood. So I'm going to use that just to add a little break up for the specular and a little bump, sort of brush stroke bump on this gloss work. Now let's add the procedural layer and plant wood. So we've got here a procedural wood that's way too big. Let's just move this down in size so we get something that's kind of woody and acceptable for us. So about there. And let's increase that noise size, just smooth out the noise a bit. There we go. So that should just about do it for us. Now obviously we don't want this, it's a bit psychedelic, a bit magic eye picture. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to change that layer to overlay, and that will allow the bottom layer to kind of shine through. Although at the moment you won't see it, because we're on view only the current paint layer. So I can hit view the current layer, or in fact view all layers, and now we'll see that overlay work. Okay, now that's a bit harsh for me, so I can adjust this white color down to a darker grey. There we go, and it's a little less obvious. I can also adjust the opacity of that overlay layer, of that wood grain layer, and that gives us something like this. So just a little bit of pattern on there. Now this part isn't actually a window frame, it's a part of the roof. So it's this part here, I'll show you. And it's this part here. So we don't want wood grain on that part. So let's go in, and you'll notice the wood grain has appeared all over this image. We'll fix that in a second. So we come in and we need a layer mask. So let's add one, and we're adding a layer mask to just this wood. So let's go and view just the layer mask. So we don't want anything here. So that will be black. So I'm going to have to come in and mask that out black. Okay, and I'm going to use a hard brush for this, and I'm going to clear that paint buffer. I think I overlapped a bit, so let's just come in, zoom in, and get a better handle on what we're actually doing. Okay, so I'm just masking this section out so it doesn't have that procedural noise on it. Oops, and I've gone over the window frame a bit, but before we bake out the paint buffer we can erase. So before I bake out this paint buffer, I'm going to go to the eraser tool, and I'm just going to undo that where I slightly cropped it. Now I can hit B for bake, and the eraser won't work after you've baked. Look, so bear in mind that if you make a mistake and you want to erase it with a simple eraser tool, you need to do that before you've baked out your work. So let's hit P for paintbrush and R to resize that a bit. And you can hold Shift to make sure you just draw a straight line if you need to, same as in Photoshop, and B to bake that out. So now if we look back in our ortho view, you'll notice that we have this black section. Where is it? There, on the roof. And if we view everything, you'll notice that this has none of that wood grain noise on it, whereas my window frame does. Now we've got to get rid of it on the rest of the house, so again UV, and this time this is pretty simple really. So it's just a case of making sure we're on this layer mask. Now this is our beams, so we don't want a wood pattern on those, we hand painted one. This we don't want a wood pattern on, so I'm going to just shift select the patches that we don't need. This is what we want it on. So let's come in here and whoops, clear that S, sorry, shift, done. So I'm just selecting these off patches. Come on. And making sure that I'm on the layer mask, I'm going to fill these with black. So patches, fill, black, and that's masked them all out. So let's have a look now in the orthographic view and make sure we are set on our texture. There we go. Give that a second to update. And I've got my random kind of wood pattern on here, which is good, and I haven't got that anywhere else. So that's just one way to use a Mari procedural, and we'll be using many more of those when we start off with the roof, but for right now we've got pretty much everything here. Now beams based color will turn the color for these beams on. So now I need a similar base layer for these window frames. So window frames texture, let's create a new layer, drag it underneath there and call it window frame base. Okay, now I need to do the same thing with this, so I'm going to come up to the UV and I'm going to view only the current paint layer, and I'm just going to paint a nice dark brown over the window frames, which are here. Okay, now you could add this to the same layer as the base coat for the beams, But this way gives us a little more flexibility. We can have slightly different color windows than we have beams this way. Now again, you could just go to patches and fill with a foreground color, which is a much quicker way to do this, but there we go. It's not like that way takes a long time either. Now, ortho, let's have a look. And here we go. Let's view all the layers. Okay, so now we've got those window frames with a base color on. So we keep the texture. The window frame texture is set to overlay, of course, letting us show that base color through. Now, for me, this base color here, it's a bit too vibrant. I want mine, you know, wood tends to go, or at least some species of wood tends to go a little silvery as it gets older, and I quite like that. So I'm going to take the base color for my beams, and I'm going to add a hue, saturation and value in an adjustment stack, HSV. There we go. Come in here and pop that open so we can see what we're doing. Bring that over there, pin it, and might take the saturation down a little bit. And as you'll see, that goes more towards the grey, sort of older looking wood color. And from here, of course, I can make it lighter, darker. I can change the hue. So having one of these HSV nodes gives us a bit of flexibility. And there we go. Just knock the edge off that color. Kind of prefer it, and you know, we'll test render in Maya as well, of course. And so I'd probably do the same thing with the window frame base. So again, just a HSV and knock down the saturation a little bit. Okay, just to give these sort of an older look. Right, there we go. So now again, I'm going to need, I forgot just one of those layers again for the bay window. So let's find the bay window, and inner window, window frame, beams. Okay, so where is this bay window? Aha, there we go. So let's add another layer. Put it underneath, make sure the bay window is set to overlay, and just go in and paint that out in the UV. So let's view the current frame only, and my bay window is here. So I've got that same brown selected, and again you can go in, and this time let's just select this patch and go patches, fill, foreground. They're much faster, bake that out, ortho, and our bay window is here. So we're going to need to view all layers, and there we go. Now I've got that on my bay window. Unfortunately, I have this gloss work also on the bay window, so just bay window base. So I'm going to have to mask that out. So just add a layer mask, come in to the UV and just mask out this portion. So we want a black for this. There we go, and it's easier if you just view the current layer there. Okay, so that's one done. Whoops. That's two, and the third one is up here. Okay, done. That's masked out. So pop that on all layers. And as you can see, they're now left as the gloss work. You could also use a wood texture, a wood procedural on these, which I'll probably do, but I'll wait in between the parts to do that, as we've already gone through that particular procedure. So here we go. Let's put our shader back. Okay, now that's pretty much textured the entire house. You can add some more knocks and blemishes like this one down here. I'll include a few textures with this. We got this nice brickwork one up here, and we've got some sort of random drips and scuffs, some here. So you can add more of that. I've also added a bit of a ding under here. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but you can add more, feel free. What we need to do now, however, is just these last bits of step. So I'm just going to go to Lightroom and get a material for these steps. Now I might just do these in a kind of poured concrete look, but I'll open up Lightroom in just a second and we'll get that texture out, get it into here, and we'll finish off the main diffuse texture for the whole house. Okay, I'll just open up Lightroom and see you in a moment. Okay, so here's a Lightroom texture. This is kind of the floor outside my apartment. So I'm going to hit develop, and we're just going to correct this so it's a bit squarer, and then we can take this into Mari and use it. Okay, so we'll need to tidy this up a bit. So let's go down here and find lens correction, and let's see if we can do a full correction on this to get it back square. So that's pretty decent, you know, right off the bat. Now we'll just crop it. There we go, and here. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good, really. Now, of course, you could do a more serious correction on this, but this is fine for me. So I'm going to see how noisy it is. It's pretty noisy. So I'm going to take some noise out. Okay, I should just about do it. And now I'm going to try and use this as a texture on my steps. So let's just export. And again, I'm just exporting to an 8-bit TIFF. Export and into Mari, and let's bring that into our image manager. Open up here. So which one was it? There it is. Okay, and that gives us this nice pattern here. Let's go to the UV and let's create a new layer and call it steps, and bring that up to the topmost layer, and let's just size this down, Control Shift and size down, and let's find the steps which are here as part of the main house. So we'll just bring that in like so, get it lined up and paint over it. Now we might have to do a bit of manual touch up right now. Whoops, and you'll see I've caught the corner of the house there. So let's try and avoid that. You can use the eraser tool to clean it up before you bake out the paint buffer, of course. Okay, let's just get a bigger brush size going on here. Okay, let's bake that down and see what we got in the orthographic view. So you got this really funky kind of pattern going on here. Nice sort of mosaic entranceway effect. Now, for the steps themselves, this is not really going to be too appropriate, but what I can do, let's just see if we go to the UV view with these steps, is get just the brick part here. So in fact, let's just try and move this in, and let's go for a two-tone effect on the steps. I'm just trying to avoid the mosaic pattern itself, and let's see how this actually looks. Okay, that's not bad. It's in the wrong position, however. So let's do an ortho UV so we can see both the orthographic view and the UV at the same time, and this should help us a bit with placement. Okay, let's find that step again. Now let's just redraw this, and you can see that change in the view there. And now I can use the transform paint buffer to move this around and try and get it lining up the way I want it. So kind of black at the top of the steps there, and just try and get those seams in the right place, and that'll do it. Or do we want it the other way around? Do we want all the white steps? Well, that's the decision, isn't it? So I'm going to line this up there. Okay, so I've got kind of the stripes coming down the steps, and I'm also going to want to now scale this paint buffer depending on the size of step that I want. So yeah, I'm kind of liking that. So I'm going to bake that down, and that gives me the sort of step I want. I like the row of different colored bricks across there. If you want to do this a different way, different pattern, concrete, standard red brick, whatever you want, you can. But for me, I quite like this little mosaic, adds a bit of character. And you know, normally I would take more time over exact placement of each brick, but that gets a bit tedious when you're kind of pulling around and transforming paint buffers. So I'm going to leave that to you. I'm quite happy with this so far. So let's come in, and again we want that paint through tool, and I'm just going to come here and get this step in like so. Okay, which step are we dealing with here? Must be that one. It is. Okay, so that's not looking very good at all. Let's make this smaller. That'd be better. Let's move this image down. Okay, I see. That's the front of the steps. And let's just put the image on repeat. Okay, and B to bake it down, so we've got some stone stepway there. And the same thing for the last steps. Now I may change this to a different texture, but I'll see how it looks in the test render first. So I've got this last set of steps here. Let's find those. It must be up here. Okie dokie. So again, let's grab this, and this is going to have to be a bit bigger for these steps. Okay, and the placement of that looks actually pretty good. So I'm just going to bake that down and leave those steps as so. Now, with these steps here, I kind of like the darker step as the end step, and here we've got the darker step as the beginning step. So I really don't like that. Let's go and change that. Okay, close enough for now. So that brings in some material for the kind of step up entranceway on there, which I quite like, little mosaic. Okay, ortho only, P for paintbrush just to get rid of that image. And I think we are pretty much done with the diffuse color on this house. So this portion here, I'm just going to make dark grey for now. It will blend in with the roof later on. So let's come up, find that, and making sure that I'm on the right layer. So at the moment I'm on this steps layer. Let's just hide that. Yep, I'm on the steps layer. So this would be in the inner window frame color. Okay, so I think I'll leave it there. I'll just paint it out a dark grey so it blends in with the roof, which we'll be painting in the upcoming parts. But for right now, it's just a dark grey on this. Whoops. Okay, it appears I'm just completely ham-fisted. I'll clean that up in a second. and shrink the brush. Okay, and because I haven't baked this paint buffer down yet, I still have the option to use the eraser. So let's come in and make sure the eraser is set to a hard brush. There we go. I make this a bit smaller. And now I can come in and carefully erase my mistakes. Okay, so I think that's now ready to be baked out. And that will just have this match the roof when the roof is on. So I don't really want to do a lot with this until I've done the roof. Then I can come back and give it probably a better texture. So this will need to be reversed. Because we've got the black step at the top now, and I kind of like the black step as the last step, but I'll do that in between the parts. I think you get the point by now. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to call the diffuse texturing on this just about finished, or at least finished enough for us to move on to the next stage where we'll be doing the bump mapping. So I hope you join me for that, and I hope you found this somewhat interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. In this part we're going to take a look at the bump map. Now before we go any further, let's just get a bit of organization going here. So let's add a group node and we'll call this Windows, and I'm going to drop all of the Windows stuff in that group. So just come down and here and drag them in to the window group. There we go. So there's one group node, and so now we can turn the windows on and off. We've got a bit of organization. In fact, I'll call this Windows and Beams, and steps can stay where it is. So let's turn that back on. Now we need to create a bump map for this lot. So we do that on another channel entirely. If we take a look at the channels at the moment, we've just got a color channel. Let's add a bump. So I'm going to add a EU bump, and I'm going to leave the bump also at 4K, and I'm just going to click OK, and when we create that we'll go over to that channel. Now let's get rid of the base layer for that channel because we don't need it, and let's come into the color channel and grab this lot, Control C, and paste it all into the bump channel, Control V. And that seems to be taking more time than it should. So what I've done is accidentally pasted that into the channels, so I'm going to undo that, make sure I click in the layers box here and then Control V, and that should post it into the layers. There we go. So now I've got a copy in the bump map of the color channel. Now that's no good. We do not want a color bump map, we want a black and white. So let's add in first of all a adjustment layer. Now this time I'm not going to add a stack, I'm just going to add a single layer and hue, saturation and value. And we know we want no saturation on this, so saturation scale is black and white basically. And now we need to decide what bump goes where. So let's do the walls first. So the wall bump map at the moment is not bad, however it could use a bit of extra grain in here just to get that nice bump of render. So let's go down to walls, let's turn off the beams and windows for now, and under walls we're going to add a noise. So again, you've got the website with the Maya procedurals where we could look for an appropriate noise, and a kind of purling noise will probably do me fine. So let's bring in a purling noise, and again not a stack, just an adjustment layer. And in fact this will be a procedural layer, so let's look, noise purling, there we go, and that's a bit big. So what we're looking for here is a kind of size and shape you would expect to see on a kind of stucco rendered house finish. You don't want to make it too small, otherwise you'll get that very crawly kind of magic eye look. So maybe I'm going to go with something like that, and I'll make this an overlay. Okay, so now we've got the two mixed together, and I'm going to knock down the amount of noise I get there. So you can see, you know, just a little bit of noise on the wall there for the bump map, and I'm going to turn the shadows off. Okay, that noise is looking pretty good. I'm not sure why I've got this here. Let me just select a brush, go down to main wall color, and have a look where this white streak is coming from. So it's not on that layer, it's not on that layer, it's not on that layer, not on that one, and not on that one even. Okay, so it must be in the base texture. Let's view just this texture. Okay, and for some reason on my base texture I have this very nasty white piece. So I'm just going to select here, because this is just for the bump map, the color of the wall, and then I'm just going to get a paintbrush and paint that out. So P for paintbrush, and just kind of paint this out. Not quite sure where it came from, but we don't want it. Okay, so bake that down and turn all the layers back on. Okay, and then we can go to view everything all together, and there we go, there we have our bump map. So we've got the original bump, which would be from the bits that we have, and we've got this purlin noise, which is probably a bit too much. And there we go. Now we're going to have to mask out this purlin noise because it's happening over everything, and we don't want that. We want it happening only over the walls. So purlin noise, let's make sure that's just going over the walls. Okay, so let's add a mask. Go to the UV. Let's just view that mask. Okay, so the walls want to be white and everything else black, so that noise has no possibility of affecting anything but the walls. Okay, so let's fill that mask with a black colour, so patches fill black. There we go. Now we can't get any noise on anything except where we want it. So let's bring back everything. Ortho, and we just have the noise on the walls. If we look here, no noise. Okay, so the bump for the wall is looking pretty good. Let's deal with the bump map for these beams. Now I want to exaggerate the bump on the beams, so if we come up to beams and pop open the group. Now the beam color we don't actually need, let's turn it off, because you know we're not dealing with base colors at the moment. So that's the inner window color. Let me just make this panel a bit bigger so I can see it. The beams texture, beams base color can go off. Okay, and that brings us back to the natural blonde wood, which for us is much better for making a bump map. So let's turn the base texture off for this window here. So window frame base also off, and we've got that bay window base also off. Okay, now if we need to tweak this some more, and I'm going to put this back on a flat lighting scenario, so we could probably do with a levels on this to give it a bit more of a tweak. So let's go up to the window frame texture and add an adjustment stack with levels, and at this point in time, just give Mari a second, we will be editing the levels on these windows. So let's have a look, and let's pin that. Make it a bit bigger. Okay, and now we can start with the midtones and just make this a bit whiter and a bit darker on its blacks, because this would be quite a big bump map. You know, we want to really accentuate the details of the grain so we get more bump. And let's just take that off and on. So we just overall made the whites whiter and the darks a bit darker. Now you can do the same thing here now for these beams. So beams texture, adjustment stack, levels. Okay, let's pop that open. Pin it, and we'll need to come down, add more white, take the black up a bit, and there we go, done. Now we've got the steps here, so for the bump map on this I want to kind of crank the levels so we're just really seeing these black lines in between. So let's go up to the steps and adjustment stack, levels, where are you? We could do this with a grade node as well, adjust the black and white point, but our levels is absolutely fine also. So let's come in and make that much whiter, and let's creep out these darks here, and we're looking to get just that sort of pattern in here between there. Okay, so that should do it. Now we've got a problem with the darker stones. We're going to have to mask those out from the level adjustment, otherwise our bump map will be all nasty. So let's take this and let's add a mask to that levels. Okay, we can come in and paint that out in the UV. So I'll go Ortho UV, and I'm going to use a black brush, of course, to just paint that out from the level adjustment. Bake it down. And just go and do that for the other two as well. Now we're going to need to sort out these black edges as well as excluding them from this levels adjustment. We'll have to put another adjustment in just to do these ultra dark parts of the step. We'll sort that out in a second. Okay, here we go. Now I normally take a bit more time with this, but on screen I don't want to get too involved. Okay, so let's mask that out from that levels adjustment. Now let's have a look in the adjustment stack, and let's use a new levels. So let's put in a layer, levels, here we go, done. And this one we can now change, but that's got no masking at all. So what we need to do is copy this mask, so layer mask, copy, and then paste it up here. So layer mask, and you can't do it with paste, you need to go layer mask, paste. And then I want to invert this layer mask. So let's just see this layer mask, because this time I want to work on just the darker bits. So we can go up to, I've clicked on just view the single layer, of course. We can go up to filters. There should be an invert here. Okay. Okay, that did not invert. Why not? Okay, let's make sure. Where am I? Adjustment stack, and I'm on this. So I should be able to invert this mask. Okay, and the reason I'm having trouble with this is I don't have this UV patch selected, so just hit S, select the UV patch, and then filters, invert, and you'll see that invert apply. Okay, so that's given us an inverted mask. So now if I go back to view all levels, okay, you can see our house here. Okay, so we've got those beam textures and everything else. Now we need to get this back down to a more neutral white color. So I've got my levels here with a layer mask adjustment that I can now come in and do this to. So let's get that a bit more white to match here. And that'll do it for the bump map. So we're back to everything in the white range with no big dark, black borders coming around as we look here. So that should do it for the bump on that. Let's go to the ortho view. Okay, and these walls, they're a bit dark really, and I think this purlin noise is maybe a bit scratchy. So let's go back to the purlin noise and give it a bit of a kick in the size region. Okay, and now the walls themselves, I'm going to add an adjustment layer, and I'm just going to do a levels, and this will do all of the walls because they're underneath here. So now I can come up to this levels, have a look down here, and just kind of lighten this, darken this, and lighten it up here a bit. Come on, you. And it's taking a bit of time to process that, but that's looking better. So that's the bump on just about everything we need here. Okay, the bump on the windows there is very subtle. Okay, when we change the levels on the walls, we've got a really nasty there we go, that's a better way to do it. That way we don't get this really nasty thing down here. Okay, now you can add individual levels adjustments for things like this brickwork, so let's do that. Okay, so under our walls we've got this brickwork distress 1, I think this was. It was. So let's add a stack to this and another levels. Come on, pop open you, there we go. Okay, and now we can push the black on this. Maybe push the white down, there we go, just to get us a more extreme bump map on this portion. Done. Okay, so that's looking pretty good for a bump map, really. Now we can of course come back and tweak this bump at any time. Right now I'm just going to press B because we have something unbaked. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Alright, so now we need to preview this bump map. So let's go back to the color map. And we've got here our shader. Let's make sure that we are on our shader. At the moment I can see that we're not. It's too orange, the color. So our shader, and done. Okay, so under the bump channel of our shader, let's stick that to bump. Give Mari a second here. It's just going to overlay a bump map. It's probably going to be a bit big, and as you can see, I'll just pause while that calculates that out. Okay, so Mari's calculated out the bump for this, and I've gone and turned off the color layers. So I've turned off the window beam color and the main house color, so you can just see the contribution from the bump map, which is actually very nice. You can see the bump for the bricks up here, and you can see the bump from the beams. Now you'll notice that my mouse, you might notice, is completely unresponsive. Mari, with the graphics card I've got, which is a very limited amount of video memory on it, it's only 1 gig, is having a serious grumpy hump trying to calculate this much bump on the screen all at once. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to turn this bump off, and then I'm going to go back to the bump channel and get rid of some of the bump we don't need for the inside walls of the house and stuff like this, for instance. So let's turn that off. Let's make both Mari and my graphics card a bit happier. There we go. And let's go back to the bump and get rid of the stuff we really don't need to be calculating. So back to channels, back to bump map. Okay, and let's have a look. Here's our bump map, and you can see I've got calculations for this purlin noise all over the inside of the house, which is really not necessary. So I'm going to turn off that purlin noise for a sec. And I don't know why I've zoomed into that beam, excuse me. And you can see that noise has gone from the inside of the house. So there's no point asking Mari to calculate that. So let's turn this on, and we've already got a mask for the purlin noise. So let's select that. Let's select our mask color, and I'm going to go back to flat shade and turn the shadows off. So we're going to mask out some more of this purlin noise. So let's come in and mask out the steps, they don't need any noise, and mask out the inside of the house. Now if you've got more video memory than I have, which hopefully you will do, I'm not using my machine at the moment, so this one's a little slow, then really you shouldn't have too much of a problem with this. But if you're running at a limited capacity, well, the last thing you want is to be calculating stuff that you don't actually need. So let's come in, and this is the layer mask for the purlin noise. Let's just get rid of it on the bits we don't need. So on these steps, for instance, they shouldn't have had the noise anyway. Okay, and this is the inside of the house, so make sure that we don't have any noise generated on the inside. It's pointless. Okay, so bake that out, and there's one more step there. We need to change brush size and K once again for the hardness. And bake it out. Done. Now let's see on the house if there's any more areas that really don't need noise. Okay, so this around here, for instance, doesn't need the noise. Bake that out. Just going to draw it on there so I can see where it is in the UV. Okay, so that's that part there. Because the roof is going to cover that up anyway, so kind of pointless to generate a bump map for something that's not on camera. Okay, and I just want the orthographic view. So that's limited the amount of noise that we will generate around this house, and that should help Mari out for calculating this bump map. Alright, let's view all the channels. Okay, there's still a lot of bump on here to calculate, but hopefully now I'll have enough graphics RAM and Mari won't throw such a grumpy hump at me. So let's go back to the color channel. Okay, and as you can see here, I'm going to turn on the shading with lighting, and I've got both of these hidden. So these are just our color channels, and the reason I'm hiding them is because with these hidden, it's easier to see the contribution from just the bump map. So back to the shader and our shader, our blin, and let's turn on our bump map, and I'm going to just pause while this calculates out, and as you can see already it's much faster. So I've got the calculation here, I can see it. Now it's still a bit slow for me, so what I'm going to have to do to check out this bump is actually go back to the bump channel. There we go, and Mari's still calculating, so it's still incredibly slow. Back to the bump channel. In fact, before I do that, I'm going to turn this bump map off my shader completely. And I'm going to hide some things in the bump channel so I can look at things one at a time, because it appears that tidying up that bump still didn't give us enough play for Mari. And to be honest, I don't normally have this problem at all. I believe it might be down to, as well, the recording software I have on gobbling up a bunch of video RAM maybe, or just slowing the system down, because normally I can do this no problem. But in case you have problems, you can come in We can turn off the purlin noise for the bump map, and we could turn off, say, the main wall bump, and then I can try again with just the bump on the beams and have a look at that. I can even come in and turn off, say, the bay window from the bump map and just leave these beams. This is the bump that I'm really quite interested in seeing what it's doing. So back to the color channel, and let's arm the bump map in the shader. Okay, and this should be a bit quicker. There we go, calculating and out. So now finally I've got enough RAM to move around, enough video RAM. Also, the video card in this machine is not the best, and as I say, I think the recording process is quite interfering with us here. But you can see here that we've got a very nice bump map on these beams. Now it's probably too heavy, so let's come down and under bump, where are we? Bump weight, let's put in 0.5. Okay, and that gets us a much smaller bump. And I'm liking that on there. Let's have a look at these windows here. Yeah, they're all so good. So realistically, I can now go into my bump channel, and let's turn those things off. So let's turn off the beams, and then I'll turn on the wall. As I say, hopefully you won't have to go through this rigmarole, but then I'll turn on the main wall and we can have a look at the bump on that. So Mari's just calculating, because this will show with the bump, seeing as we're on our shader. And let's go back to the color channel. And I'm really interested in the bump on these bricks here. Okay, and there I can see the bump work for the bricks. So I'm going to call this bump map just about done. What I'll need to do is go back into the bump channel and turn everything back on again before I generate a preview of this. So I'm just going to pause and go and turn everything on the bump, and then we'll output a texture from Mari and see what it looks like in Maya. So I'll just pause and do this, because this is probably going to be a bit slow on my system. Okay, so I've turned everything back on in the bump channel, and I can confirm when I'm not recording, Mari doesn't really have a problem displaying this bump. So I think it's some incompatibility between my recording software and Mari. So hopefully you won't have this problem. You'll be able to preview the bump all in one go at a nice speed. So just move your mouse up to the channels box, right click, and you'll see an export flattened. We want to go export flattened and export all channels flattened. That'll export the bump and the color as one set of textures. Now, because we have 6 UV maps, what we'll be getting here is a collection of 12 images, 6 for the diffuse color and 6 for the bump. Now, we might also need to generate a spec, but we'll come back to that after we've finished the basics of the roof. So I'm going to just navigate to my source images directory. Okay, so I've just gone into my house volume 4 source images. You're going to have to go wherever you're keeping yours, of course. And I'm going to export as the default naming convention and as TIFFs. So export all patches. And there we go, Mari's baking out the shader. This takes a while, maybe a couple of minutes, so I'll just pause. Okay, so that exporting out, it took about 1.5 minutes, I think. So I'm just going to make sure I've saved my scene in Mari, and I'm just going to hit Control S here to save the scene, and then I'm going to shut Mari down. But if we look here, in fact I'll do that now because it's taken up so much of this conflict with this recording software. I'll just get rid of Mari altogether for a second. Okay, so I just popped Maya back open to get to our house so we can do a test texture on this. And if we look at the images that Mari generated, it's generated 6 images for the color and 6 images for the bump. Now this is because of our UV patches that we've been looking at in Mari. So if we pop those open in Maya, You'll see, of course, we've got the same patches. So the first two for the main colour of the house for the walls, this one for the window frames, this one for the inner window frames, this one for the bay window, and this one for the beams. Now we need to apply that in Maya along with a bump, and again, sorry about that bump in Mari that I wasn't able to give you a proper preview, but you should have no problems yourself. Alright, let's assign a new material to this, and I'll be using the MILA material as I have been throughout the tutorial. And let's go Color, File, and let's load in the first color map. So we need color map number 1. Open that up. And this is not going to look exactly how it looked. You can see here the beams have not come in or anything, and that's because we need to tell Maya we're using UV tiling and we're using Mari's UV tiling. Now this by default won't generate a preview, so I'm going to hit generate preview in the viewer here, and this will generate a viewport preview. Now I don't normally generate a preview for the viewport for the simple reason that with 6 4K textures this can get a bit heavy, so tend not to, but it won't make any difference when you render. You don't have to have this preview here for a final render. And I'm going to turn the ambient occlusion off my viewport too, just to speed things up a bit. And there we go, it's really not that slow. Let me just focus in on the house so I can move the camera. And you can see here that texture that we made in Mari, it's come across into Maya, no problem at all. So the Maya viewport is a bit low res, whereas the Mari one is actually much better for this kind of work, which is why I tend to favour Mari, especially for stuff like this. But you can see the basic colours of the texture have come through just fine, and when we render you'll see obviously more high res. Now I'm just going to go to my camera and select display options, and I'm going to change the overscan to say 1.07 just to get rid of this big mask, and then I'm going to find a decent camera angle for this thing. I'm going to apply the bump map to it, so material attributes, and bump maps within the MILA material are a little tricky. They're kind of not quite finished yet, so let's put a weighted layer in and a diffuse reflection. Now the diffuse reflection is just the diffuse color, so we'll have to give that map again, color, open that up, tell it is for Mari, and again we can generate that preview if we want to. So that's done. Now if we go back to that MILA material, you'll see we've got a bump channel. Now generally speaking you just plug a file texture into this if you were using, let's say, the mental ray architectural material or even a standard Lambert. Unfortunately that connection automatically hooks a bump 2D node up for you, and the MILA material doesn't do that quite yet, so you need to go to Utilities, Bump 2D, and then you can feed the texture into the bump value. So now we need our bump flattened, open. Now because we're using color correction we want to make sure that the bump map is set to raw, otherwise it's not going to work. Or it will do something, but probably not what you expect. So got the bump 2D node in, got it connected to a file texture, get a bump depth of 0.05. The default bump of 1 is going to be way too high. So let me just check that I told that material that it was a Mari material. So I don't need to generate a preview for the bump. And I've got the color space for the bump set to raw. The color space for the actual texture should be set to sRGB, and by default this texture is going to be filtered with some blur, which we don't necessarily want, so we can go effects. You see here filter type is set to quadratic, and this controls how much filter we get. So I'm going to put the blur down at 0.1, and let's bring back in fact, let's just render as we are and see what that color map is like. Alright, so the render finished here. I actually rendered this one out in 4K, so there's some parts of this that I really like. I really like the roughness on these beams for a start. If we look at them down here, I'm really very happy with the way that turned out. Now they've got no reflectivity on them, so they look a bit matte and a bit flat. but we'll sort that out later on down the line. Now there are a few things that I'm not happy with. I think that the walls here, they don't have enough bump on them in comparison to this, so I'm going to equalize out the bump a bit. This, however, has too much bump. These middle frames are way too yellow also, but you know, in general, with the color of it, the distressing of it, I'm quite happy. It could go a shade lighter maybe, but you know, we can come back in and work on the finer detailing later. What I'm not happy with is the color of this bay window and the color of these windows. I really think they should match the beams more, which is easy enough to do, and this yellow is not nice, so we need to get that back to a more white. Really like the distressing feature down here though, and I'm not sure about the steps, but I'll leave those until the roof has been textured so I can get a look at it all together. So let's go into Mari and just fix the problems with the bump and the color, and let's get a kind of version 1 finished diffuse map out of this so we can get on with the roof. So I'm going to pop Mari open, and I've got my house here on the bump channel, and I'm just going to turn on the flat lighting so we can see it better. Now you can see how much contrast there is on this beams, which is where we get that fantastic bump from. We've also got a fair bit of contrast on these window frames, and I think we need less because we're getting too much bump on those. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to snag the window frame. So under Windows, 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 where are you? Windows and beams. Let's grab the window frame texture and let's pop open its adjustment stack, and I've got a levels in here. So let's pin that open and let's have a look in this levels node, and I'm going to just adjust the midpoint on this till it's a bit brighter. Okay, and then I'm going to pull the black and whites back and just use the midpoint to sort of knock the rough edges off that so it's not quite as bumpy as this. Now I'm going to need to do the same to this bay window, because this, you know, these are old beams, would have been massive beams just roughly sawn from a tree, and even though we're matching the windows here, I reckon they would have done a fair bit more sanding and polishing and finishing around the window area than they would have done on the actual structural support beams. So that's why I'm making this a bit less. Let's come in and take a look at this bay window and do the same for this. So we've got the bay window texture here that we'll need to put an adjustment stack on, and we'll use once again just the levels. You could also use a grade, as I probably previously mentioned. In fact, there's a number of ways to do it, but the levels is nice and simple. Come on! Sorry, it's my one annoyance with Mari is the kind of drop-down menus and these things disappearing on you whenever you move your mouse outside them without pinning them, but you get used to it. So again, I'm just going to whack that midpoint down so I get less bumpy bump on there. Done, that should give me less bump. And the walls didn't have very much bump at all on them, so let's come in, and we don't want to go mad with this. Let's just get the main wall color and probably take the base texture for the wall, and I'm going to add this time I'll add a grade node to it. There we go, and let's just adjust the black and white point on this. So I'm going to bring the black point down slightly and the white point slightly. There we go, and now I can just probably use the multiply to knock it down a shade. There, so that should give us more bump on the walls. Okay, and possibly I'm gonna make that purling noise we've got there a bit more intense. So see, you just get that up, but not quite that high maybe. And let's see. That could probably stand to be a bit bigger too. Let's try 0.5, just a tiny bit bigger. And we'll see how we get on with that. Now again, this would be much easier if I could preview this by going to my shaders and dropping in the bump map here, the bump channel. But unfortunately for me, my graphics card has taken issue doing both the processing for the video recording and the Mari at the same time, so I'm not going to be able to do that. And now I see this purling noise here, maybe a bit too much of it, so I'm just going to knock that down. There we go. And this is really kind of fine adjustments, so I think I'm going to be happy with this. Now the next thing was the color. Let's go into the color map. There we go, and I've got this really nice color on these beams. This color around the bay window not so much, and this color not so much, but that's easy enough to fix. Let's pop open the windows and beams, and I'm going to find the beam base color. I'm going to nip into the UV. I'm going to select just this layer. I'm going to find that beam's base color. There we go, and I'm going to grab it, and then I'm going to go up to the window frame base, which is here. You can see it was a different, much lighter color. I'm going to press S to select that. I'm going to go up to patches, fill, and foreground. And then I'm going to do the same with the bay window. So bay window base, there we go, S to select the patch, and patches, fill, foreground. Okay, so that takes care of that color. Now the other color I wasn't particularly pleased with was the color of these inside window linings. So let's find those. Inner window color. Okay, there we go, this yellow. It turned out to be far too yellow when I rendered it in Maya. So I'm coming in, or it did for me, I mean your choice may vary, and we'll see here that if I view all layers, we've got that pattern over the top that makes it much yellower than it needs to be. So let's pull out that wood, open this up, pin it so it doesn't keep disappearing on us, and I'm just going to change these colors. So I'm going to make this one a lighter, so it's almost a white, and then this one I can make lighter as well. Just give us a hint of color on that. There we go. And that's much, much less yellow involved with it now. So much more up towards a kind of white color. Now we want some yellowing because it would have been originally white gloss paint, but the house is, you know, quite old, so we do want some yellow, just not bright yellow. Alright, so that makes a few small fixes which should let me get another render, and you know, after that I want to concentrate on the roof. That bay window is still looking off to me. Why? Let's find out. Okay, so bay window base color. Okay, the bay window base color has full saturation on it. I can see it has no HSV node in there. So let's just knock the saturation of that color down a bit. And there we go, perfect. Just so it's not glowing, so it looks a little more silvered and a little more old. Okay, so I think I'm about ready to resave out this texture, so let's go up to export flattened, export all channels flattened. Make sure you're in your source images directory, and export patches. It'll ask if you want to overwrite the last lot, so depending on your needs I'm just going to overwrite. We see down here it's baking out the shader, and when that's done I'll pop open Maya and we'll have another quick render. Okay, so that finished off. Let's jump into Maya and do a quick render. So I'm going to need to just refresh the materials here. So I'm just going to grab the material attributes on the house. I'm going to come into the color channel. I'm going to hit reload. This just forces Maya to reload the textures, and then I'm going to do the same with the bump, reload. So I'm going to do a render and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so this rendered out with the changes that we made, and overall I'm much happier now. You can really see the bumps starting to come through on this wall texture. There is still a bit of work to be done with this, but for a first pass it's actually not bad. The lack of bump on here, or the smaller bump, is nice. The fact the windows are now nice and white. We need to put some kind of dirt in there. In fact, we need to do a dirt layer for this texture, sort of between the beams and stuff. But this is just really a first blush kind of diffuse pass, and we'll come back in a while and work on the roof. But for what we've got so far, I'm actually pretty happy. When we've got the main roof texture painted out, we'll put it all together, do a render, and then decide on the final distressing dirt look and whatnot. So I thank you for watching this part. It went on for a bit longer than I anticipated, but I think we got some nice work done here. I've got an overall nice diffuse texture. So I'll see you in the next part, and thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we took a look at the diffuse and bump texture here for our house, and for the most part I'm quite pleased with sort of the basic shades we've got on here. Now before we progress any further into painting out the main house, I want to get a base texture on the roof. It's always surprising when you kind of radically change the colour of a large part of the model to see what that does to the colour on the rest of it. So I like to get all the sort of big blocks down at least in rough before I go on to kind of fine detailing and maybe adding a specular highlight map and things like that. So in order to do that, we're going to need a displacement map for these roof tiles. Now if you followed along from volume 2, I believe it was, no sorry, from volume 1, we actually created the model of the house with these kind of high-res tiles on it. Now this is great, but you know, we're going to be painting these out, and it simplifies the whole UV process and really the process in general if we make a displacement map for these. Now it was in volume 2 when I went over creating the displacement map and an ambient occlusion map for this lot, and we did that with Mental Ray, and then we took a look at doing it with the Maya's inbuilt Turtle render engine. So if you're following along from that volume, you probably already have a ambient occlusion and a displacement map. Now there was one other map I wanted to get, which is a curvature map, which is able to put sort of white edges on things where there's a curve set to a certain degree. So this makes for a brilliant way to start off a reflectivity map. And on something like these tiles, I want the very edges to be kind of reflective and the backs to be more matte. You know, so a curvature map will help us with that. Now there is a program we can use to generate this curvature map called XNormal. It's on xnormal.net. You can just go and download it. It's free. If you don't bother with the curvature map, if you skip this part entirely, I still recommend that you go and check out XNormal. It's a fantastic little free program, useful for generating displacement maps, normal maps, all sorts of things. So I figured while I'm here, I'll also show you how to generate a displacement map and a AO map with XNormal as well. We've already gone through this, as I said, in volume 2 with Maya, so you know, I can show you another way to do it that will give you a slightly different result. And for those people that haven't watched volume 2, well, here's one way to get that done. So in order for that to happen, I've actually got 3 roofs here. So I've got the roof high res, which is basically the tiles that we modeled in volume 2 plus the base roof. Sorry, the tiles we modeled in volume 1 plus the base roof. We then have a kind of really low res roof. This is what we'll bake a texture onto. And we then have the final roof with chimneys attached to it, ready to receive that baked out displacement and baked out ambient occlusion. So, you know, in volume 1, when we modeled this, we hadn't combined it together, but I've really just selected all these objects here that make up the roof and gone to mesh combine. So you should have no problem following along. But realistically, 3 roofs is the important part. Ultra low res one, high res one, and finished one to take into Mari. So let's open up XNormal and we'll go over a few of the maps it can create and a few of the settings. Okay, so if we have a brief look at XNormal here, it's really quite simple. You've got a high definition mesh, a low definition mesh, and the kind of maps that you want to bake. So as you can see, plenty to have a play around with here. We're interested in a height map, which is a displacement map. We're interested in an ambient occlusion, and we're also really interested in this curvature map. Now you can skip baking out the height and the ambient occlusion if you've already done it with Mental Ray in volume 2, or you can have a play with this. You'll get a slightly different result, as I said. So, you know, up to you, but I'm going to generate all 3 maps now. So we need that high definition mesh. So let's take our high def roof, and I'm just going to stick it back into place, which is not terribly important for this, but I like to be organized, and then export it. So export selection, I'm going to export as a OBJ, sorry, high def roof. And now the low roof, or low poly roof. So just export selection, low roof. Okay, now we need to go into XNormal and give it, so I'm just going to right click in this window, add mesh, and give it a high def roof. Now mesh scale is currently set to 1, and if I look in Maya here, let me just move this roof back down as well so it's out of the way. If I look in Maya and do a quick measure, so create measuring tools, where are we? There we are, distance tool, and I kind of measure from here to here. I get about 100 centimeters, so 1 meter. So we're in the wrong scale, which will matter when we render out later. But for right now, I'm not going to bother to resize everything in the scene. Rather, I'm going to look at this and think, okay, 1 meter. This should probably be 20 meters across at a rough guess. So when I go into XNormal, I can then go, okay, mesh scale 20. And if we look at the other options, everything else is pretty much set by default. So low definition mesh, add mesh, and low roof. So let's check if it's got a scale, mesh scale, let's set that to 20 as well. Now if you're working with a subdivided mesh that has pretty much the same UV map, you can put match UVs, but we are not, but bear that as an option in mind. And for me, the minimum maximum ray distance can be increased. Okay, so that just about sets us up with that. Let's go to baking, and let's go to a height map. Now this is a displacement map basically, so I'm just going to use the defaults. Seems fine. I'm actually going to set the background as a 50% grey. It's not really necessary, but it kind of appeals to me. Okay, so we've got height map. We can pick a size, in this case 1K. The end result will be 4K, but just for the sake of speed. And by default, I think this bucket size is set to 16. Now I've found that it's speedier on my machine at least to set this to 128. This is just how big a render patch, if you like, each CPU will do at once, or each core. So with a smaller size, you might think it would be faster. In my experience, 128 was a tad faster for me, but it's not something you need to spend a lot of time worrying about. And I'm going to hit generate maps, and this will make for me a displacement map based upon those two pieces of geometry. And there it is, pretty fast really. Now I can do the min-max clipping, so I don't want any of this blue clipping, so move this one up, and there we go. And I'd like to avoid some of that red clip as much as I can. And there we go. I don't really have any massive clipping on my tiles, so that looks pretty good. Okay, and that just saved out a displacement map for me, and that will be under my project folder, in this case tutorial XNormal, and that will have been appended with a heights tag. So if I look in my tutorial folder, you'll see I've got here tutorial XNormal heights TIFF, and that's saved it out for me. So now it's a case of generating a 4K one, and all of these maps I'm doing now I'm going to generate in 4K as well. They just take a bit longer, so when I've finished this part I'll come back and regenerate these in 4K. But just so you can have a look now, let's do let's see here, let's do a curvature map. This is the one we'll use to aid us with our reflection map, and let's bring up the options, click it on defaults, and have a look. Now tone mapping, I want a monochrome map. Background color of black is fine for this one. And rays, well this will control the quality. The higher this is, the better quality you'll get. But for now let's just leave it on 128. Now spread angle, this is where the curvature is enough to cause a kind of ray of light to come off, in our case what would be a reflection map. And if we look in Maya and we look at our tiles, you can see the angle that we want to catch light on here is probably about 45 degrees. So I'm going to set mine to 35 just to make sure that I get a good coverage. So I'm going to come down and set the bias to 35 degrees, somewhere around there. And there we go, that should do it for us. Now each setup will be different on what you want the spread angle, but for this 35 should be fine. And close and generate map. Okay, so my curvature map is done, and it's a bit difficult to see here in this little tiny view, and I can't make it any bigger. So I'm going to just pop this open in Photoshop so we can have a look. Okay, so here that is in Photoshop, and you can see it's caught an edge of all the tiles here, which for us is great because it means this will give us the basis for a reflection map. Now if we go back to X normal and just close that down, and I'm just going to look at some of the options under the curvature map. So I probably end up using slightly more rays than this, so 256. And I guess this would have been a lot easier just to type in 256, but anyway. So average is fine. I'm going to try a uniform distribution this time. So let me just close that now I've done and hit generate maps and see what we get out of this one. Okay, so that generated out, and it seems to be giving us a slightly better distribution. But I think it's not bad. I mean, it would work, but I think we can get it a bit better. And I think one of the problems is, although the displacement baked out correctly at the right scale, I think we might have a slight problem with the mesh scale here. So I'm going to knock it down a bit just to generate this curvature map. But because I'm trying for a curvature map and probably using it in a way for what it wasn't entirely intended, I'm going to knock that scale down and see if we get a better, sort of more gentle edge reflectivity here. So let's have a look. Do we? Yeah, and we seem to. So I'm just going to pause while this. Okay, so that finished. It took 28 seconds, so pretty fast really. And I'm going to reopen that curvature map and update. And that's a bit more like what I was looking for. So you can see these bright edges now. This is where we'll have areas of higher reflectivity, which is kind of perfect for us because, you know, we got these tiles and the flat surfaces will be matte and this will be brighter. So it really helps to make a quick gloss map there. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. So we can definitely make some use of this in Mari later on. So now we've generated a curvature map and we've generated our heights map. Now I'm going to generate a ambient occlusion, and as I said, we covered this in volume 2 directly in Maya, and I'm going to put the scale back to where it should be for the ambient occlusion, or at least where I need it for this. We covered this in Maya, but I'll do it again here. So distribution, uniform, number of rays will obviously very much affect the quality, and we're pretty good with default here. So let's just try a render and we should be all good. So it's ambient occlusion, so it might take a minute or two. When you jack this up to 4K, especially when you have better anti-aliasing and more rays, it's going to take a lot longer, maybe half an hour to generate a decent 4K map. But we'll just have a look at this one. And, you know, I can already tell this is looking absolutely fine. So I'm going to generate a 4K curvature map with that smaller mesh scale so we get this sort of result. Then I'm going to generate a 4K ambient occlusion and I'll generate a 4K displacement as well. So you can actually do that all in one fell swoop just by ticking the ambient occlusion, height map, and let's see, curvature map. Now for the curvature map I might do a little higher quality, so 512. And there we go, just type that in the box. And let's see, for the ambient occlusion I'm going to go up to 256, and then it's then going to take a while. And for the height map, that's pretty much all set. Anti-aliasing I'll set to 2, bucket size I'll leave here, and this I'll set to 4K. Okay, now I'm just going to hit generate maps, and that will generate me all 3 of those maps. So here comes the height map, and even at 4K the height map is pretty fast. So I'll just wait for this one because I'll need to set the clipping, both for making sure we don't cut too much off the top and from the bottom of the mesh, so our displacement works. But you know, it's very easy to do. It's got a nice diagnostic view. So I'll just wait for it to open its tone mapper. And there it is. So we can enable the debug. We've got some clipping at the top end here. So let's take that off. There we go. Whoops. You want to get it so it's just done. And we've got some clipping in the red as well. So let's just pull that there. Let's have a look round. This is fine. This is not of any interest to us, and this should work pretty well, I would think. Alright, so close that, and once you've closed this one, it'll then get on with the other two maps, the curvature and the here. This is the curvature, I think, or possibly the ambient occlusion. But anyway, it's going to get on with it automatically. So I shall be back in the next part when we'll look at importing all this lot into Mari, setting up the Mari project for the roof. You know, we'll need to set the lighting up, which is pretty similar to what we've done before, so it'll take a minute or two, and then we'll show you, or I will show you, how to use these ambient occlusion maps and whatnot within Mari. So I hope you found something interesting in this part, and as I say, you can download XNormal for free from xnormal.net. Even if you don't use it for this, if you've generated your displacement already in one of the previous volumes, that's fine, but give this a look. You might find it useful for something other than this as well. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we generated some maps for use within Mari. We generated a displacement map or a height map, we generated a curvature map and an ambient occlusion. And in this part I want to look at getting that lot into Mari. Now I'm going to be exporting here my low poly roof, which is just the roof we made in volume 1 along with a few edging tiles and these chimneys. Now I'm just going to export this as an OBJ, so just file, export selection. And here I have my roof for Mari. Now, if you haven't already exported that, that is. So now I've got this, let's pop into Mari and create a new project. So just new, and we're going to need to give it a title, so I'm going to call it roof tutorial, so I know what it is, and I'm going to give it the path of my roof for Mari OBJ and my root path of my, let's see, house volume 4 source images. So I'm going to click to create an initial color map, and all the other channels we'll add later as we did with the main house. So just OK there. Okay, I've got a warning here about some faces having no UV coordinates. That's probably a face on one of the little tiles. If it's a serious problem, we'll see it here in the viewport. But really that seems to be okay to me. Occasionally, when you're dealing with a UV map like this one, which was an auto UV for these little tiles that make the edging strip, I might have a slight overlap or one of these slightly outside the boundaries of the texture patch. But you know, there's tons of little bits here, so it's not really going to make much of a difference in this case, I wouldn't have thought. Right, so now we've got our patches, and this is the main roof here. This would be the parts of the roof that we can't really see. These are the chimney stacks, and this is the edging tiles. So we need to use those maps that we generated beforehand. But first I'm just going to set up a bit of lighting. So right click over here, bring up the lighting panel, and I'll do this pretty similar way that I did before. So I'll click the file open box here and just load in my HDR image. Okay, which is in my source images directory of my project folder. So just open that one up, and that will bring in the HDR. Now again, you have to give Mari a second here to update its viewport. Okay, Okay, so Mari's updated the viewport, and as we can see, we want to get this in at the approximate position that we're using for our finalized lighting within Maya, just to try and get as good a match as possible. It's not critically important, but you know. And then I want to turn the background off because I find it very distracting to kind of paint with this hanging around there. So just go to background hide, and that won't affect the lighting, it will just hide the picture essentially. And now we need to go and find one of these lights to use to strike across. So I'm going to use light number 1, and I want to get that sort of lit from the front the same as we have in our scene. So kind of there really. And this ball, again, as I said last time, just shows you that direction of lighting. So we're about there, sort of front lit across, so that should be fine. Okay, and I'm going to turn off some of the other lights. So don't really need that one. Actually, do really need that one. That's the one I'm working on. This one can go, and this one, which should be, let's see. Okay, this one's lighting our scene from the front. I'm just going to turn it down a little bit. And there we go. That'll match the lighting that we have in Maya, or near enough for us to get a good idea at any rate. So now I've done that, first thing I want to look at is the displacement for this. Now, we're not going to use displacement in Mari, and I'll show you why in a second, but first let's just make a displacement channel. Now I'm going to rename my color channel to roof_color. This way when I export this, it won't accidentally overwrite any of the color channels or the bump or the channels that I've made for the main house. So just give them a prefix, and I'm going to create another one which I'll call roof displacement. Now I've got a 4K displacement map, so I can leave this at 4K and click OK, and that will create a roof displacement channel for me. Now I need to import my roof displacement into Mari, but because we've only generated displacement for the main roof, I'll have to select that UV patch, which you can either do in here by pressing S and clicking on that, or I can go into the UV view itself just to make sure I've got the right one. And this is the patch we generated displacement for, so we know we're on the right patch. Now I'm going to import that directly onto the background layer, so click the background layer, import into layer, and when I click this it'll open up a file box and I'll go and find my displacement. So I've navigated to my source images directory where I stored my displacement, and you'll see I can't actually see it here. So if I change this template to just star, you'll see I can now see everything that's in there. So I've got this X normal heights map, which is our displacement, and I'm going to import that into the selected patch only. So click import, that should just import that, and there we go, there is our displacement map. Now I've got this displacement channel, I could use this as displacement within Mari. So let's go to the color and let's create a shader for the overall look of the thing, and I'm just going to use a blend, and for right now I'm just going to turn the specular color off. So if we look under here, we've actually got a displacement that we can feed in our roof displacement channel, and you'll see what will happen. It won't look great. There we go. And now we need to increase the tessellation of this quite substantially. So if we go down to displacement and increase the max tessellation, you can see that this does sort of alright job of displaying that displacement map. Now it's just not wonderful, and the other thing is with displacement here, if I start to draw on this, project on this, so I just select the base layer and do a quick drawing, when I hit bake, that's going to take a lot longer to bake. It's still projecting, there we go, than is actually necessary. And to be honest, for this kind of work with this roof, this is just going to slow everything down, and I don't need to be painting on the displacement for this tile. So if you want to speed this process up, when you're in Maya you can subdivide your roof more, and that will allow Mari to display the displacement easier, but again for this it's not necessary. So I'm going to come down and turn this roof displacement off. Okay, and that you can see there that the projection actually did happen through that displacement. But you know, for us, again, not necessary. So let's turn the displacement channel into a bump map for now, and that will just allow me to see where on this roof the bump is, kind of the tiles are, and then I can come down and just crank up the bump weight a little bit. Okay, So we're using bump instead of displacement inside Mari. It makes it much faster to paint on. When I hit bake now, it's practically instantaneous, or at least a lot faster than it was when we had the displacement on there. So that gets our displacement map in. Now we also had an ambient occlusion map, so let's include that for a second as a channel, and I'm going to call this roof AO. Okay, and I've got a 4K ambient occlusion as well, so I'm just going to click OK. And again, making sure I have the correct patch selected, I'm just going to import the ambient occlusion into this layer. So import, let's see, import into layer, and it should open in the same place, occlusion. Import all patches. Now I've hit the wrong button. I've hit import all patches, which will import this ambient occlusion to every UV patch. But for this it's not such a big deal, because I would have had to have changed it anyway. For the ambient occlusion, white means no occlusion, so I'm going to have to change these all to white. So in this case we would have had to have come in, pressed S to select, Shift S to select the next patch, and Shift S to select the next one, and then just fill them with white. Okay, so in this case that would have been a necessary thing to do. Now if we look under the orthographic view, you can see now that everything else here is white, and here is the ambient occlusion for our roof tiles. Now we can go back to the main color channel where we've got that bump active, and we can feed in the ambient occlusion to the shader. So under the shader properties you'll have a ambient occlusion here, and we're going to give this the roof ambient occlusion channel, and you'll see there that we get now ambient occlusion on the roof. You can actually turn that up or down by this slider here, depending on the amount of occlusion that you want to work with. I mean, the standard is probably enough for me, and although we don't have a true 3D displacement on this roof in Mari, we've got enough of an idea to see where each individual tile is quite nicely. Now let's create a spec channel. So let's come up here, and I'm going to call this roof spec. Okay, and this is where our curvature map will go. Now our curvature map is useful not just for spec, but in this case it will be useful for us to control roughness around the edges of things. So I'll be able to use that curvature map as a mask to kind of roughen up the edges of these tiles, but we'll get to that in a second. For right now, let's just get it in here. So import, and import into layer, and curvature, import into selected patch, and this time I've actually got that wrong because we've got the wrong patches selected. We've got these three selected, so before I do that I have to go and select the right patch. Now let's go to the orthographic view so we can see this when it comes in, and roof spec. You can see we can still see the ambient occlusion even though it's not in the layer, because that's being fed in by the shader, so that will always be there regardless of what layer you're on. Now let's come in here and let's see, we want to import the curvature map. Import into selected patches. And that will just give us that curvature map. So you can see where it's highlighted around all the edges of these tiles, and you can see in this case that would make for a very nice spec map just on its own. We'll have to do a bit more work than that, of course, but for a basic setup we're about there. So now we've got all the maps that we created in here, and I'm just going to go to the UV and get rid of this Mr. Blobby of paintings, or just shading, patches fill grey, just so that's out the way. And there we go. So now we're ready to actually start our painting. But before I come in Mari and do a lot of painting, I want to see what that displacement map actually looks like within Maya. So I'm going to export the displacement map as it is now. So click on the displacement map channel and you'll be able to see that displacement, and I'm just going to export the displacement. Now for this to work, all of our other UV patches are going to have to be at 50% grey, which they are at default. Now the way Maya's displacement normally works is white is full displacement and black is no displacement. But within Maya we are going to offset that. So 50% grey is no displacement, black is negative displacement and white is positive displacement. Now this is about how every 3D program on the market does it. Max, ZBrush, pretty much everything operates like this, with black being a negative displacement, 50% grey being no displacement, and white being full displacement. Maya, on the other hand, chooses to have no negative displacement, so it's just black would be no displacement, white full displacement. But we're actually going to offset ours within Maya. So this is fine. So in our case, anything that's 50% grey will have no displacement. So let's export this displacement map. So I'm going to kick up to Export Flattened, Export Current Channel Flattened, and I'm in my source images, so channel name plus the UDIM, which will be in this case 1001, 1002, 1003, and so on and so forth, so that's fine. And export all patches. Now if I just exported the selected patch, I'd just end up with this image here, but I want to export them all. So that will export for me for, it's going to bake that shader down, that will export for me all 4 of these patches, 3 of them being solid grey, but that's fine. We need to tell Maya that we have no displacement. Now I'm going to open Photoshop and take a look at this in Photoshop to make sure we've got what we need. Okay, so I'm in Photoshop and I've just done a file open, and you can see here I've got my roof displacement 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's open number 1 and see what that looks like. Okay, this is looking pretty fine, so we'll pop this into Maya and see what we get. Now the bleeding around the edges doesn't matter to us, so we're just interested in kind of these main tiles, and it looks pretty good. One thing I'm worried about is there are slightly different colors, so we should probably normalize that up. And also I don't think that the contrast between the back here of this grey and the front of this grey is going to be enough to give us quite a dramatic map as I would like, but let's try it out first. So here's our roof. Let's assign a new material to it, and again throughout the whole course of this tutorial we'll only be using the MILA material. So in its shading group it's got a place for a displacement map, so I'm going to feed it into the file. So come here and give it that roof displacement. Now it's a displacement, so we want no color correction on it, so I'm going to flick that to raw, and I'm going to give it to UV tiling mode to Mari. Now I'm not going to bother to create a preview here because it's the displacement, we're not going to see it anyway, and that will just give us at the moment a greyish material. Let's just make that a bit darker, as the roof will end up a bit darker with that displacement map on it. Now this roof is not well subdivided, so we're going to need a displacement approximation on it, but before we start we need to get that displacement back to a 50% grey being no displacement, and we can do that by coming down to the colour balance and making sure alpha's luminance is checked. Make the alpha gain 1 and the alpha offset minus 0.5. Now if you need to increase the alpha gain, which will increase the displacement, this is half of this minus. So if this is 2, this is minus 1. If this is 3, this is minus 1.5, and so on and so forth. That keeps the balance of the image at 50% grey being no displacement. Okay, so let's try this first of all without an approximation node, and I'll show you the difference. So I'll get a render here and I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so that rendered out, and you can see here some very obvious defects within this. Now, interestingly enough, this part rendered out much better than this part, and if we look at the mesh we can see why. This is much more subdivided than this. So we could go in and subdivide this a bit more now, but there is a much easier way. If you go to Window and Rendering Editors, and there we go, and Mental Ray, you can use an approximation editor, which will add subdivisions at render time, in this case specifically for displacement. So I'm going to hit Create, and that will bring up the Mental Ray displacement approximation. Now I'm going to use just the fine view high quality on this. We might tweak this later on to make the render a little faster. It could be possible that we need less max subdivisions than this, but let's have a look what happens when we just hit render now. So I'll just make that 1 and 1 and make sure we save this image so we can do a comparison, and hit render again. Okay, so this has done a pretty good job on this displacement. Now the render time's increased by 60 seconds, but if we flick backwards and forwards, you can see that we've got a dramatic increase in the quality of our displacement. Now this roof is looking a bit old and run down, which is exactly what we wanted, but it's still a bit too perfect. So we'll need to go into Mari and give this displacement map a bit of a tweak. And if we look, the front tiles here are sticking up a little bit more than the back tiles, which is nice. And here we have the same kind of thing, but on this roof they're kind of a bit flat, and on this one they're sort of a bit perfect. So we can definitely tweak this displacement map within Mari itself. Let's open this up, go to the patches. Now if I look at this big roof here, and I'm going to input a grade node on this so I can change the color balance, because at the front it's lighter and at the back it's darker, which means the front tiles are going to stick up more than the back ones, but I want to change the balance on that. So I'm going to add here a adjustment stack and a grade node. Then I'm going to add a channel mask to the layer mask to the grade, so I can work on one at once. Now I can come here and click this, I can view just that. So this will view just the mask, and then I can go on to a black here. Okay, and I can paint out on the mask this part of the roof black. Actually, I want that the other way around. So I'm going to select this patch, because black obviously won't be affected. So I'm going to go to patches, fill black, and then I just want to affect this part. So this part will be 100% white. Okay, and I'll probably just change the brush. So K to bring up the brushes, hard, R to increase the size, and that's a bit easier. Okay, so I'm going to mask off just this part of the roof. Okay, so everything I do now with this grade node will only affect this part of the roof. So let's bring up that grade node, and it's popped up there. Make sure you selected the layer mask and hit B to bake. There we go, just bake that down, and now we can go back to viewing everything. And when I change the grade node now, only this will be affected. So let's have a look at that grade node, and I can change the black point, which will pull down the blacks a bit. So let's have a look at where we were. We were here, and I want those back of those tiles to go down just a little bit, and maybe the front to come up, but not that much. So the other way I can look at doing this is put the white point to 1, the black point to 0, and just use the lift and go down on the lift a little bit, and you can see the back decreases in value here. So I might do just a -30. I just want those a little bit further down. Okay, so if we can flick that on and off, you can see what that's actually done. It's just darkened us down in the blacks a little bit. And let's go back to Maya and see what else we had. This bottom roof here could also do with being a bit messier, and this roof here. So again, we're in Mari, and you can grade all this at once, but I prefer to have a bit more control than that. So I'm going to add to the adjustment stack, I'm going to add another grade node. Okay, and this time I'm going to give it another mask, and I'm going to view just that mask, and I'm going to do what I did last time. So patches, fill with black so nothing is affected, and then I'm going to paint white where I want the grade to affect. Okay, and I might have to come in along this edge with a bit of a smaller brush. I'll just erase that in a second. Okay, well, I was a bit sloppy there, so I'll have to use the eraser and get rid of that. And there we go. So now I'm going to grade just this portion, and just bake that down. I think I'm missing a strip off the edge here. I am. There we go, B to bake it down. So now I've got my map. Let's go back to view everything. And this grade node will only affect this. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to knock down the lift a little bit. There we go. And you know, a small change can make quite a difference. So that's those two graded. Now I'm going to save this out and show you what a difference that makes. Now I may go in and grade these other parts as well to get them how I like, but I'm going to, for now, just do these two just to give you an idea of what it is I'm doing and what the changes are affecting. So you don't have to watch me sit here and do each of these. I will, of course, make these textures available to you with the scene file, so you can have a look at the end one anyway. Now let's go export flattened, export current channel flattened, and this time I only need to export the selected patch because I've already exported the other three. So that will just overwrite number one. So fine, done, and back into Maya. Let's come here, material attributes, and MILA material. Okay, go down its hierarchy, and I'm just going to hit reload just to make sure that it's taken into account that we've got a new update to that image. Put the color space back to raw because it will change itself when you hit reload, so bear that in mind, and let's render. So let's get a save of this image and do that again. So this is the render after the color grade, and if you flick backwards and forwards you can see this is all a bit more extreme now. It's flattened in a bit and the fronts have poked out a bit as well. So depending on the look you're going for, you can go into Mari and start grading these to give you a more extreme displacement, a flatter displacement. You can even come in and select individual tiles and kind of mess with them so they look like they're missing, or maybe you can grab a few and pull them up in the white spectrum to get them to stand higher than their fellows. You know, you can get a lot of options here for making that roof look a lot messier than the original geometry. But for right now, I'm going to call this a day for this part. I'm going to go in, I'm just going to slightly grade a few other pieces here. And this is a bit of a trial and error process to get the exact look you're going for. So you'll need to, you know, grade in Mari or paint in Mari, bring it over to Maya, check the displacement until you're happy with it. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll be back in the next part when we'll look at finally starting to get some color and some distressing on this roof. So I hope you found something in this part that was useful to you, and I'll be back in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So I've done a little bit of color grading on my roof, just accentuated the displacement we already had, really. Now we've got another problem here, which is we're getting some bisection. You see that's quite nasty here through the roof, so I'm going to need to fix that. And it's also happening somewhere else, just a little bit here. You can see that's coming through the geometry we've got. Now in between these parts I also increased the roof resolution. I added a few more edge loops, which I just did with the modeling toolkit, or you can do it with the insert edge loop tool, but basically I used the multi-cut and control and just added in a few more edge loops. Now we used a mental ray displacement approximation to try and get this, and I felt it just wasn't quite getting it enough, so I've just increased the roof resolution just a bit. Okay, so that's that done. Now I want to come in now and fix this problem with that bifurcating geometry, and it's quite a simple one. If we pop open Mari and go to the displacement channel, so displacement, and have a look at the UV, and you'll be able to see that we've got this kind of white line here on the UV, which really shouldn't be there. So we're going to use a 50% grey. So I'm going to use the color picker, and I'm going to make sure I'm on pick raw pixels, and I'm just going to pick a 50% grey. I'm going to have a new layer, and then I'm going to kind of paint over anything that doesn't need to be in there. So this, for instance. Okay, and with a bit of luck that will fix my bifurcating geometry. Now I could also come up and get rid of this white line here, but I'm not really seeing a lot of problems with that. I'll get rid of this one too. Whoops, kind of got a little over eager there. Okay, and for now, for a quick fix, that'll do. It was mainly one piece that was being most annoying, and that was that piece here. All of the other ones are pretty invisible, but I just wanted to show you that you can also always fix that. If it's clipping a bit close to the edge, it's not really an issue. Alright, let's get some basic colour on this roof. Now before we go into the roof colour itself, I want to get some roof colour on these chimney stacks. So a couple of things that we can do here. I'm going to flip over to the colour map. And we could decide on this to use a nice red brick. So I've got Lightroom open here. So I've got this kind of old red brick. I've got a few other textures as well that might be worth trying. And again, it depends on the look that you're going for. I've got a more grey brick because our roof will be slate. So it could be possible that we'll end up with too much contrast with red. And finally, I've got this rough stone, which might add a nice accent. But for right now, I think I'll just try a red brick. So I've exported this out to Mari. And let's have a look. As we did before, I've given it a little bit of noise reduction and tweaked its color balance a bit. We'll be doing more of that in Mari anyway. So let's use our image manager and let's pop open the image. So I think that was 121. Let me just check that. And that image was 131. Okay, there we go. So let's pop open 131. Okay, doesn't seem to be there. Let me just check in Lightroom. And I had a look, and this is 131, but that's not the image we're using. This is 125. Okay, and I'll include all these with the tutorial. But it's not that difficult to go out and find a brick wall to take a picture of. So, if you want to use your own, please do. It's probably a better idea. And I'm going to go at the UV and I'm going to paint out these chimney stacks. So I'm just going to pull that and drop it, which will get me to the paint through tool. I'm going to get it to kind of a scale I like, which is about here, I think. Bricks would be about that big. And I'm going to end up with a seam, but that's okay because I'll put the seam on the back. So we can paint this out and it will be pretty seamless anyway. And I'm not going to be too careful. I'm just going to go and paint that out and hit B to bake, but first create a new layer. Otherwise we'll end up with a baked layer on the base, which we don't want. So I'll call this stacks color. Okay, now I bake it down and it will bake to the top layer. Okay, let's go to the ortho and have a look at that for scale. Looking pretty good. And can I see a seam? Nope. Which is good enough for me. No, I like it. I like the scale. It might be slightly too small. I might make it slightly bigger. Whoops, let me turn that off repeat. So just press semicolon and then I won't be able to paint over onto the other patches. So slightly bigger there and bake it down, and let's come in and paint this one now. And I'm going to hide the other patches so I don't accidentally paint over them. There we go, makes that a bit easier. And okie dokie, let's bake that out and then let's move it down and get it around here, I reckon. And let's just come in and paint that over. Of course that will leave us with a bit of a seam in the middle of the chimney. But you can come in and fix that up with the clone stamp tool. And to be honest with you, it's not really that visible, so I'll look at fixing that up in a little while. Just hit P to go back to the paintbrush. And let's go and look at our chimney stacks. Okay, they're looking alright. Now to be honest, the seam here, it's not really going to be visible in my render, but again, as we did before with that clone stamp tool, you can come in and fix that if you want. So let's just go to show all. There we go. So that puts my chimney stacks in with my roof. I kind of like in the scale. Now we need to give our tiles some sort of initial colouring. Now if we open an image here that would be of some tiles, so I think I've got a slate tile here, and I'll just pop that open so you can see it. And as you can see, it's just a basic slate tile texture. So what I want to do is pick off a color from this, so I can use the color picker and pick a color. And you'll see the color changes here on this swatch. So I can actually from this get a bit of a color palette going. You just see every time I pick a color appears. Now I want a kind of darker gray, so I'm going to go somewhere in this area. And if I press K, I'll just shut this picture down. If I press K, you'll see here I've got a personal palette. So if I just pull this and drop it in, it drops in my personal palette. And these are all colors that I've picked out of an image like this, which would be actual slate roof color. So I'm going to use the one we just picked. So I can press K, choose any color I want. But I kind of like that one we just got. So let's come in here and go to the UV. Let's grab all of these, so S and then Shift S of course, and fill these with that foreground color. And make sure we're on the base layer. And that fills them with the foreground color. Let me clear the paint buffer because obviously I had a daub of paint there. And B to bake in that foreground color. It shouldn't be necessary, but there we go. Alright, so now we've got a base color for these. Let's add a new layer and call this one Tiles Texture. Let's give them a little texture like a roof, and then in a minute we'll give them a little randomization on the color. So let's open up here and let me find my slate texture that I was using. I think it was this one. There we go. So it's just a kind of a slate. Whoops. There we go. So it's just a random slate texture here. Okay, so I'm going to get that to a requisite size. And then I'm just going to paint it on there. Now I'm going to have to press semicolon. Okay, and the reason I'm not doing this one in the UV view is because I want it to capture the tiles around the edges too. Okay, so let's bake that out. And let's undo that. Actually, I think I've clipped the edge here. So one of the things I want to do is get an edge mask on this. Let's go to projection masks, not mask disabled, sorry. Having a moment. Mask preview and make sure I've got the edge masking turned on. Okay, I'm just gonna come in here with this and I'll do it a bit more carefully. Get this maybe a bit smaller. Okay, and this is going to form the basis of some color variation and some texture on our roof here. Now in order to lock this image in scale and place, I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to activate both pan lock and scale lock. Now when I bake that in, and if I pan around over to here, let's say, get a smaller brush, so R for radius, come in. And now I can paint out without any danger of painting all over my chimney. Bake it. Scale. Come along here. There we go. And you don't have to be too neat with this. It's just some texture. So, and in fact, instead of trying to paint around this chimney, we can just go to hide unselected. There we go. And then I don't have this problem. But I need to select the edge tiles. So show all, make sure this patch is selected, S, Shift, select these, and hide unselected. Now we might have a bit of an easier job of it. There we go. Okay, that's that one done. And again, we'll just come in and continue to do this. Now, because we've masked these edges, we'll need to spin this around and paint out these edges. Now I'm doing this quickly. You can take a bit more time, get it a bit more accurate if you so desire. Okay, so that's that. So let's get this roof here. And finally this one here, and I think that's pretty much the last of it for this kind of base texture. Okay, bake it out. Let's have a look. And I think we got it all. Alright, so that will be a base texture. Now if we look in our layers, let's have a look, layers. I can overlay this in various different modes. So if I did, say, a screen, that should go a lot lighter. Let's just give Mari a second. Yeah, so we could do a, let's say, overlay, a multiply. So various different blending modes with which we can use to blend this layer with this one. But for right now, I'm just going to stick it on normal and crank the opacity down a bit. Crank the layer blending down a bit, just to give that bit of texture in there. Okay, now I'm going to turn off the layer mask, or in fact, I'm not going to turn off the layer mask itself, I'm going to turn off the layer mask preview. Now I want to get a bit of random color in here. So I'm going to add another layer. And I added a layer mask there, it doesn't really matter, but and I'm going to pull this one out and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get it to about a right size and I'm going to come in and just use this to overlay a bit of color. Now this one I probably will have on quite a low opacity setting, so you don't have to worry about getting this perfect. Okay, bake it. And then after this we can go into Maya and see what this looks like. Now we'll have to paint some extra distressing on this roof. Maybe some moss would be nice, as this house is all going to be part of our main exterior tutorial, so there'll be a lot of greenery around. It might be nice to kind of draw the house into the environment with the use of a bit of moss. But you know, we can look at those little details later on. I also want to go back to the main house just so we can do some more distressing and some dirt painting on that, especially with we don't even have an ambient occlusion right now on the main house. So we can generate an ambient occlusion map for it and then use that as the dirt pass. But for right now, let's just go ahead and get all of these kind of color and texture layers blended in together. And if you're wondering, this texture I'm using now was just actually a texture of some slate tiles that I then painted out so the gaps in between them wouldn't be so obvious using the clone stamp tool. That's kind of tedious work, but not too difficult. And let's just come in here and get this. Okay, bake it down. Now this is a bit uniformly spread on here now, so I'm going to add, and I'm going to call this Layers in Mari, again, as well as when you're working in Photoshop and things like this, seem to have a way of adding up on you. So naming them is quite important, really, otherwise you'll end up with a spec, a bump, a displacement, ambient occlusion layer, color layer, a diffuse color, and you'll end up with, you know, just tons of unnamed layers. Now I'm going to get this mask here for this color, and I'm going to go on to a dark grey. Now if this was black, this would just kind of rub this texture out. Now I want to make it a bit more random, so I'm going to clear the paint buffer, Control Shift C, and I'm going to select some sort of brush, oily drip maybe. Let's come in here, and I'm just going to kind of break that up a bit. So I'm just clicking on there just to take a bit of that out so it doesn't look quite so uniform. And let's get that on the paintbrush. So let's look what I actually did there. Yeah, that was alright, but unfortunately I was on the paint through and not the paint brush. So let me just clear that paint buffer, sorry about that, and go back to looking at the color layer, go back to looking at all the layers, press S, click on the background just to unselect this, and then I'm going to want to see, with our texture off, we've got no ambient occlusion now because our shader is off, so we've got no ambient occlusion and no bump. And you can actually see with that lot off how repeated this color is that we've just painted over there. So what we need to do is come in, get like a 50% black, and make sure we're on the paintbrush, P, K, and let's get this oily drip again, and R for radius, and come in and just use it to break that up, making sure we are indeed on the right layer. And let's see, I think that might be a bit harsh. Let's take the opacity of this down a bit. Okay, bake that. I'm just coming in to create a bit of randomness across this pattern. Just, you know, a very, very simple way of making it a bit distressed. And let's go back to our shader and see what that looks like after everything is on it. So that's looking okay. Now it's still a bit much, so I'm going to dial down its opacity, as I said when we were painting it on. Just gives us that little bit of variation there. Okay, let's see what that looks like with the rest of the model. So let's go to visibility and show all, and there we have some chimney stacks and a very old dirty roof. So now we've got ambient occlusion thanks to our shader here, but that actually won't get baked out with us. So I'm going to take that from the ambient occlusion layer. So go to channels, ambient occlusion. I'm going to copy over the base occlusion. So just Control C. I'm going to go to the color, and I'm going to hit Control V, and that will plug it in to this layer stack. So we'll call this AO and hit multiply. Okay, I want to do a quick export with the ambient occlusion on so I can give this a render in Maya and kind of see what I'm dealing with here. There's no spec or bump yet, and that's kind of essential for this sort of thing. But for right now, let's just do a quick color test. So I'm going to turn off the ambient occlusion on my shader just so I can double check the contribution from this. So let's come in and ambient occlusion, there we are. I had it off anyway. Okay, so turn that off and then flick this one off, see what it gives us. So that AO here is making a huge difference, that's good. And let's export this channel. So color, export flattened, export current channel flattened, there we go. and you should just be able to hit export all patches, and I am exporting the displacement. I do not want that. Export current channel flattened. Okay, there we go. Change it to channels, UDIM, export all patches, done. So that will bake out the shader and export these patches. We'll bring this lot into Maya, do a quick test render, make sure we're all right for scale and we're all right for kind of general messy coloring before we put maybe some water drips or maybe some moss or maybe a combination of both. And then of course we'll need bumps or normals or displacements for these bricks, whatever we decide to use. So Maya, here we go. Let's go to the material and MILA material. So we're going to want to add a diffuse reflection and a color for that diffuse reflection, and we are of course going to give it our roof color. So there it is outside of Mari. Let's just open that up and UDIM Mari, generate a preview. It's not necessary to generate the preview, but I wouldn't quite want to see one in Maya now. And there we go. Now we'll get a render and we'll see if these red bricks are perhaps a bit contrasting, see what's what when we have proper lighting on it. I just want to go down to effects and change the filter to 0.1. This will affect the blurriness of the texture. So, okay, let's have a go. So I'll be back when that's finished rendering. Okay, so that finished a render out. It's really not too bad for a base color. Now, one thing I had to do with the tile painted here and the ambient occlusion on, the amount of displacement we had before was a bit much. You know, in my opinion, this is a bit harsh. So all I've done is kick the displacement down a bit. And this is a very simple thing to do. If you go into the material attributes of the MILA material, under its shading group, you'll find that displacement we plugged in there. So under scale, I've just put the displacement scale to 0.5. It's standard at 1, of course. So that took us from this to this. So I might go with actually a 0.6. I'll have to have a look to see which is better, but this right now as a base color for the roof is looking pretty decent. Now, a couple of things. Our stacks here, our chimneys, they're very flat, but we kind of knew that. They've got no bump or anything else. And also they've got, you know, they kind of look like they're just shoved through here. So if we're going to paint moss or something, because we're using Mari and we can paint over the seams here, we'll just paint a little bit of moss to kind of connect these together, maybe a little bit of lead flashing. But you know, painting over that white stripe in our displacement has also meant that we don't have a kind of nasty bit here that we had before. Let me just pull that up. So you can see here where we've got this bisection coming through. Well, we no longer have that. So as a base color goes, this one's not bad, and we'll continue in the next part. We'll paint out some drips. We'll look at getting this color a little bit better, maybe a bit more variation, and as I said, some of that moss. And also we're going to tinker again with the displacement map maybe, and then we're going to have to look at spec and bump for these chimney stacks. So I hope you join me in the next part when we look at, you know, getting all those things done to the roof. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. So I've gone with the displacement value here as we discussed last time. I'll just go to the material attributes of this, and we lowered the displacement. So let's just bring those up, and if we look under the displacement material under the shading group, I've actually gone with the displacement of 0.4, which after a render from a different angle was about perfect for what I was looking for. Now we're going to continue now to paint this roof, and also I've been doing some research here on chimney stacks and whatnot, other interesting stuff like that, and it appears that I might have got the bricks a bit too big in this. Most of the chimneys I've seen have sort of 2.5 bricks across, and we've got 1.5, so I'm going to make this a little smaller.
get some more bricks on here. Now I'm going to do that before I go to the trouble of creating a bump map for it, of course. So that's one of the first things I'm going to look at. Now I'm going to select the layer with the chimneys on, select the UV patch with the chimneys, and just go down to visibility, hide unselected. That way I'll be able to come into the UV map and just repaint this back out again. So just a little bit smaller this time. I'm going to bring this in, and I'm going to get this so it's just a little bit smaller than it was. So let's just make sure that is, and if you can't see this properly, you can use Shift and plus to change the opacity and Shift and minus to change the opacity. So I'm going to come in and let's see how we're doing. Okay, that appears to be about the right size. So let's put it here. And let's just paint that out. Now, of course, we're going to have to make sure we're on the tiles color layer. Actually, stacks color. So I'm going to Control-Shift-C and clear the previous paint buffer and come in and paint this out. Now, it's important to get the things like this. One of the reasons I do as many test renders as I do and flip backwards and forwards between Mari and Maya, and why I always have reference on roofs and tiles and chimneys and stuff while I'm working, is because to create the bump map and the spec maps for all this lot is fairly non-trivial. You know, it'll take you some time to get that right, and if at that point you decide to change the size of the brick that you've got on there, you're going to have to recreate that bump. You're going to have to recreate everything, really. So it's better to get it right the first time. I'm going to bake that out, and before I move any of this, I'm going to put this on pan lock and scroll lock, so it's locked to size, and I can come in and paint out the bottom here. Okay, and I'm just going to get that to a point where the join is not quite so visible. And I would normally take a bit more time than this, but again, I don't want to spend too much time on camera. So let's bake that out and fix this seam here. So I'm just going to brush it up to the normal sort of course where the bricks would naturally sort of break anyway, and bake, and that does that one. Let's come in and do this one. So we want some darker bricks up at the top of the chimney. I'm going to put that on there. And that's non-repeating, so we don't have to worry too much about going over the other patch, and then it's just a case of painting it in. This is a bit quicker if you do it with a tablet, of course, but I try to avoid using one when I'm doing a tutorial, because I know a lot of people don't have access to one. So, you know, all of this stuff can be done with a mouse. It's just a tad more time consuming. And bake that out. Now, let's go and have a look at it. So we are looking for 2.5 bricks approximately across the front, and we've got 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So that looks a bit better. 1, 2, 3, 2.5, 3, 2, big ones, 3. Alright, let's compare that with what we had in Maya. So yeah, we've got bricks now in the right proportion, and as I say, it is important to fix these things when you notice them, not later, because later you'll already have a bunch of different maps. So let's bring back everything we have, show all, and let's get on and paint some more distressing on top of this. Now I've got a concrete texture here, which is just some dirty concrete, so I'll just pop that open, and as you can see, it's just one of your basic dirt shaders, some sort of green mold moss at the top, and then various different concrete colors. So I'm going to throw that up there, and you'll see it's come in extremely small, and if you ever lose your image, I've got this on pan and scale lock. It's not necessary now for this, and then I'm going to hit reset image, and there it is. So occasionally on Mari you'll swap images like that, and all of a sudden, everything will seem to have disappeared. I'm going to come up here, hold Control and Shift, and just drag this out this way a little bit. And then I'm going to hit semicolon so it repeats, and I'm going to use this as a basis as some dirt. But I don't want to just paint on dirt, that's not going to look right. So I'm going to Control Shift C to clear the paint buffer, and I'm going to pick a slightly better brush for this. So K, hard surface brushes, and we've got this dirty drip brush, which is basically a dirty drip. So if I hold R now to scale this, and I'm going to put a few drips around on this roof. Now, if you want to see what this looks like, we'll go to the paintbrush, select the same brush, so just select the dirty drip brush with the paintbrush. We're going to need a new layer for distressing, so distressing, and I can show you what this paintbrush looks like with a nice solid black color. So let's scale it down, R, okay, and I'll get it so it's about here, and I'll just dab once, and you can see that this drip is dripping upwards, it's upside down. So if I clear that paint buffer, Control Shift and C and W to rotate the brush, and then I come in and paint, you can see we're going to get this kind of drip down color. So I quite like that. I don't want to paint it just in black, however, I want to get a bit of texture behind it, which is why I'll use the paint through tool and the dirty concrete. So this is on repeat, so it should just be a case now of flipping this brush up the right way, in our case that way, and coming in and laying down a few drips here. Now again, this is Control and Shift and minus to change the opacity of our brush, of our background image that we're using. Whoops. And there I hit the chimney. So again, it's a good idea if we just hide everything else. And we're going to want the patch that has the tiles on it too. So Shift and S and then Shift and select those tiles. And visibility, hide unselected. Now I can work on this with no danger. I also don't want to clip the edge of anything, so I want to check my mask is still enabled. It is. That would be my edge mask. Okay, now I can come in and paint. Okay, so let's see where we want these drips. We'll get some here, some here, some here, a few here. And I can make this brush now a little smaller. Okay, and I'm not liking that last stroke there. I'm going to use the eraser to get rid of it. Just came in a little bit on the edge of the picture. So I'm going to bake this out. And you see it just gives us a bit of a weathered, distressing look up here. Now, I just want a little bit on this side as well. So back to the paint through tool. Bake it out, and maybe a few drips down here, and a few, no, don't like that, let's get it turned properly, and a few down there, bake out. Okay, now if you're not happy with how visible that is, you can always go onto the layers and grade it, of course, so we could use some form of color grading, some levels. Let's have a look at some levels. Okay, so I can roughen that up. I'm not going to be this extreme, of course, but you do always have the option of sort of strengthening that a bit. And I think I'll strengthen it just a little bit by taking the white point down. There we go. Right, so that's a little bit more distressing. What I'd like to see now is a little bit of moss along this roof. So I'm going to bring in a moss texture. So here I have one. And I'm going to pop that in as our paint through image. But you can't see it because in comparison to this concrete, I think that moss image is a little small. So once again we need to go up here and reset image. And it's that Mari menu that drives me insane. There we go. And also I'm going to hit Shift and plus just so we can bring that in, and I'll double click on this so you can see what we're using. It's just a box standard moss texture really. So I want a bit of that scattered over this roof. So let's pick a brush and another layer. Moss, and this moss is going to go on top of the ambient occlusion, because the ambient occlusion is for the tile spacing of course, and the moss would grow over the spacing of the tile. So let's get a brush. Now let's check out some organic brushes and see what we've got. Okay, so we've got nothing that immediately jumps out at me here. So I think I might try this stormy, clear the paint buffer. I might try this stormy cloud brush and see what that gives me. Now I'm going to just kill the opacity on this image. Come in here. And I'm going to just dot a few random patches of moss around the place. Now I'm not being too, I'm not being too subtle with this. So I'm going to bake those out. And get a good load there. And I think there would be more sort of up the top of the roof here. Okay. Let's get a little bit of moss along this edge. And the same for this one really. I like to kind of paint in a broad stroke of moss and then use a mask to take it out. Just get the kind of general look first, and let's get a bit across the seam here between these two roofs. Okay, kind of join those up a bit. And we'll do the same on the other side. Okay, now I can use a mask on this moss level, so let's come in and mask that out. And now I can start to take away. Now I like the subtractive process for things like this as opposed to the additive one. So let's come in and get another brush, and this time we will use, let's see, I might actually use a organic brush. There is a clouds one here that I quite like for this sort of work that seems to have escaped me right now, of course. There we go. So now let's try subtracting a bit of this. So of course we want to be on the standard paintbrush and making sure we're on the mask. Let's go for a very dark grey and come in, and now I can start kind of peeling some of this moss away where I don't necessarily want it. And remember to bake out before you let's say this is just a process that I'm doing by eye. I've got some reference of moss on roofs. In fact, I've had quite a lot of it, and there really doesn't seem to be much of a pattern to the way it sort of grows. I'm going to kind of come in here and just take some away so it's not kind of completely overgrown here. Oh, I didn't like that. Okay, and this is one of those things that you can spend a lot of time on getting, just so. which I will probably do in between the parts, but for right now I just want to come in and make some little tweaks. Okay, it's possibly a bit too much of this up here. Okay, so I'm going to call that my moss distress layer for now. I might have a little paint around in it in between the parts, but that will just be really to just kind of do some fine tuning. So let's bake that down and done. So that's the distressed moss on there, and you can always come back in, of course, to the moss layer and come back to your paint through. So that will give me the moss, and say, you know, I really would like to see some maybe on here, and that was on the mask. So let's just clear that and just come in and put a little bit sort of down here, maybe across the roof a tad, bake it out. And again, this is where some artistic license is going to come in. Bake that out. I pushed V, which goes into the vector tool, so just P to get back to the paintbrush. Okay, so I'm kind of gonna say that I'm fairly happy with that as a first blush painting. Now let's bring everything back. Okay, now I want to create a bump map before we finish this part. So I'm especially interested in creating a bump for these brickworks. So for that we're going to need a new channel, because at the moment we're just looking at ambient occlusion, color, displacement and spec. Now if we look in Maya before we get on with that bump map, you'll notice that these edging bricks are slightly lighter than these bricks here, which has given us this pattern of, you know, throwing everything off. This is distinctly lighter than this. So we can fix that too while we're here, and if we look at just our ambient occlusion layer, you should be able to see why. Let's go to the UV, and this is the ambient occlusion we've got over the tiles. So if I use the color picker and pick this color, you'll see that it's not completely white. Whoops, I picked the kind of wrong color there. Let me just pick raw pixels, sorry. And that's not completely white, it's around there in the white scale, which means that this, even in its whitest parts, has more occlusion than this. So let's just take this and fill that with that slightly off-white color. So layer, and let's just go to, patches, fill and foreground, and that will fill it with that off-white color, which will give us the same occlusion across these as it does across the flat surfaces of these. Thus we won't get two separate colors. So if I click back to color now, you'll see these are much more the same color as these. So when we render, we won't end up with that kind of very obvious line going around. Just one detail that I forgot in the last part. So that's that. Now we've got some moss going up here. Now of course, to tie our chimney to our roof, we could grow our moss up the chimney and onto the roof, which would give us, you know, a pretty decent tie-in between the two. We also should probably put a little bit of moss on here, just so it doesn't look weird. So I'm going to just go to the paint through tool. I'm just going to come up and randomly dot a few bits of moss around here. Now I may also just go up the chimney a little bit, just to give this chimney and this roof some connection. Okay, bake that out, and let's get it a little bit up here. Now we'll probably at some point put some LED flashing around this, which is just the stuff they hammer around, I guess, for waterproofing. I'm not really that much of a roofing expert, but when I've looked at the reference, they always have some sort of hammered lead or tin or whatever they use nowadays. But for me, I'm just going to tie those together with a bit of moss, and I'll put the flashing in a little bit later. Right, bump. Quick channel, 4K. You can always reduce the size of these channels later. You know, sometimes you don't need a 4K spec map or a 4K bump map, but I just use 4K as standard. and work either up or down from there depending on what I need. Alright, so here's a bump map, and before we create an overall bump, let's just look at a bump for these chimneys, do another render, make sure we're happy with the scale of them before we go much further. So in order to get a bump for these, I'm going to go to the color channel. I'm going to show only the current layer, which will at this point show me only the moss, and I'm going to find the stacks color, which will just be these two chimney stacks. So copy the stacks color, Control C, and into the bump. Okay, and then just paste this in here, Control V, and you'll see we get the stacks color appear in the bump channel. So I'm going to rename that from stacks color to stacks bump. And what we need to do is make a bump map out of this. Now in Maya, black in a bump map is going to push it way back, white is going to pull it forward, and 50% grey is going to be neutral. Kind of like the way a displacement map should work by default, but for some reason doesn't, hence we offset the alpha. But anyway, a bump map's only going to use luminance as well, so with no need for any colour information. So let's put a HSV in here, into the bump stack, and let's come along and just get rid of the saturation. So just down the saturation there. Now the other problem we have is because white's going to push back and darker colours are going to push forward, white's going to push forward and darker colours are going to push back, this chimney stack from that perspective is the wrong way round. We want the bricks to stick out and the mortar to go in, and that's just not happening here. Now we could hand paint this, but that's a pain in the backside. So let's go back to our stack and throw in an invert. So let's come in, add a layer, invert. There we go. Now I can come up here and just view all the layers at once. And let's just make sure that we are the right way around with this invert. You want the hue, saturation and value up the top there. And now you can see that my mortar is a little bit darker than my bricks, which is kind of exactly what I want. Now, it's not brilliant so far. A 50% grey will be a sort of flat. So I want to grade this so the mortar goes in a bit further. Now let's go and add a... You can do this with the levels, you could do it with a grade, plenty of ways to do it. Let's try a levels for now, it will be easy. Let's throw a levels in here and just change the white down. That gives us more black in there and the black point, midpoint maybe. There we go. So now our mortar is decidedly darker than our bricks, which is exactly what we want. Now before we go into Maya and get a test render of this, I just want to get a bump on the moss as well. So let's go back to the color channel and grab that moss. Control C, bring it to the bump channel, Control V. Now we want again to add a layer stack to this. So I'm going to come in here and add a layer stack, and I'm going to put in there a HSV again because I want to make that oh, don't know why that didn't go in. There we go. I want to make that black and white once again. Now with this moss, we don't want it to push into the roof, we want it to push out of the roof. So we want it above mid-grey. So when we grade this, use a levels or a grade node, doesn't really make much difference for something as simple as this. I'll just use a levels. I want to make sure the majority of it is in the lighter end of the luminance. So let's come up here and push that like so. White's down a bit. Down a bit, and I really want that to be white so it sticks up as opposed to dipping inwards, because you know this moss would grow out of the roof, so you really want it to pop up, whereas with the chimney you want some of the bricks in a white so they pop out and the mortar in black so it pushes in. But this should do us for the simple kind of first blush bump map pass. Now let's just go back and check the color before because we're going to need to export this color to see this moss. And to be honest with you, this moss is looking a little too green for me. So the first thing I can do is try and set the layer to maybe overlay. That will darken it down, and it'll also crank it in there with the roof a bit more. So now it looks more like it's sitting on top of the tiles, and it's still, I think, a bit too green. So I'm going to go into the layer stack and add a hue, saturation and value and desaturate it a little bit. Okay, somewhere around there, and possibly now it's a little too dark, so I'm going to add a brightness node and maybe just tickle the brightness ever so slightly, so 0.6 instead of 0.5, and that's looking a bit better to me. Now, very rare to paint some random moss, get the color exactly right, the placement exactly right, and the bump exactly right on the first try. So we might have to come back and do some extra tweaking, but for right now, let's just get a color out. So I'm going to export current channel flattened, and that will export all patches to our color map. And just give that a second to bake down the shader. Okay, now I'm going to go over to the bump, and I'm going to export the bump channel as well. It's not necessary to actually click on the bump to export it, but I normally do just in case something catches my eye at the last minute. So export current channel flattened, and export all patches. That will export a bump map. I must have had one in there from some point while I was doing something with this, but there we go. Just overwrite one if you've got one already. Now, that's done. Now I'm going to open up a copy of Maya and give this a test render so we can see what's what. Okay, so I've got my house open here in Maya. I'm going to go to my material. I'm going to reload in the color channel. Just make sure that it's reloaded in. Hit generate preview so I can get a look at it. And now I'm going to come in and reload the bump map, or add a bump map. Now, as I've added one here when I was paused a second ago, but if I just break the connection to this just to show you the setup again, because it's not as simple as adding a file node, as we've already been over, you need to use a bump 2D utility. So just click one of those in there, and to the value of this, that's where you feed the file node and the actual bump map. So for me, that's roof bump. Now I want to make sure that it knows it's a UDIM Mari, and I want to make sure that it's in raw because it's bump map. Let's go back to the material attributes and make sure we get everything set up, and a bump value of 0.1 will probably be more than high enough. So I'm going to get a test render of this, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay, so this rendered out, and our moss is looking alright, but it's still too oversaturated, and I'm not terribly happy with the blending mode we've got. But one of the reasons I do the test renders in Maya is so we can find this out. Now, in the next part, we're going to work on the bump, because I'm, happy enough with this chimney bump here. It looks pretty decent. Same here. Just this moss, little oversaturation, and the bump at the front here is working quite well, but it's not so well defined back here. So we'll definitely have to come on board and do some tweaking with this. And after that, we'll get back to the main house, because we've got sort of no ambient occlusion or dirt in the corners here. So we need to come in now. We've got a base color on the roof. We're going to, as I said, look at fixing that a bit. But then I want to swap back to the house. These bricks here now don't really sort of match the size of these. So we're going to fix a few things, and we are also going to fix these steps that I'm not very happy with. So we're kind of approaching the last few parts now, and if you've been following along with me, I hope you continue to do so. So I will see you in the next part when we'll do some tweaking on this roof again. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we're going to continue now with the texturing of our roof, and after a couple more test renders in between these parts, I've come to the conclusion that for me I've got a little bit too much moss. So I'm going to get rid of the moss we've got, and I'll have to get rid of that in the bump channel as well, but we'll do that after we've painted the new moss. And I'm just going to rejigger around with the colours on this roof. So if I look at the tiles texture, we've got an opacity of about 0.7. I'm going to crank that up so I get more of that texture in, and I'm going to go to the tiles colour, maybe crank it down a little bit just to rebalance the colours on that so I get more of this nice textured colour from here, because previous it was a bit lacking, so I'm just going to bump that up just to get a stronger texture on those tiles. I'm also going to look at repainting this moss. Now this is again one of those things that can take a bit of time, a bit of testing to get right, but I wasn't happy before. It just seemed to be too much moss to me. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to turn on my edge mask under projection. So flick that on, turn on the projection masking. There we go, so I'll just check that it's all correct, and then I'm going to just paint out some moss, but this time I'm going to paint it out so it's not quite so large, not quite so much area of it. So I'm going to come in and lock the, there's that Mari menu again. I'm going to pan and scale lock, and then I'm going to select a brush this time that's a bit more speckled. So I'm going to take this crack splat brush, and I'm just going to scale the brush down a bit. And then I'm literally going to come in and I'll zoom in so I can see where I'm putting the stuff. And I'm just going to daub a few spats around. Of course, we're going to need a layer for that. So let's clear the paint buffer, add a new layer, and call it Moss V2. And just come in now. Let's see. Okay, I don't have the background image on repeat, so I'm just going to hit semicolon to make sure the background image repeats, and I'm also going to press Shift and minus to just make that go away almost, so I can see here what I'm doing. And you see this crack splat brush, what they call it, it's just going to daub a few points around. So again, how many you want is entirely up to you, but for me, I want just a kind of a hint of moss before it was a bit too much. And again, this depends entirely on the look you're going for as well. You could want a excessively mossy roof. You know, I think after I've seen all these textures together, I just want a little hint of it. And I'm going to come up and put some on the chimney as well. Now you can always take another brush here, and a nice thing we can do is I can select the roof patch and the tiles patch, and instead of hiding everything, if I want to know where it is, I can actually come down to locking and go lock unselected, and this will mean that I can't paint on it. You'll see my mask has gone bright red, so you don't have to get rid of things to not be able to paint on them. Okay, and I'll just take care of the sides. And you can see I'm being really quick and kind of really random here, which I think is going to be a better look for us. So just a small amount of moss this time. Okay, so that's looking alright. Now I can unlock all, and I've got what I want. Now if you wanted to come in and paint some specific areas of moss, you can always change the brush to get something a bit more dense to work with, if you like, and I'll go with this poofy brush and if I want to put a specific area in now, you know, I can come in and start really giving it some artistic tweaking on the corners and really getting that moss in there. Now I'm going to do probably some of that in between the parts, because it's a fiddly process and it takes a bit of time, so I'll just undo this one. But just so you know, you can always come in and paint in some kind of dedicated areas of moss, sort of to connect the chimney a bit more to the ground plate. And let's get a slightly less opaque brush. Okay, so lots of possibilities here for what you can actually do with this moss. But I just wanted to, instead of just skipping ahead a part and saying, okay, I've redone it, I just wanted to show you my my thought process behind doing that. Now I want to get to the rest of the roof. So a couple of things that we need to do. This texture needs a bit of extra contrast. We need to paint out these roof chimney pots and this here. Now I'm going to turn off my projection masking, Okay, there we go. So when I go to paint in the UV view, that won't be affecting there. So, okay, chimney stacks are going to be some sort of terracotta. So I'm going to pop open a terracotta texture. So I've got one here, an old tile, that will just about do it. And I'm going to use the grungy concrete we've got for this surround, the one we used to do some distressing on the roof. So neither of those things should be terribly difficult. Just pop open the UV. Go at the relevant patch. There we go, and I'll do the grungy concrete first. So I'm going to go and reset my image. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to take a normal hard paintbrush. I'm going to press Shift and Plus so I can see that image a bit better. There we go. And just a normal hard paintbrush. Whoops. I've unclicked the paint through tool. There we go. And I'm just going to paint these. Now these won't be terribly visible, just the edges of them really, but I'm going to need a layer for them anyway, so I'm going to call this stack edge. Not quite sure what those things on the top of chimneys are called, but there you go. And get this other one. Okay, so that will do for those edges. Now this would be the pots on top of the chimney. So let's grab another layer and call them stack pots. And I'm going to use this old terracotta tile texture that I have. And, you know, just paint these out. Oops, I've gone onto the vector tool. Don't want that. Paint through. There we go. Make this a little larger. Whoops, I kind of clipped the edge of one there. Okay, and these round disc things are just the top of the chimney pots, which really won't be visible in a render unless you're shooting from top down, which we're not going to be in this tutorial, but while we're here. Okay, so let's take a look in the ortho and see what that looks like. Okay, so we got these pots. The stack around is nice, this is fine. Maybe the scaling on it's a little too large, but I think we'll get away with it. And these pots are maybe a bit too red. They're going to, you know, contrast a bit too much with this. So we'll stick an adjustment layer on the pots. And first we'll do a hue saturation and in this case lightness scale. That doesn't really matter to us. I just want the saturation. I'm going to unsaturate that just a tad. And then I'm going to use a levels, let's say, to make it a bit darker. Okay, so I'm going to need to be in here, of course. Levels, and now we can tweak this just a little bit darker, push the whites up, adjust the midtones, and there we go. That should about do it. Okay, that still might be a bit bright in comparison to the rest of our house, but that's alright. We can desaturate. There we go. Okay, so what do we have left to do with this roof? Well, realistically, we've got a spec map. Let's have a look what we've got in the spec map. Okay, the spec map's okay for the tiles, but we need to put the chimney stacks in there. And let's take a look at the bump. Okay, the bump map has the old moss on it. So the first things first, let's get rid of that. It does have the correct chimney stacks, so that's cool. And also the bump map has no bump information for the tiles. So let's first concentrate on the bump map. Let's go back to the color. And let's see what we need. Now, to get this bump map finished off, we're going to need this Moss V2. So I'm going to copy this and paste it into the bump. Okay, and that gives me the position and pattern of the moss that we've got on the roof. Now, of course, we'll need adjustment stacks for hue, saturation, and value to make that just luminance. And also this moss wants to stick up, so again we're going to need to make it a lot lighter. So levels, whoops, and of course add that in the stack. Okay, just come here and let's get this down a little darker there, mid-tone. I'm trying to get it without massively oversaturating it, so that becomes a bit of a challenge. There we go, that should about do it. What we're looking is for the bump to stick up, so anything above a 50% grey is going to stick up in the air, which is good for us. Okay, the brickwork is fine, but now let's get a bump map for our tiles. So let's go down to colour, because the displacement map, if we have a look, is not really doing the bump on the tile, it's just doing the major areas of displacement, which is what a displacement map should be. For tiny detail, you want to go onto a bump or normal, but in our case, bump. Now let's take the tiles colour. So for this, we're going to need the tiles texture, the tiles color, and probably the distressing. Although we could do the bump, because the distressing is just kind of damage on the tile, as is the color. It's the texture where the bump will be located. So we'll take the tiles texture and throw that on. And that gives us what is texturing these tiles in essence. So let's come in, and we're going to need some stacks for this, of course. We're going to need a hue, saturation, and value once again, because with bump map it's just luminance we're interested in. We're not interested in color information, so we get rid of it. And also we're going to need a levels, because this is a bit too extreme, I'm thinking. Okay, so let's get a levels stack in here. And I've done it again. It seems to be my day for that. Obviously inside the stack. Let's just pin it. Okay, and I don't really want that much bump in the tile, so I'm going to get this lot back to a more 50% grey. And for this, I might just try and get that 50% greyish here, and then use a contrast node to sort of take away some of the contrast in it. Because if we look at what actual colour we're at here, we're still a little bit dark, but it doesn't really matter that much. You don't have to be extremely precise. Let's add a contrast. Okay, and let's turn the contrast down. That will just give us less bump, which is kind of what I'm looking for on these tiles. Now, we've also got a possibility here, because we have in our spec map a curvature map. We can use this curvature map to add distressing to the edges of our tiles, which is kind of a cool thing. So let's take the curvature map, Control C, let's bring it up to the bump map. Let's add a noise layer to the bump. So let's just go for a procedural noise, and I'm going to go with purlin noise. Okay, and I'm going to make the scale of that purlin noise a bit smaller, actually quite a bit smaller. There we go. This will act as some roughness around the boundary of our tile, and at the moment, of course, it's not. It's just all over the entire roof. So we're going to take this image here, we're going to add a mask stack to the purlin noise, and we're going to paste in the layer that we use for the spec, the curvature map. Now I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on just show me the curvature map, because I want this to be black and white basically. So let's bring up this, and let's grade this to a black and white. So probably a grade node would be easiest. Okay, so that purlin noise is only going to be active in the white portion of the image. So if we look now at all the levels, you can see around the edge of my tiles has come that purlin noise to give them a really rough edge in the bump. So curvature maps, handy for both getting a basic handle on spec and also on bump. So that's looking alright. Now we just need, what else do we need in this bump layer? We've got moss, but it doesn't seem to be showing up. Let's put the moss on the top. There we go. So there's the moss over the top. We've got the purlin noise, which is doing the edges here of the tiles. We've got the bricks out. So now, realistically speaking, that purlin noise is overlaid on these as well, which will be a good enough bump for those small details. Okay, let's just turn this purlin noise off, and you should see all the noise around the edges of the tiles disappear. Okay, perfect. So that's looking like a pretty decent bump for this roof. Right, let's go and look again at the colour. There was a couple of things that I wanted to grade in here, one of which being this chimney stack. It's a little dull. So let's go down to the stack colour. Go stack edge, stack colour, and add an adjustment to it. And at this point I'm just going to grade it to give it more contrast. So this is a fairly easy thing to do. I'm going to push up the black point maybe to about there and pull down the white point to about there. And if you look when I turn that off, you'll see this just generally gives the image more contrast. So maybe that's a little too much. Okay, there we go. That's about what I was looking for. Okay, so I think we're about done with this roof now. Just going to check out the displacement, the bump, sorry, make sure everything has some bump. Everything has some bump. Let's check the spec. Okay, well here we haven't done the spec, which I can borrow from the bump map for this really. So let's borrow the stacks bump, because that will do to make up some of the spec. Okay, and everywhere that's white is going to have a, let me just see what that put in. Oh no, it's just me. Right, that's fine. Everywhere that's white is going to be sort of maximum specular, and everywhere that's black is going to be none, because we're actually going to use this as a weight map, which means for us that we need to make some tweaks here, because these are now too light. This would be sort of half spec, and this would be much more. And these bricks would be far too shiny in this condition. So let's come in and grab their levels and see if we can adjust this midpoint a bit to make this white more grey. Okay, we're going to need to clamp down on that. There we go. Okay, and I'm going to do the same here for our base layer. I'm going to make the grey a more overall grey, a darker grey. So let's come in and add a adjustment level. And again, levels will be fine. Okay, that should be good. This will allow this to be not so shiny and this to be quite shiny. And looking at that, our stacks here are still not dark enough. So let's just darken those down by clamping the output level here. There we go. So that almost does us for the spec map. Now we could come in and take the bump from the pots at the top here. So let's go for Actually, that bump is just being generated by this purlin noise, so let's take that and throw that in the spec. Okay, and that's given us some bump up here and some extra bumpiness around these tiles. But I'm going to put a levels on this purlin noise as well. And these sorts of small details can take quite a bit of tweaking to get right. But I'm just going to kind of damp that down and damp that white down. Maybe clamp the levels here. Okay, so that just about does it for our spec map. Might have to come back and tweak that, but it's good enough for now. So we've got a spec, we've got a bump, we have a color, and we have a displacement. Now, one of the things we can do is a bump map's fine for things like bricks from a distance, but what it won't do, it will make them look like they have some indentations and whatnot, but it'll never break up an entirely straight line like this. It won't actually change how the geometry is behaving. So I'm going to take this stacks bump and I'm going to give us a bit more displacement. So I'm going to throw that into the displacement. Okay, now this is too white on its own. It needs to be much more of a 50% grey. So let's come in and let's clamp out these white levels here. Remember, 50% grey is going to be no displacement in our case. Okay, so I just want a bit of displacement on this. Now you can come in, and because we're going to have too much detailing on this, so if I look in the UV, what I would generally do with something like this is actually select a 50% grey. So let's go to values and do an RGB of 128, 128 and 128. Then I would actually paint out a lot of the detail in this. So let's get another layer. And this is a pain in the backside, as you can imagine, and paint out a lot of the detailing here. And don't worry, I'm not going to make you watch me do this. I'll do it in between the parts, if I feel it's necessary at all. Sometimes you get away with it, but generally for displacement, you don't want to be creating too many, too much small changes. You're much better off with sort of big blocks of color just to tell the displacement where it's going. Now you can probably use and then I would paint in the darker color to fill in the mortar, but we can probably take ourselves somewhat of the way there with a simple grade node. Let's try that. So there we go, grade, because you don't want to be doing more work than you have to here. Let's take the black point all the way down and the white point all the way up. Okay, that's definitely going to be easier for us to work on when we paint it out, and it has got rid of a fair bit of detail on its own. So you'd need to come in and then color grade this again to knock the levels out. So let's put another levels in over the top of the previous one and just knock this down to kind of as much as we can get to 50% grey, and this up, and really clamp those levels. Okay, and this is looking better from the point of view of a displacement. Okay, and then I might add a contrast to dampen down some of the contrast on the bricks. So stacks, there we go. Whoops, don't want to change the contrast pivot, just the contrast itself. There we go. Now if I was in Photoshop, I'd use a high pass filter. So let's have a look. High pass. Okay, and we want the current paint target, I would think. Let's have a look. In fact, before we do that, let's go down to view just this layer. And that's why my high pass filter wasn't doing anything. I was on the wrong layer. So that layer and the ones underneath it. Let's look. There we go. Alright, so let's try a high pass filter. Okay, current painting. Okay, current paint target. There we go. And this will remove detail to a certain extent. Although I believe the one in Photoshop would do a better job. But this should be enough, so I'm going to apply that high pass filter. Okay, and that should do us for some displacement on there. Now let's go and look. Okay, now really I would advise at this point coming in and seriously just masking out some of these bricks on a different layer. But you know, this is a very time consuming job and I'm not going to make you watch me do it. So I may do that at some point if I feel it's necessary. Whoops, and we've got some displacement on here that came over with the stacks that we don't want. So I'm just painting 50% grey here on this top layer. Alright, and that gives us some displacement on the chimneys as well as some spec, some colour, and some bump. Okay, now the ambient occlusion, we'll just check this bump. Yep, perfect. The ambient occlusion we're actually using over the top of our color layer as we've already done, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's go to color and orthographic view. And there we go, roof looks pretty good. So, let's export some channels. In fact, let's just export, yeah, we'll do them one at a time. More control just to make sure. So roof color, export all patches. That will bake out now. Roof spec. Let's export all of those. And it's going to overwrite the roof color. So let's just make sure it's on the right template, and that should be channel. There we go. So export all patches, and now it will be called roof spec, which is what we want it to be called. Okay, so roof displacement also needs to go out. So roof displacement, that's good. And finally the roof bump needs to go. So roof bump, yeah. Alright, so that's about it for this roof. I think any tweaks I make from now will be fairly minor tweaks to adjust the spec layers and bump layers, you know, just to adjust the grey levels in case we've got too much or too little. But realistically, I'm pretty happy with what we've got now. So I'll be back in the next part when I'll show you how to break this up. We'll apply the spec layers, the bump layers, and we'll get a final finished looking roof, and from there we'll move on to the main body of the house to get some ambient occlusion on that to generate some curvature maps and basically dirty it up a bit more, because right now it's a bit too bright and it's a bit too lacking in contrast. So we'll fix that in the next part, and we'll also get renders of this roof and set the material up. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So we finished off the last part in Mari where we generated some new maps for our roof, and in this part I want to put those together in a shader in Maya. Now we've already got a displacement and a diffuse color and a bump map on here, so if I just hit the material attributes you can see we've got this diffuse reflection that we've had since we started the tutorial, which is just the color, and then we've got that bump on there as well. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to add the spec to this, but in order for us to get a good look at what the specular is doing, I'm going to turn off this diffuse reflection layer and I'm going to make this bottom layer black. That way anything that stays black will have pretty much no reflection, and anything that reflects the color of our sky, or indeed the color of the wall next to it in the case of this chimney, will be a reflection. So I'm doing this because we've got a grey, light grey, bluey roof, and we've got a light grey, bluey sky. So the actual spec highlight on this will be, or reflection if you like, will be quite subtle. So by pulling this back, this diffuse base component back to black, turning off the diffuse reflection, it'll allow us to really see what the spec map that we generated is actually doing. So I'm going to put a new layer, and I'm just going to go for a weighted layer and a weighted specular reflection. Now you can of course use a Fresnel reflection or a glossy reflection. I mean the basic difference is that specular reflection will happen with one light bounce, so think of a mirror finish, and a glossy reflection can happen with many, so you could get a more subtle gloss reflection, some sort of reflection off an anodized ball or something like this, but we want a very simple one light bounce. It's enough for what we're doing. So with no bump in here and a color of white just to show up really against this black, I'm going to drop in the weight map we generated. So I'm going to go to File, I'm going to open that up, and I'm going to look for that roof spec that we generated, this one. So let's just pop that open. Let's make sure that's set to Mari for the 4 patches and raw. Now because this weight map is connected to the alpha channel on the incoming shader, I'm going to need to go down to color balance and take alpha as luminance, because it's just reading the luma, if you like, the black and white image, and it's reading that from the alpha channel. So if you don't have that set in the alpha channel, which we don't, we have it set on the color channel, you're going to have to tick alpha as luminance. Okay, so now this, when I hit render, should show us exactly what's going on with that spec map. So I'll be back in a moment when that renders out. Okay, so that rendered out, and you can really see here where that spec is really picked up around the edges of this tile. So if we look in close, you can see where it's reflecting this white wall. We're getting tiny amounts of reflection on the flat surface of the tile, and a ton of reflection around the edges. The same is true up here, where we're kind of reflecting some white patch from the sky up here. We're getting that just on the edges of the tile. So our spec map is working quite nicely. Now you might notice that we didn't generate a curvature map for these tiles, so you just get a very flat reflection across them. Now you can go into Mari and paint a curve on yourself if you want, or you can generate a curvature map for these tiles around the outside. That will involve moving the UV patches before you take them into X normal, but I'm going to cover that in a second when we do the house. For me, however, this spec map is looking quite fine. Most of the things that I'll use the reflection for will be tweaked in post-production when we separate out the diffuse from the indirect light from the specular highlights. So this will give me a lot more control in post, and I get that map to play with, that spec weight map, which means I can have things like reflection on the brick surfaces but not in between where the grouting is. So again, this all depends on what you're looking for, but for me in this particular roof, this is a nice enough spec map for this job. So let's go into the material and put all the other things together. So now we've got a spec map, and one thing I did want to say, if you look at the front of here, this spec map looks a bit like shellac or varnish that's just been put over the top. That's because the spec map doesn't have bump. So this is useful if you wanted to create, say, a ceramic tile that was bumpy underneath and then a thick layer of, say, varnish or resin that goes over the top to make it smooth to walk on. You can bump the underneath material and leave the top material smooth, this will create like a varnish shellac effect. But for us, we want the bump to be on the specular reflection too, because we want a bumpy specular reflection. Now I'm going to leave the colour at white for this, it will be enough. I'm going to turn on the diffuse reflection. We should have a pretty complete roof when I hit render, and we'll just have to look at the house down here. So let's get a render with all of this together. Okay, so that finished out the render here, and all in all I'm pretty happy. Now obviously we can't see too much contribution from that specular because we've got a kind of blue-grey roof with a blue-grey sky and nothing that interesting happening in the environment, so we've got nothing that's really going to reflect back that much. But for me it's fine. I'll tweak it in the post-production process if necessary. Now I'm kind of happy with the chimney. It's got a bit of a seam there that I'll need to paint out in Mari, and also these top bits, they're not rough enough. They look like someone stuck brand new chimney pots on an old roof. So I'll go into Mari and kind of knock back the saturation and paint in a few scratches and dings, and I may add some more moss to this, but if I change it from here I will come back and just go through the changes with you. Even if I don't do everything on screen, it'll be small tweaks that need doing. But right now we've got a roof that I'm quite happy with, and we've got a house that's far too clean, it's far too bright, it really doesn't look in terms of the overall render that great at the moment. It's just too flat. We need to introduce some ambient occlusion and some dirt and things like that. And to do this I'm going to use an ambient occlusion pass. I'm going to use an ambient occlusion bake, sorry. So I will then use that bake for the basis for both the ambient occlusion but also some dirt that I'm going to put around the house as well. So in order to get an ambient occlusion pass for this, we can use Maya's texture bake. You can use XNormal as well if you want. The problem with XNormal is that it doesn't allow for UV tiles or UV patches. So you have to do them one at a time, and I'll take you through that process. It's useful to know, but for the ambient occlusion, because I want it on everything and Maya's quite good at it, we might as well use Maya. So I'm going to select my entire house here, and I'm going to press the space bar to bring up the hotbox, and I'm going to go lighting and shading, assign new bake set, and I'm going to assign a texture bake set. And this will contain all the controls for the texture we want to bake onto this. So I'm going to go for a TIFF 16-bit. Number of samples is 1. We don't need a massive amount of accuracy for this ambient occlusion. So I'm going to go to occlusion only, occlusion raise 128 should be just fine. Occlusion fall off I'm going to leave there, and again I'm mostly using this as a mask and I'll tweak it in Mari, so I don't really need to be too accurate. And let's just go fill seams, we'll put up to 2.5. This will just help fill in any seams between the textures. So okay, that's it. If we hit bake now, if I go down to lighten and shading again and batch bake mental ray, open this up. So objects to bake, the selected objects, bake to texture, bake operation, multiple objects, in our case a single object. Bake the shadows, we don't want to bake that light and information, we don't need to. Keep the original shading network, it doesn't matter to us, we can always put it back on. So I'll just tick that, that will keep the original shading network on there. In fact, I'll just let it create another one, it's fine. And if I wanted to override the settings that we've got in the texture bake, I can hit override here and add new settings, but for me it's not necessary. Now, problem number 1, if we hit convert right now, this will bake a texture, but it will only bake it to the first UV patch. So you'll just get one texture, we need 6, which causes a problem. It's a pain in the backside, to be honest with you. We'll go here and we'll come down, and you can see you can do a UV range. So if you wanted to put user specified, then I can go in and start tweaking the range of the UVs. So if I go up to UV editor and press this little box here, you can see my UVs, U1 V2, U2 V1, U3 V1, U4 V1, U5, and so on and so forth. So if I wanted to bake this out now, I'd have to go to Lighting and Shading and Bake Set there, Batch Bake, open up the options. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want the actual texture bake set itself. And you know, I've got U1, U1, that's fine. Then I'd have to go U2, U2, U3, 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 and then wait for it to finish and keep going. Now you can do that if you've got just 2 patches. It's easier to do that. If you've got multiple patches, well, there's a script for that, and I'll just bring it up so you can see where it is and where you can go and get it. Okay, so I've opened that up here, and the address is earlyworm.org 3d/python/bake UDM tiles, and again I'll put that a little note of that web address in with a readme file, and the methods for installing it and using it are all here, so I'm not going to go through that again. But this is the script I use. Now, like I said, you can do it by hand. It's not that much trouble, but as I do this quite often, I've just installed that script up here on a custom shelf. So when I hit Bake UV, that will basically run this command here and bake out my occlusion, and then it will change the U value for me until it's baked out all of the UVs. So in our case, 6. So I'm going to go up here, I'm going to hit Bake UV, and bake UDIM tiles, sorry, and that will bake out occlusion map for me. And for sort of 6 of these, let's see what size we set them on. 512 is too little. Let's get a 2K. And again, it doesn't have to be that accurate, so I don't really need 4K for this. So hit your button or do them manually, whichever you prefer. And if you're doing them manually, of course, you'll need to use the batch bake command, which you can find on the Lighting and Shading menu. There you go. So anyway you do them, you want to get all 6 out for all 6 patches. So I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so that's run its course. These are actually some ones that I did yesterday. Now yours will probably say baked 01001, and then they'll have the name of the geometry, so poly house geo set 01. All I've done is gone in and renamed these and knocked that first bit off. And if I open one up, you'll be able to see what it generated in Photoshop. Okay, so there is my 2K ambient occlusion map for the the number 1 UV patch U1, and I'm just going to open the others so we can make sure they all came in, and also I need to resave them out as well. Okay, so there's all 6 of them. Now I could just take them into Mari like this, but Mari does not like the TIFFs that Maya generates some of the time, so I prefer to save these as PSDs. And in order for Mari to like them, I'm going to have to get rid of the background layer. So I just come in, double click, get rid of the background layer. Okay, so easy as that really, and then just File, Save As, and I'm going to save them as PSDs, and I'm going to make sure they don't have an alpha channel. Don't need one. So just save, and then go through and save out the other 6. Just remembering that you don't need the alpha channel. So I'll do these other ones and be back in a moment. Okay, so I saved out my set of 6 PSDs just because Mari has some trouble sometimes with the TIFFs that Maya generates. Not really a big issue. And I'm going to assign a new material to this house, and I'm going to feed in that ambient occlusion that we just generated. So I'm going to come up here, and you will find that, by the way, under render data, there it is, mental ray, light map, and here. So I'm going to use these PSDs, and I will flick this to UDM and generate a preview. So Maya doesn't like the PSDs, of course it doesn't. So let's try the TIFFs with Maya. It doesn't really matter, we'll never use them within Maya. And generate preview. And we've got some transparency with that alpha channel, so let's just break the connection for it. And there you can see that ambient occlusion all over the house. So we know we've generated the map right. I mean, it looks absolutely fine. I'm getting some darkening around here. So that's all good. And if we scroll down here, you can really see the occlusion taking off in these corners and around the windows and things. So that's done. One occlusion map. But what about a curvature map? Well, Maya can't generate one, which means we need to use XNormal. But we can't use XNormal with this entire object because it won't do multiple UV patches. You know, there's always something. So what I need is to break this house down into its component parts. So I'm just going to do one of these in XNormal, and I'll leave you to do whichever ones you feel you need. For me personally, I want a curvature map for these wooden beams, these window frames, and probably this bay window, which is 3 separate UV patches. But for the main house, well, I kind of know where the curves are, or where the edges are. It's a very big house with very few small edges, so I don't need one. But anyway, let's break this mesh apart. Mesh, separate, which will break the mesh apart. Now, I'm actually going to save this file as a new copy. So I'm going to save this as junk, because I do not in any circumstances want to save over my original file. After I've broken this apart, I'm going to triangulate, I'm going to do weird things to it in order to generate this map that I don't want to have to undo later on. So now I've got the house and it's been broken into its component parts. Now let's say I want a curvature map for these beams. Well, if we open up the UV for the whole house, so let's go to Edit, UV Editor, and that's not right. We want just the main house part. So let's try the UV editor again. Now I can see that my beams are here. So if I go on to shell and select them, in fact let's turn that off. So I'm going to select all those patches, which has now just selected all those shells. And if I look under main house, I've got polysurface 18 to, let's have a look, 71. So I know 18 to 71 makes up all of this. That's great. Now I can combine that back together. Mesh, combine. Okay. Now I've got one object I can export to XNormal, but again the UV is going to be in the wrong place. So there we go. It's patch number 6. Now this is not going to be great for me. I'm just going to hide the image back here because it's confusing the issue. Right, this UV is all the way over here and I need it here. Well, there's a quick fix for this. We know this is patch 6, so make sure this move tool is set to 1 patch at a time, and I go 1. Whoops, you need to select the UVs you want to move. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that brings it back to here. When I want to move it back, I can just do the same the other way, if indeed I need to move it back, which I won't, but if you did. Okay, so that puts my UVs quite nicely in this 0, 1 space. Okay, that's going to mess up the texture on this, but it doesn't matter, because we are just using this for an XNormal map. Now I can take this into XNormal, but before I do that, XNormal won't read any mesh that has n-gons, and this one definitely does, where these holes are around the corner. So I'm going to go to Mesh Triangulate and just turn that all into triangles. That way, no n-gons. Then File, Export Selection, and let's call this Beams, and done. And now into XNormal. Okay, so that opened up, and I'm just going to use the same high and low definition mesh. So let's go to High Definition Mesh, Add Mesh Beams, and a scale of 10. And low definition mesh, add mesh beams, and a scale of 10, and this time I'm going to tick match UVs because they're both the same. Now I can go down to the baking options. I'll get a small map to start off with, just so I don't have to wait a long time, and I'm going to go down curvature map, and I'm going to reset that to its defaults. I'm going to put this to uniform. The spread angle I'm going to turn down a bit, so maybe 85, something like that. 84, close enough. And number of rays, 128. We don't need to be too accurate here. Monochrome, I don't need a 3 color tone map. And let's just generate. Okay, as you can see, that's coming in pretty quick, and you can see the white edges here on my map. So let's just say that generated that, and then you'll have that saved in wherever you've told it to save. So I'll just stop for a second. So in my case, that would be tutorial x normal v2 curvature. Now I'd probably give it a better name just so I know where it is, but I'm just going to run through this procedure once more. So let's do these window frames. So let's go into, whoops, that's the render view, don't want that, the UV editor. Okay, I'm going to click on one of these render frames. I'll just get the whole lot of them actually, and I'm going to delete the history on these beams. That will clean up these empty nodes here. There we go, gone. So let's see, main house UV. So now what do we want here? Well, we want the window frames which are here. So let's select them. Shells, making sure we get everyone. There we go, and another one here. Done. And now I can say poly surface. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Maya just froze up on me there for a second. So now I need to combine this. So I'll just go to object mode and mesh combine. And it's not happy with that. It's going to make me select these one at a time. Why? Because they're definitely all selected. Okay, let's just pull them out to here and select them all. Okay, so this is just a quick way to select them there. And because it doesn't matter to us where they actually are when we combine them, it's going to be fairly irrelevant. So let's just combine all those. Mesh, combine. And that gets us one object. Now just shove them back approximately in the right position. And there we go. Right, so that gets us this one object. Now let's open the UV map for that after we delete the history on it. It's not necessary to delete the history because we'll be junking this entire file in a second, but it's just habit. So let's look in the UV editor, and we've got that patch all the way over there. So select all the shells, and 1, 2, and 3. Now we've got the UVs in the right place. I'm not sure the geometry on this should be pretty good, so I'm not sure we'll need to triangulate it, but we may as well go ahead and do that. Mesh triangulate, and there we go. So let's just export this. Window frames, and then we can open that up in X normal, clear, clear, add mesh, and window frames. So let's do a low definition mesh, add mesh, window frames. Okay, and make sure we are on the curvature map. We are, generate, and that will go ahead and generate the map for these window frames, the curvature map for these window frames, which as you can see it's doing now. So when you've done all this, when you've got your curvature maps and you're happy, now you're going to need to rename these files, because I will now have a curvature map here that says X normal curvature, which if I open up in Photoshop you can see as my window frames. But if I just open up our original file, so open up this one we were on. Okay, now if I wanted to load that curvature map in for these window frames, I'm on patch 1, 2, 3, 4, is it? Yes, so it's patch number 4 for the window frames. So I would need to give this file a Mari style extension. So .1004. Now let's just copy that to the source images folder, because we're going to import these into Mari, so it's important Mari knows where they are. Now let's give this house a new material. Just do a Lambert for now and load into the color file. And where am I? Not there. Source images. And somewhere here we should have a curvature map. X normal curvature 1004. So if I open that, tell this it's Mari, then look in the UV. Okay, I haven't generated a preview, I'll need to do that. Break the transparency for the blend. So reload, generate preview, and you can see that curvature map has been loaded in onto my windows. Just by renaming that file, Maya now knows which UV patch it is. So if I look at the UV editor now and image, display image, you can see that curvature map here on tile number 4. Now for the curvature map we generated for the wooden beams, we'd need to rename that something .1006 because it is V1U6. So you can generate maps in XNormal like this. You'll notice that even though we move this patch over to the 0 and 1 space, the UVs remain the same because we use the little move tool to move them. So, we'll get a perfect UV this way every time. So in between these parts, and as you can see by looking here, if I can click off that, this curvature map has nailed the edges of these windows. You can see it here too. So if we want to put distressed paint around these now, or just use this as a bit of a boost in our spec map, we'll be able to do that. Okay, so generate any maps you want from XNormal like that. You can do a displacement map, you can do any maps like this on multiple UDIM tiles just by literally breaking the object up into its UV components, moving the UV back into 0 and 1 space, generating the map, and then renaming that file into whichever particular UV space you need it to drop. So for the purposes of this tutorial, what I'm going to do is generate a curvature map for the beams, for the window frames, and for the bay window here. And I'm not going to bother with the with anything else. We've already got one for the roof tiles. So in the next part we'll come back, we'll use that ambient occlusion we generated, this one, that we went to the trouble of resaving out as PDFs, and we'll use these curvature maps here to get this house a bit less flat looking in the render. So I hope you found something useful in this part, and thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So I've opened up here our Mari project of the main house. Now we're pretty much done with the roof, and we're going to use the maps that we just generated. So that ambient occlusion and the curvature map, which I went ahead and generated for the beams, the inner windows, the outer windows, and the bay window. So I'm going to just hit S so I don't have any patches selected and click in the background there, and I'm just going to bring in a new layer. And I'm going to bring in first of all the curvature map, so import in a layer, and let's see, source images, so I called this one XNormal curvature, and you see it's got from patches 3 to 6. Now our light map is there, our ambient occlusion, and if I go to the source images directory, you can see I've just called mine XNormal curvature 003, 004, 5 and 6. Representing the current U space in the UV, so UV V1 U3, V1 U4, and so on and so forth. Now let's import all patches, and successfully imported 4 patches, and we'll see what they actually look like. So there you can see the patch on the beams, and you can see here that it's got that edge detail. You can see the edge detailing on this patch here. Okay, so that just gives us that edge detail, and I'm going to turn the shadows off because they're just getting a bit in the way here,
and on these beams, on these window frames, and on these inner window frames. So if we look at the UV also, and we go just to view this particular layer that we're on here, you'll see that I don't have a curvature map for the main walls of the house. I have one on UV space 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, so that would be the beams, the bay window, the outer windows and the inner windows. Now you can generate one for the main house or not at all, depending on your needs, but that's how I went about it. So I'll call this curve. Okay, now we have that ambient occlusion we need to pop on, so let's add another layer, call it AO, and import. So this time we know that this file is going to be in render data, and there we go, baked PSD. So import all patches. Okay, imported 6 images, resized them to 4K because we only generated a 2K ambient occlusion, but that's fine. And let's go and look what it looks like in the orthographic view. So there we have the ambient occlusion on our house. Nice. And you'll notice that there's this big black part here. Now this is actually fine. What this big black part is where the roof would be. So of course it was occluded when we rendered it in Maya, which is fine for us because we're not that interested in this. It's going to be covered up by the roof anyway, although you can go in and hand paint it out. And apart from that, the rest of the occlusion here is looking kind of fine. Alright, so let's have a look at the UV. And here I see some occlusion that's way too dark. That would be underneath the porch area. So first I'm going to just check my projection to make sure I don't have any masks enabled before I start painting, which I don't, and then I'm going to kind of touch up this map a bit. So into UV here, and I'm going to get a mid-grey, so around there, and I'm going to paint this out because I don't want this occlusion there, so I'm just going to hit P for paintbrush. Before I do this, I will put my changes to my occlusion on a separate layer. In fact, for this, I'm not sure I need to. Let's just keep that one in reserve in case I change my mind, but I think I'll just paint directly on top of the ambient occlusion we've got. And I'm just taking some of the occlusion away here, so it's not quite so dominant. There we go. You don't need to be too neat, especially there under the porch area. Now we have this big strip of black occlusion here for some reason. Let's find that. And that is here, and that's the chimney stack that goes up the side of the house, so that's absolutely fine, and that's the roof of course, so that's fine. Okay, so I think pretty much all the tweaks we need to make to that occlusion. I'm just going to turn this curve layer off and go back to view all layers. Now let's go back to our shader as well, and you'll notice that didn't change when I went back to view all layers. That's because this is sitting over the top at a blend mode of normal. So we can start by giving this a blend mode of multiply and just multiply that over the top of all the other layers. Now you see that's come in with definitely the ambient occlusion looking quite nice in these corners here, but it's come in overall too dark. And that's because whenever we have an area of grey, there is going to be occlusion. And if we look at just our ambient occlusion map, it's pretty grey. So we're going to need to grade this out. And I'm going to go for a layer adjustment stack and the levels. And let's come in here and pin this. And I want to grade this back so the parts with no occlusion are actually white. So let's look here and see what we can do. Whoops, that's not gonna. No,
Gonna have to play with the input. So let's move this. Okay, I don't want that to go too black. But that's no good because that's gotten rid of all of the occlusion there. So I just want to get it to a point where let's darken that down a bit. Okay, that's a bit lighter, but still not light enough, I think. There, let's have a look at this with all layers on. Okay, and it's really, I'm going on my shader because the standard shader has a bit too much spec on it. Okay, and let's just flick this on and off. And you should see quite a massive amount of difference. And indeed, you do. So that stopped the house from being too flat, it stopped it from being too lit up, it's given definition in places where we needed it, like on these window frames. If you look at these window frames here without that, you're going to just look very flat, kind of not too good at all really. So this is better, and I'm going to put this on a flat shade so I get more of an idea of what's occurring, and that's okay. Now, so we're flat shaded at the moment, and flat shaded without that ambient occlusion looks a bit like this. Not so good. Okay, so now we can use this actual ambient occlusion as a mask for dirt as well, which can either be hand drawn in or procedurally generated. I'm just going to procedurally generate some in our case. So I want to duplicate this layer, so I'm going to Control C and Control V. I'm going to turn that on to normal up here under the blend mode. And now I want a higher contrast on this shader between the blacks and the whites, so this will be easier on the UV view. If we go down here, you see I just want a higher contrast on this shader. So I'm going to come in and add a adjustment here for contrast. There we go, and I'm going to try upping the contrast. So that should about do it, I should think. And that just gives me a higher contrast, which will mean that less of my dirt will go on the actual walls and more of it will go into the corners here. So I'm going to now need to use this as a mask. So I'm going to rename this layer we didn't use as dirt. And I'm going to add a mask stack. And then I'm going to copy this layer. In fact, I should just be able to drag it into the stack there. Done. So that will now act as a mask, which means that when I paint on here, all of the areas that I don't want to paint on are masked out. So I'll make sure I've got a nice kind of bright, vibrant colour. I guess red would have done it, but there we go. And I'm going to paint. But as you can see, kind of the reverse here is happening. I'm painting on the bits that I don't want to paint on, and I can't paint on the black bits, which is the bits that I want to paint on, or the darker bits, should I say. So let's just clear the paint buffer. And you can check that if we find an area of large occlusion, let's say one of these surrounds will do it. Let's try and paint on this, and you'll see that that green is very light where it's dark and very green where it shouldn't be. So that's kind of the opposite of what we want there. Now, let me also come in and tweak this, because when I was painting that out, that didn't look wonderful. So let's come in and tweak the contrast maybe. Okay, let's just check that out over here on the walls. Okay, so that's looking pretty decent now. Alright. Shut that down, go on our dirt layer, and whoops, let's view all of it. And we've probably still got that problem where, there you go, I can't paint on the bit I want. I want to paint in there. I don't want to paint in there. So we're going to need to invert that mask. So come up to the mask stack and stick an invert in there. Nice and easy. And now I should just be able to paint on the areas of occlusion. Just close that stack down, click on here. And as you can see, I can't paint really on the main body of the house, but I definitely can paint in those areas of occlusion, which makes this perfect for dirt. Now, you'll see I'll be able to paint over the space where the beams will go. That doesn't really matter. So if I wanted to paint dirt in here by hand now, I can, of course, but we don't want to do that. Take too long, and I don't think it's necessary for the kind of detail that we need. So let's pull in here, and this is where we would be painting our dirt. Let's add a procedural layer. So let's see here. We can probably do this by procedural layer, and we'll use some sort of noise. A Perlin noise will be fine, and that will cover the whole image. Don't panic. Okay, so that's not very noisy at the moment. Let's go in and adjust that downwards. So we get something like dirty noise. And there's many noise plugins for Mari, so get something you like. And I want a kind of brown, sort of dirty brown color. There we go. And probably a slightly lighter version of that. Maybe a slightly different hue. There we go. So I just want this kind of dirty brown color. Now we're going to have to use this mask stack. So we'll go back to, and get off there you, there we go. We'll go back to this Perlin noise, give it a mask stack, copy everything from this mask stack to that one. Stop that. Right, okay, sorry. My panels have all got a bit mixed up here. So that's my layers. Let me just put that back there. Right, okay, so everything from this mask stack, drag it into this one. Okay, give that a second, and as you can see, that's overlaid this dirty noise all over the house. Now, I don't need this dirt layer anymore, because our Perlin noise is acting as our dirt layer now, so I'll just delete that. This was just so we could design the mask stack without having the problems of a noise over the top of it. So dirt, just so I know what's what. And let's go back to our shader. And orthographic. There we go. Now that's probably a bit too much there. In fact, I would say that was a lot too much. Let's turn off the AO for a start. Just have a look at how much contribution this dirt is making. So if I go up now in the corners here, I can see that dirt kind of generated up there, but it's too heavy. So let us change the opacity a bit. So I'm going to use maybe 40% and flick on the AO, and I'm going to give the AO a little bit less as well, maybe 70%. And there we go. That's got some dirt in there. Quite liking the overall grunge feeling that's given us. Now, before we go any further, which would be the spec map design, I really want to test this particular texture out in Maya. So just to make sure we're going in the right direction, which I believe we are right now, let's just export this channel. Okay, and I've got an adjustment stack stuck up there. Go away. Channel, color, export flattened, export current channel flattened. And color flattened UDIM, that is indeed all 6 patches for our house. Out you pop. Okay, and I'm going to pop open Maya. And I'll just load in our scene file because I think we're on my junk file right now. Okay, there is our scene file. Let's get us back to the camera view we normally use, and I'll just hit material attributes on this. Actually, I'll need to change that to the house MILA material. And there we go. So let's change the color map now. Reload. sRGB, indeed, generate preview, which is again not strictly necessary, but I just want to make sure it's brought in the right map, so I'll have a look at that in the viewport. And there we are in the viewport. Let's do a render, and that will get the roof and now the main body of the house together. So I'll be back in a moment when that's rendered out. Okay, so that rendered out pretty well, really. That's a lot better than it was. Texturally, it's a lot grittier and dirtier now. It's not so flat. It's got a lot more definition to it, I think. We're still going to need to make some tweaks, one of which is the overall house color now is a bit bright. It's a bit muddy, sorry. And, you know, these walls here, they're a bit too perfect. I'd probably take some stains and whatnot and throw them up there. And of course, we need to generate a spec map. So let's go back into Mari. Now, I could lessen the amount of dirt and ambient occlusion on this, or I could, as I want to just brighten up these walls a bit, come into the walls. Here we are. So I'm going to come down here and I'm just going to fiddle with the inner wall color when I can find it. That's windows and beams, that's why I can't find it. So I'm just going to do the wall color, and I'll be back in a moment. I notice my mouse has become a bit jerky. I think I'm running out of RAM here, so give me 2 seconds while I just restart this process. Okay, sorry about that. Little hiccup there. Too many programs trying to run at once, I think. Now, base texture for the wall. Let's have a look here, and let's look at just the base texture. Now, I think that was just the solid cream color that we had. And yep, that's kind of the base texture I was looking for. So if we lighten up this base texture a bit, and let's look at the base texture overlay, which I think was just these little bits that we drew on here. So I'm going to grab these two here and I'll probably merge them together. So let's see here, we've got that under merge layers, there we go. So that can become one base layer all together now. Base, I'll just call that base texture. And that's about enough for us. Now we've got a couple of white spots over there, but they're hidden up by those bricks that we've got, so that doesn't matter. And let's stick in now a grade node and make this whole thing a bit more contrasty, but a bit towards the light side. So grade, and pop that open. Just pin this up here, and I'll just need to fiddle with the white and black point a bit. So I'm going to increase the contrast on it and the whiteness, and then I'll probably lift it a little bit too and whiten it a bit as well. Okay, so it's overall much brighter now, which means when we go back and overlay everything on it, it should have whitened up a bit. It will give us a better contrast. There we go. Okay, so that's looking quite a bit better. I've got a problem for some reason with this decal up here, and I'm not quite sure why. It seemed to have happened when I merged those layers. So let's look at the brick distressing. Okay, so what is that? That's on overlay. Let's put that on normal. And that brings back our brick distressing there, looking better. But I still have this hole in my base texture, which I don't like. So I'm going to have to paint that out. Now, let me just check if anything else has gone wrong. It hasn't. So I'm going to come up and I'm just going to use the clone stamp to get rid of this nasty hole which has appeared from somewhere. So base texture, clone stamp tool, there we go. And I'm going to work just on the base texture And let's see, so I want to pick a source point, so control and click, and then I should just be able to paint out this nasty bit we've got here. Okay, B to bake that down. Not quite sure when that got in there, and also there's a seam here. So let's go for a control click again, somewhere around here. Let's paint this out, and let's just come in and give this seam a bit of a tickle while we're here. Bake. And I'm not trying to get it perfect because it doesn't need to be. It's just to break up that straight line that your eye sees and will see. But you know, you can come in and let's get a control point here. Take a bit of time and effort with this one. There we go, bake that down, and that seam will carry on all the way down there. Yes, it does. So I'm going to control click. And there we go. That just takes out the worst of that seam that we seem to have managed to get in there. So I'm pretty happy now. Let's go up and view the whole thing with my shader, or with the shader that we made. Okay, and that's looking pretty good. We're much brighter on the house now, even though we still have all that dirt. But we've got more contrast in this texture, which is making us look overall a lot better. So I'm going to export this channel out and just check it again in Maya with a quick render. Make sure I'm happy. So export all patches, that will export all 6 of those. Okay, let's go to Maya, here we are, and let's make sure we have a saved copy of this so we can compare. Reload and generate preview. Just make sure that's finished, bake it out, it has. So generate preview, there we go. And that's looking a lot brighter already, but as opposed to brighter, more white, you can also see all that lovely contrast now that we painted in there, which is better for us. Let's go back to the same camera angle, and we'll get a render and compare it with this one, which is overall just a bit dim, and it's lacking some of that surface detail that we kind of painstakingly put in there, which is a shame. So I'll be back in about 4 minutes when this is rendered. Okay, so the render is finished, and this is the before and this is the after. Now texturally this one is much nicer. You know, you can see the contrast in this map and the kind of dirt that we put in here. So I'm much pleased with that lightening up of the base layer. Now I have somewhere along the line, I'm not quite sure where, managed to lose the drips from under my window, and it's also shown up an error here. Or has it? No, it actually hasn't shown up an error, it's just my viewport, but I'm not really liking, it looks like there's a line here. I can see now there isn't, it's just the way the texture's been laid on, but I might use the clone stamp tool to break this area up a tad, just because it bugs me. You see from a distance it looks like there's a line there just because the way the texture's actually sitting, but realistically speaking these bricks are better now. They're not on an overlay, they more match these, although they're still a bit small, so I'll probably end up repainting them, and I'm going to go and investigate what happened to my drips. But if we flick backwards and forwards, you can see what a huge difference we've managed to make with just a few small changes to the house. Now let's go in to Mari and find out what happened to my window drips. Okay, so I'm going to put this on show only the current layer so we can see what we're dealing with. And you can see there where this looks like a line but actually isn't, but I'm on the clone stamp tool at the moment, and in Mari it looks fine. I mean, it's probably just me, but I'm going to break it up a little bit anyway. Whoops. Okay, that should be enough. Okay, let's find my window drips. There they are. And indeed, there they are, and they're on overlay. Okay, let's view everything. Okay, you can see them. They're just very, very, very faint. So let's try a different blending mode. Let's try putting that on normal. That will probably not work so well. Yeah, that's not going to work. Alright, so overlay it is, and we're going to have to grade them in a bit. Overlay, and we've already got a grade node here. So let's just try making them a bit darker. Okay, there we go. And I have my drips back, but I'm really not liking them, so I'm just going to drop them for now and use a different under this window frame. With this lighter texture, those drips, they just don't blend in that well, so it's a case of using something else. Now, we've still got a spec map to generate for this, and I'm going to put some of these marks here on this wall here because I think it's a little bland at the moment. So when I come back, I'll have painted out just a bit of dirt. I'll redo those window drips or some equivalent. I'll need to find a new texture where I've got a stronger drip, or I'll need to regrade, but I'm not going to make you watch that. And overall, I'm pretty happy. So I'm going to Control S to save this Mari file. Take one more look at this. Okay, better. So when I come back, I'll have added a bit of dirt, as in some of these decals up here. I'll have found something else for under this window. I was never too keen on those drips, and really I'm just going to go through in Mari and make sure that I'm happy with the placement of everything. And then when I come back, we'll look at the spec map and the final portions of the house. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you found something interesting in here, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So in between the parts here, I've just changed the colour of my guttering system to a dark grey, just to get it out of the way a bit really. And I'll eventually take this into Mari and paint it along with these wooden panels here. I'm going to do this off screen because, you know, it's exactly the same technique to paint these as it has been to paint the rest of the house, so I'm going to leave that as an exercise for you guys. One of the last things I want to do here before I call this quits is a spec map for this roof. So let's jump into Mari and take a look. Now this is going to be a fairly easy thing for us to generate because we don't really have too much here that would be that shiny. You know, we've got some wood, but it would be fairly matte wood, and we've got some window frames here in white. But to be honest, they're going to just be reflective around the edges, and this is quite old gloss work, so the amount of time and effort that you want to put into the reflection is kind of up to you. But for me, I'm going to do something that's quite subtle. So a really quick way to start generating a spec map is as we did with the roof. So I'm going to take the bump channel, Control C and Control V. One thing I forgot to mention, by the way, is I also changed in between the parts those steps. Now the steps with that white kind of mosaic, I've just changed them into exactly the same red brick that was on the chimney. So I've really just gone in and painted over that white mosaic that we had before. I think the red brick steps are much more in keeping with the rest of the house. So okay, so now I've got a bump copy. I'm going to call this spec. Done, and I'm going to come in. I'm going to need to start adjusting some things here because the whiter this map is, we're going to use this as a weight map. So the whiter this is, the more reflective everything is. So at the moment this is kind of 100% reflective in most places, or you know, so near that it would be an almost mirror finish. So I'm going to come in and I'm just going to close down this one here. Now I've got a levels here which will adjust the main wall cover that we use for the bump. So let's use the same one for the spec. So let's just clamp off the amount of white that can come in, and you'll notice this is for the walls, and the walls are really not going to be that reflective at all. Now everything here, and there's a little edge detail that I've actually painted in there, so I'm going to grab that and shove it underneath this levels. There we go. So everything really has, apart from maybe the surface of the stealth bomber, has some sort of reflection given off. So I don't want to make this pure black. I want it to reflect a little bit, just not a lot. Now you can see here when we created this bump map, we've got some bits that we missed. We could either go ahead and kind of paint all of those little bits in, or we could just add a layer here and make it black, because we're going to just want to fill those in. So let's add a new layer and let's throw it underneath here. In fact, let's throw it as a bottom layer. So just drag that there, and then I'm just going to go up to the patches and fill. So UV, I'm going to want to select all of the UV patches. Okay. And select, there we go, that's 4. Now we want 5 and 6, and I'm just going to go patches, fill, black. Okay, that way if we've got any tiny missing parts, which for us doesn't really matter in the bump, you might have a little bit missing under here where I've just quickly painted it out at some point when we copied that bump over. So I just want to make sure that there's no bits missing, and having this as a black layer underneath does that. Now where is that levels? There it is. And I'm thinking maybe I'll make this a little bit lighter. So let's just add a little bit more white through there, and then the house itself will be somewhat reflective, but in the same way that a kind of stone or brick would be, a very, very dull, if at all, reflection. So we want to get that pretty dark but not completely black. And then we really want to achieve the same effect with most of the rest of this, because most of the rest of this is kind of matte old wood that you wouldn't expect to be too shiny. Kind of shinier than the rendered walls, but not so much. So let's come up and take a look at our beams and windows. Now each one of these we set up so it had a bay window texture, then we've got an inner window color. So we can actually come here, and because of the way they've been set up, they probably have levels nodes in them when we did the bump map. So again, it's just a case of darkening that down. Okay, and I want to get some differentiator between the light and dark, so we've still got that. And this is one of the things that you might need to play around a bit with, do some test renders. So I'm just going to get it kind of, that's probably a bit dark. Just unclamp the black from that a bit, and I'm going to go to flat shaded here so I can see things a bit better. Okay, well that should about do it. I can always come back and tweak it, or it can indeed be changed in Maya, as you will see in a second. So I'm going to do the same with these windows. So window frame, texture, there we go. Just a case of clamping the amount of white we've got. Really, and that's not looking very good. Let me check the wrong one, sorry. There we go. Try adding a bit of white to that and black just to get the contrast up a bit. So that will give me more contrast in there. And that's pretty dark. And yeah, I'm going to say done. We got the bay window. So bay window texture, there we go. And again, I just want to clamp that all the way down there. And then I'm going to clamp this, and find a suitable value there, probably. Okay, so this isn't going to allow hardly any reflection at all, which is kind of what I'm looking for, but the same technique can be used to add, a greater amount of reflection. And we still have these inner windows to do and these steps, because the steps are not going to be very reflective. Now this wood here, this is old gloss paint, so it'll be a bit more reflective. So let's find the window inner color and do something with that. So either a levels or a grade. Levels is probably easier. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Now I'm going to leave this like this, sort of a mid-grey, because this would be old gloss paint, so it would be more reflective than kind of the outlying areas here. And again, I think this wood is alright, but you might want to get a bit more contrast in. So if you go to beams texture, and really this is just one of those things that can take a bit of time to get right. Now we've got more contrast. I don't want that too light. There we go. So that will give us some areas of reflection kind of in between those grooves. And now these steps, which wouldn't be at all reflective. So let's pop those open, and they're an invert for the same reason that the mosaics were, because they had a kind of lighter grout, so we needed to make that darker for the bump, but that works out just fine for us here too. Because I think the actual worn surface of the brick would be shinier than the grout in between, so this works out perfect. Straight from the bump map, let's just level this up. I wish I would stop hitting the wrong. There we go. Sorry about that. And just clamp the white right down. Barely any reflection at all on this. Just enough to get something. And there we go. Now, I also generated a curvature map for this, so I'm going to import that. Now, I will say, when we imported a map in the last tutorial for the color for the dirt and the ambient occlusion that we did, I made a mistake there, and I'm going to show you what and how to avoid it. It's a really simple thing. I just wasn't paying much attention. So, like we did before, I'm going to import a set of maps, and I'll call these ones curve. And last time we did this was the ambient occlusion, but let's go import into layer. And you see here I have those curvature maps that I generated, X normal curvature from 3 to 6, because we didn't generate them for the main walls of the house. Wasn't really necessary. Now, it's going to say resize patches, which is what we did last time. Because this is a 2K image, it will then resize all my Mari patches to 2K, which in my case, fortunately, is fine. I don't need to be working at 4K textures specifically, but a lot of the time you do, or you need to be working at the resolution that you've set. That's why you've set it. So if you come in here now, it'll resize everything to 2K, and if you hit save and you needed that 4K resolution, you're going to be in a bit of a pickle. So put the resize to images. That way it will resize the images that are coming in, not the images you've already got in Mari, if you like. And then just put import all patches, and that will import all of those patches for us. Okay, so you can see where it's imported those, and that's gone right over what we've got so far. Now, I'm going to use this as a mask. So let's come in, and first of all I want to make this black and white. Add a grade node, there we go, and that way I can grade this down to its black and white color. Now just put that out there, pin it, and let's go for the black point first. So let's make that black, And let's crank the white point to make that white. What we're looking for here is a black and white mask. And there we have one. So that's our edges converted to a black and white mask. Okay, and that pretty much got everything. Now here we seem to have overblown it a bit. Let me see. Okay, that'll do. It's not to go too overboard with making that too saturated on the white. That looks fine to me. That's kind of caught all the edges. So now we need a new layer, and this layer will come in 50% grey. So I'm going to add a mask stack to that layer and drag this curved layer in the mask stack to be used as a mask. There we go. And what we should see is that's done its job of masking. So if I come in now with a, say, bright green brush so you can see what's happening, flick that up there, paintbrush, you can see I can only paint where that curve was. Okay, so now I could come in and paint some really bright points of my map where I wanted a specular highlight. Control C. But I don't want that, I just want a slightly lighter version of this grey. Now it's worth noting that I could use this mask on each of these. So let's say I wanted to get this beams base colour, beams texture, and mask a light a bit. I could go to all the trouble of using this as an individual mask in each piece, but for me, not necessary for this. I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to make this a lighter grey than we had. So about that. Don't need to go overboard. I'm going to go to UV and I'm going to select all the patches. They're all selected, and patches fill foreground. Whoops. But that at least should... Okay, well obviously I only want to fill the ones that the mask is applicable to, which is this one, this one, this one, and this one, I believe. So let's undo that. Control Z. And let's just check where our layer is here, what we generated it for. So let me click here. Okay, let me open that and check this. Okay, so we have one for this patch, one for this patch, one for this patch, and one for this patch, but not for this one or this one. Alright, so we'll need to select this patch, select this one, select this one, and this one. And that's purely because I never generated a curvature for the first two patches, which are just the large walls of the house. So these I am going to then fill. So click on this. They should be transparent at the moment, and I'm going to go to patches, fill, foreground color. Now flick back to everything, and you should see here, if we look in the ortho, or you'll be able to see it here too, we've got our map, and we've got this significantly lighter edge all the way around. I think that might be a bit too significantly lighter. So patches, fill, and foreground. There we go. So we've just got a little lighter on the edges. Let's look at the ortho. And you can see there, lighter edging strip around. So that should act to give us a nice highlight along our reflection map. So this is all looking pretty good, but as I look around here, these walls are too light in colour, and although they would have some reflection, it'd be really, really slight. So I'm thinking about the render time that we'll add here for an artifact. We're not really going to be able to see that much in these walls, and they're too dark, too light at the moment. So I'm going to go in and select the levels and just jack the white down altogether. I'm going to have no reflection on these walls, which will allow us a bit of a faster render time. Now in reality they would have you know, maybe a tiny bit of reflectivity from a polished stone in the wall somewhere. But with the amount of reflection that we're going to get, you wouldn't be able to notice it unless you were kind of shooting the wall from here. So it's just going to be a bit of extra render time. Now bear in mind, if you want to do some experiments, you can crank that up lighter or darker, but for me, just for the sake of a quick render, I'm going to turn all reflection on the actual render of the walls off. So render as in the stuff that they put on the walls, not render as in render in Maya, but either way we'll have no reflection on the walls. So I'm going to export this channel. So export current channel and make sure we're a spec. So export all patches. Okay. I've got some from one I did previously. And just wait for that shader to bake out and we can then take that into Maya. So pop open Maya here and let's get to using our texture. So we've got here this MILA material which I'm going to name main house before I forget what it is, and it's got a bump and a diffuse reflection. Let's add a weighted specular reflection. Now a lot of the time we would use a glossy reflection on this, but because we're going to have so little reflection, we can get away with a single bounce specular reflection for this kind of thing. It'll render a bit faster. So, but bear in mind, you can always use a glossy reflection, or you could even use a Fresnel reflection or a weighted reflection. I'm going to get more into materialism in a different volume, but for right now let's just see what sort of effect we get with our spec map, or in this case our spec weight map. So there you go, you can see this one is completely black because that would be the walls of the house, and here you can see all the other spec maps that we've got. So let's go to number 1, open that up. Okay, let me try that again. This material seems to be throwing a bit of a conniption. Okay, that worked. UDIM color space will be raw. Okay, just bear with me a second folks, I'm just going to restart Maya because I think I've had it open for a bit long, so I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. The recording software I use to record these tutorials occasionally gets a bit heavy on my machine, so I needed to restart Maya, but we'll just put a weighted spec layer back on there. And let's give it the weight, which would be the spec map we just created. So this should just work now. Let's have a look. Open. Yeah, no error messages. Good. And I'm going to go to raw, and you're going to need to make sure that under your color balance alpha as luminance is ticked. This is a luma map, grayscale basically, so it's using the luminance of the image, which means if that alpha as luminance is not ticked, this is not going to work, as we've seen before with the spec layer we did for the roof. Now I've also gone in just there when I restarted, and my windows, which were just a black MILA material, I put a glossy reflection with a roughness of 0.2 on there and a weight of 0.1. This will just give me a little bit of reflection from the window. Obviously we don't have a lot to reflect in the window at the moment, so it won't be spectacular, but it'll at least be better than a matte black. So right now we've just got a specular reflection on the house with a weight of 1, a color of white, and no bump. So let's introduce a bump on there. Now you don't have to have a bump, but again, as with the roof, it'll look a bit shellacked over the top if you don't, which might be a good thing if you're doing a heavily varnished piece of wood. But I want to introduce a little roughness. Okay, so for us, that should just about get it done. So I'm going to do a quick render of this and we'll see the result. Now what we're hoping for is enough reflection on these beams to pick up a bit of the sky color, enough reflection on the edges of these beams to perhaps pick out the odd edge or two to help differentiate them from the background. What we're not hoping for is enough reflection to kind of look like a mirror. So hopefully we'll have achieved that with a simple spec without the need for a costly to compute glossy reflection. So we'll see. I'll render and I'll be back in a second. So this finished out and did pretty much exactly what I wanted it to do. It gave me these bright kind of highlights along the edges, and it also now gives me a small reflection of that blue color in the sky. Now obviously when we've got an environment on this, these reflections will get more interesting as they have more to reflect, but for right now this is about what I wanted. This is maybe a little too shiny, but it's easy enough to fix with the reflection map that we've done in Nuke. Now, I wanted to get a bit more into materialism during this tutorial, but we've been here for about 6 hours now, and I think that's enough. I'm actually going to leave these last panels here in the front for you guys. I've UV'd them, so you'll just need to export this out as an OBJ and paint it in Mari. So it shouldn't be too difficult after all the other stuff that we've done. Now, if you've been following me along from volume 1, you'll have seen that we made this ivy. So I've done a quick render with the ivy on the house as well, just to show you what it looks like. So this gives us another dimension to this as well. Now I'm going to release another volume of this tutorial which will cover render passes in Maya. It will cover slightly more advanced materials. It will cover some different lighting and some lighting quality issues that we're getting with this. So we really want to have the ability to split a render like this up into its component parts. So I want to be able to take this into a post-production and kind of color grade just the roof, just the reflections, just the refractions, just the walls. You know, I want to have total control over this, which means splitting it up with Maya's new pass system. It means creating material ID passes, and it means then putting all of that stuff back together in a compositing program. I'll be using Nuke. They now have a free version of Nuke Studio you can go and download, and even if you don't catch the next volume of this, go and check that out. In my opinion, it's probably the best compositing app on the market, so it might be worth your time having a look, even if you're not going to continue with this any further. Now, if you followed from the end of volume 3, you'll know we have a fully animated environment for this. So you can now take this house from here and drop it into your environment and start doing some renders. But I'll be back when we break up both the house, the environment, and the lighting into its component parts and recomposite it back together for that extra degree of control, which will overall make our house and our environment that it's going to be standing in a lot better. I mean, I see a lot of people in Maya, especially on the forum, they'll get a roof and they'll want to make it darker, so they'll render and then they'll recolor it and they'll render again. And if you find yourself endlessly rendering for small color tweaks, then the next volume in this series will be for you. We'll have enough control to take a roof like this and turn it pretty much any color you want. We'll be able to change brickwork colors, you know, really get into the nuts and bolts of this image without wasting days re-rendering small details. So thank you for staying with me this long. It's a very non-trivial process to go from kind of the polygon box we started with through the mapping for the environment, through all the building of the paint effects, then through to the complex paint effects and the animation of paint effects, and then finally the texturing, material design of the paint effects, then finally into Mari for the house and the painting of the various layers, the roof, the main building, and all this. It's a very complicated process that I think a lot of people don't realize how much work goes into something like this. So if you followed me along from the start, you know, you should be quite happy, I hope, with where we've come, and there will be, as I said, one last volume. Now, if you've got any questions about this volume or any of the others, you can get me Dave or David at SimplyMaya.com, or find me on the forum, SimplyMaya.com/forum. A whole bunch of very helpful, very knowledgeable people in there that I'm sure will be happy as well to help with anything you need. So thank you very much for sticking with me, and I will see you in the next volume, hopefully. Cheers.